So just to begin, if you don't mind introducing yourself, and then we can start discussing.
Yeah, I'm Kevin Anderson. I'm a professor of sociology at UC Santa Barbara, and I research on I've written books on Marx, Lenin, Foucault, and Hegel, and I'm also active in the International Marxist Humanist Organization, which has a webzine, and I'm one of the managing editors of that.
Thanks so much. And just to begin, I'd love to kind of center the conversation around your book, Marx at the Margins, and kind of to talk about first, before getting into, I guess, the content or what Marx had to say on some of these different questions, what got you interested in reading Marx on the subjects that he is not as known for writing about, or some of the writings that are not as frequently cited, such as the New York Tribune writings? I guess kind of what inspired you to write the book?
Well, it goes back to the 1970s and 1980s. It was actually my intellectual mentor, Raya Danievskaya, who got very interested in what we know today as Marx's ethnological notebooks, which are the notebooks that he wrote that then Engels read and then created a book called Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, but which doesn't really talk that much about societies outside Europe, whereas Marx did in his notes and in other notes in that period. So that's what first got me interested in it. And then I went on to other things for a while, and then I eventually came back to it, in this century, and then published the book Marx at the Margins in 2010.
Great. And I'd love to talk a little bit about the content and what what insights you kind of gleaned from reading Marx, for example, writing in the New York Tribune about slavery, or in particular writing about non-Western societies. I'm very interested in that, and what Marx had to say. I think people frequently cite some of his letters to different Russian thinkers and trying to understand what he would have made about Russia, for example, but less people know about his writings on other subjects, such as development in India, for example. So yeah, I'm curious what insights you gleaned from writing the book.
Yeah, well, of non-Western society, it's an odd term to use, but if you say global South, then you can't include Russia, which at that time was similar in its structure to a lot of the global South countries, and it was, even more so, maybe the way they were 50 years ago, pretty much totally agrarian, not really linked in that much to the global capitalist system. Indirectly, but not directly. And then India, of course, is the other society he's spent a huge amount of time researching, which of course was as well known a British colony. There's occasional writings, on China, on Indonesia, and then the other thing that's relevant is in these ethnological notebooks, as we call them, at the end of his life, he's concerned with Native American societies, like particularly the Iroquois, the Aztec a little bit, and at that time he also makes notes on ancient Rome. So actually, at the end of his life, the very end, last 2 or 3 years, he's looking. He looks at a lot of different societies, but ancient Rome, India, are two, and Russia are three of these large agrarian empires that he looks like. They were in different time periods, obviously. And then he's also looking at indigenous societies, particularly in North America.
And I had read a little bit of his letters to Vera Zasulich, Russian socialist, and these get brought up, as you mentioned, very frequently when talking about questions about, I think, whether Marx could anticipate the revolution in Russia, or whether he could have theorized something about, different interpretations of like leaping over stages of development, as Lenin and others would then kind of theorize it. And I wonder how this relates to this interpretation of development and of kind of a rigid Marxism that says you have to go through the bourgeois stage in order to achieve something like socialism. What did you discover in reading his kind of positions or research on different societies about this sort of rigid interpretation of Marxism?
Well, even the notion of modes of production, I mean, you don't really find that word as much in Marx himself as later. I mean, it's implicit, obviously, when he talked about, the ancient slave-based societies, of the Mediterranean, feudalism, Western feudalism, and then capitalism, and maybe before that is so-called primitive societies, and then after that, socialism. But already by the 1850s, he's realizing that India, for example, has a very different trajectory, has had a very different trajectory, and maybe will have one, because there wasn't feudalism in India. He's already figured that out. So that whole model is something that was really created more after his death, and frankly, a lot of liberal scholars also had that model. But it's very clear by the end of his life that he's denying feudalism in these large agrarian empires like India and China, when they're in the pre-capitalist phase, and that he also, in the Grundrisse, as early as the Grundrisse of 1857, he's moved away from this notion of feudalism as kind of a universal descriptor of pre-capitalist societies. And you can say maybe it's just a word, but it's important because it becomes an indicator that of a multilinear perspective, that not all societies are going to go through, or should go through, or need to go through the same pathway of development. One of the most notorious examples of saying that is the South African Communist Party, Joe Slovo, who at the time of the dismantling of apartheid, basically advocated what we call today neoliberalism. Said, nope, sorry, you shouldn't go on strike quite so much, although you can, because we're free now, but we have to go through capitalism, of the worst kind of capitalism, except maybe fascism. We have to go through that. And then later on, we can talk about the socialist goal. And when he says that, if a nationalist like Mandela with Marxist coloration had said that, that would have had some resonance with the Marxists. When the head of the Communist Party says it, it makes it a lot harder for younger socialists to say, no, that's not what Marx said, or whatever. So this stageist ideology is not just something we argue about in academia, but it has huge consequences. It's really a left-wing version of the Fukuyama thesis that says history has come to an end and we have to just keep on this pathway. The only difference is that they said, well, sometime way in the future, history might happen again, but it's not going to be very soon.
That's an excellent point. And I think that speaks to perhaps like a reinterpretation of some of these theories by something that I've picked up on, for example, by reading like Walter Rodney, is a more strong emphasis on combined development and uneven development, as Trotsky was writing about it in some thinkers of the global south, to think less about this kind of rigid reading of we have to go through capitalism, instead to think about the application of something like combined development instead in terms of thinking about development. And I wonder, you write in the first chapter about Marx's insight on the encounter with colonialism and how it potentially affects stages of development. And in theorizing for the global south, of course, it has to be reckoned with about what colonialism, the impact of it on stages or development of the means of production. So what insight did Marx have on the encounter with colonialism? You touched on, his writings on Indonesia, on India, on China, and in Algeria as well. And kind of what insight did he have into colonialism and how it ruptures potentially this model of development?
Yeah, well, his initial idea is that, well, you can see it in the Communist Manifesto, is that all the world is going to be absorbed very quickly by capitalism, that while that's painful, it's ultimately not such a bad thing because we all have to go through it. At that time, he really didn't have that much knowledge of the global south. But as he starts to look into it more, even a couple years later, he's talking about the Chinese who were resisting British colonialism, probably at that time more than the Indians are. So he admires that. So the articles he writes about China very early on are anti-colonialist. And except for that line in the Communist Manifesto, which says, this horrible line, where they say, breaks down these Chinese walls and forces these most barbarian nations to submit to civilization. I mean, that sounds right wing when you quote that in today's term. But they moved away from that. So they were, we could say, the people who are always attacking Marx as Eurocentric have a point in the sense that, yeah, there are some earlier writings which are problematic, and we have to look at the evolution of his writings. He never says that colonialism is great, that it isn't brutal and exploitative. But he's kind of saying, just as in some ways capitalism is superior to feudalism, colonialism is superior to these pre-capitalist societies. But he later on retracts that as well. And so by 57, which is only 10 years after the manifesto, you have this gigantic sepoy uprising in India that goes on for 3 years and almost kicks the British out of India. He and Engels are very supportive of that. And you could never publish articles like this in an American newspaper today, unless it was like Ukraine or something that the US and the British are supporting. Then you could do it. But they have like article after article extolling how the bravery of the Indian resistance and how horrible the British are. They even quote the British using the N-word, saying, every N-word we catch, we string up, referring to the Indians. It's all in there. And that's the New York Tribune, our leading newspaper, which Abraham Lincoln read, but it was edited by people who were simultaneously pro-capitalist and utopian socialists. And we call it a confused set of ideas if you wanted to, but they strongly supported the abolitionist movement, and they were open to a degree of socialist thinking. And some of their editors more than others. So Marx's stuff appeared there. And people tend to think of that as like, well, he had to censor himself a lot. He didn't really have to censor himself all that much. He couldn't write long theoretical treatises on the dialectic or fetishism of commodity. They were a newspaper. They weren't a theoretical journal. But he published a lot of pretty radical stuff there. But the initial stuff is kind of Eurocentric in a bad sense when he talks about India. And that's the stuff a lot of people quote. Of course, it became really famous to intellectuals in this country, everywhere, when Edward Said singled out Marx in a few pages in his famous book, Orientalism, lumped Marx together with all those other colonialist methods. And so in a sense, that's the other impetus for my book. I kind of wanted to respond to people like Edward Said, that kind of critique of Marx as a Eurocentrist and so on, because I think then and I think now that it's blocking a lot of younger intellectuals from considering Marx. And I think that's in the academy, or really among educated people with university education. So I think that nowadays is as big a barrier looking at Marx as saying, well, the Soviet Union was a failure. So I think there's an awareness by a lot of people that Marx was not the same thing as the Soviet Union. I think Putin has helped us clarify that with the attack on Lenin a couple months ago.
Well, I think that's a really important point to highlight, is to say, I think a lot of people have dismissed Marx to a certain extent as a Western or Eurocentric thinker. And I think this has to do with, kind of as we were talking before, this synthesization of a Marxism that is, often like a misreading and an overly synthesized worldview of his thoughts, and doesn't include some of the later writings. And I wonder, maybe just to dive into that detail a little bit more, throughout your book and in the sort of preface to it as well, you talk about the role of Engels in sort of shaping what we understand as Marxism. and as well like the texts that we consider, that formulate his thought and what we leave out of there. So what did you find, and what did what verdict did you ultimately come to on this, of Engels' role in creating this, and of certain texts being privileged as Marxist and others as being, well, we don't necessarily want to include that because it contradicts something?
Yeah, well, I mean, Engels, you have to give him credit. He put together volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. He safeguarded Marxist papers and archives, if you want to call them that. And it was a huge amount of work to create, especially volume 3 of Capital from those drafts. At the same time, there's 4 things that he does that are problematic. One is how he edits volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. Some of that has been called into question. Secondly, how he edits volume 1 of Capital, which I've written a lot about, that there's a French edition of Capital, which actually includes some anti-unilinear, some multilinear passages that Engels leaves out. Marx had 3 editions of Capital in his own lifetime. He was multilingual. We should not consider him a German thinker. This is like really reductionist. Because he published one of his first books in French, Poverty of Philosophy. Civil War in France about the Paris Commune has to be read in English if you want to read the original, because that's the language he wrote it in. And this French edition of Capital was the last edition he actually worked on. So it's in a sense the most advanced version. But Engels didn't like it very much. Thought it was simplistic. He thought Marx had simplified for the French reader. So he didn't use it very much, although he did use some parts of it when he formulated what we know as the definitive edition of volume 1. The third thing Engels does is dialectics gets kind of reduced to a mechanistic type of thing, similar to the experimental method in natural sciences. And then the fourth thing is these ethnological notebooks. Engels, right after Marx's death, a year after his death, he wrote this book, Origin of the Family, Private Property in the State. He said he's basing it on Marx's notebooks, but Marx's notebooks are much more complicated and interesting. And Engels has that pretty rigid stage theory there, which kind of tells you that women were free before the rise of class society and property and the state 5,000 to 10,000 years ago. Women have become subjugated by patriarchy ever since. And so it's an undifferentiated history. There are no periods where women pushed back that much until the very modern period. And that's supposed to be under the socialist leadership. So what happens then is women's liberation or feminism gets subordinated to class and economic and socialism because it's so tied into capitalism that there's almost no point in having a women's movement unless we overthrow capitalism. You can't really accomplish anything. That's what comes out of it. And so that's why until the 60s, the left-wing women's movements were there were youth movements and women's movements that were associated with the big socialist movements that were led by men, primarily. There were exceptions like Rosa Luxemburg. And so the notion of the black movement, the women's movement as independent factors in history, which is the kind of thing Marx himself thought sometimes, was not really developed. So we've got kind of a stage theory in terms of social movements, too. And so Engels' book is a great book in some ways. It's great that a Marxist man wrote a whole book on this issue. It is one of the 3 or 4, I guess, classic books of, pre-1950 feminism. But it has flaws, and we need to look at what Marx himself wrote. We want to get at a Marxist analysis. And my former student, Heather Brown, has a well-received book on this called Marx on Gender and the Family. And
you also relate in the last chapter of the text, you talk a little bit about the Marx Engels Gesamtausgabe, and you talk a little bit about, you know, the lack of a lot of Marx's writing having been translated into no language and having not been published at all. Can you explain a little bit more about, you know, exactly what's happened there and how there's still a wealth of his writings that have not been published at all?
Right. Well, I mean, first of all, just to back up, I mean, a lot of the writings we consider the most important were not published by Engels or even published by Lenin's life. I'm talking about the 1844 manuscripts and the Grundrisse and the German ideology. And I think alongside Capital, aren't those Marx's major works nowadays? So yeah, there was a lot that was left out. Most of the actual writings have now been published, but they were published in an odd way where the Stalinists who had most of the money and resources to publish all these things, they would always publish the letters by Marx and Engels, but they wouldn't publish the letters to them. I don't know if they thought it would like distract the comrades or something like that. So you don't have it's really hard to read the correspondence when you don't have both sides of it. And then there's this category called notebooks. These go back to the earliest times. Some of his early notebooks on economics, he's actually reading Adam Smith and these people in French in the early 1840s or the mid 1840s, because his English isn't good enough yet. So he's reading the French translation. So we have all these notes. We have notes on Enlightenment thinkers like Rousseau and so forth. And then a lot of these writings that I was talking about before on India, Rome, Russia, Native Americans, these are in notebook form. These aren't unpublished essays. These are unpublished research notebooks where he occasionally makes comments, but most of the time he's just copying down quotes and summaries of other authors. But it's quite rich, and it's really interesting to think about why he didn't finish what was supposed to be volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. Because he finishes the French edition in 1875. He lives 8 years longer. So what is he doing with all that time? And he's researching a lot of parts of the world that weren't that crucial to the book Capital. And some people used to say, well, his mental capacities were deteriorating, so he started looking at easier stuff. The old Eurocentric Marxists used to say that, but Marx learned Russian in this period. He didn't start learning it until about 1870, when he was about 50 years old. And he was good enough that he was reading not only Russian history and economic data, but he was reading an anthropological book in Russian on India. You know, a society, you know, he didn't know that much about compared to Europe. And we've looked at it and we haven't found any errors, because he's making his notes in German. We haven't found any errors in the way that he understood the Russian. So a huge amount. So we could say perhaps that India, Russia, and Native American societies would have been more crucial to what became volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. Engels, for his part, has very little interest in societies outside Europe. Since you're an Africanist, you told me, you know about the partition of Africa in 1884. Pretty big deal. You cannot find an essay by Engels on this matter. You cannot find an essay by Engels on what Luxemburg and Lenin were to call imperialism. Engels lived all the way to 1895, was intellectually active as late as 1894 when he published volume 3 of Capital. So yeah, he kind of was in his own silo a little bit in terms of looking at the developments. Even if he didn't want to consider anti-colonial revolts, he should have considered more the new stage of capitalism that was coming into being in the 1880s.
And with respect to Marx's writings and observations on Russia, I'm curious about maybe delving a little bit deeper into his thoughts and how some of the trends of what he was noting would perhaps come up later in, for example, like the national and colonial theses presented at the Comintern that Lenin wrote, and some of these ideas about national democratic revolution as opposed to bourgeois revolution. His thoughts on nationality and nationalism in general. I'm kind of curious about that as well.
Yeah. I mean, when Lenin went in that direction, he really had started to reread Marx. Now, this stuff I was just talking about, he didn't know. Nobody knew that. That was just sitting in handwritten manuscripts in archives. But what he did know was Marx's writings on Poland and Ireland. At the time, these were both colonized societies. Their nationalist movements were supported by almost the entire European left, very strongly, to the point where when the French workers would rise up or go on a mass strike, they might chant "Abat la bourgeoisie," but they would also chant "Viva la Pologne." I can't. Maybe it's like "Long Live Palestine," but maybe multiplied by 10 in terms of the importance it had to the left, because Russia, which occupied Poland and which the Poles resisted and were a thorn in the side of Russia, was the counter-revolutionary power, the prime counter-revolutionary power. They helped topple the French Revolution and Napoleon's regime. They helped in 1830 against those revolutions, and 1848 they actually had hundreds of thousands of troops in Central Europe, crushing the democratic revolutions.
1-2-1-2.
He's very concerned with the national liberation movement
Turn
in
mine
places
all the way
like
up.
Poland. So in the Communist Manifesto, everybody knows the sentence, "The workers have no
what that
country."
accent is. Right? It sounds like he had an accent, right?
Evan B. Anderson?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let me just fix one
Looks
thing.
like he was born in New Jersey.
Get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
What part?
He went to Tenafly High School in Tenafly, New Jersey.
That's wild.
Have you ever heard of this place?
Never in my life.
It's in Bergen.
Get out. Really?
Yeah, Bergen County. His dissertation was on Lenin's reception of Hegel's dialectics.
Oh, what happened here? What the there it is. Okay. Alright, let me just narrow this thing a little bit. Go back to OBS. I'll fucking fix that. How we doing today, chat? How are we?
What's up, everyone?
Hope everyone's having a wonderful, wonderful afternoon or evening.
Oh, I had 9 years clean today.
Oh shit, are you serious?
Today's my anniversary, yep.
Congratulations, dog. That's
Thank you.
awesome.
Today's the day. I just looked at the date. I haven't posted or anything. I thought about it yesterday, but I didn't really think about it today.
My dude forgot his own clean date?
I was thinking about it yesterday. Like, I knew. It didn't, like, sneak up on me. But today, I just was so busy with these goddamn slides.
I don't know, man. It sounds like it snuck up on you. So happy anniversary, man. I remember it like it was yesterday, meeting you for the first time. I will not discuss it at length here.
Thank you.
Look, the data as a whole snuck up on me. What's up, Sean? So today we're going to be talking about Marx at the margins on nationalism, ethnicity, and non-Western societies. And we're going to be going over the introduction in Chapter 1, Colonial Encounters in the 1850s, right? And if you were with us for the Peniel E. Joseph book, The Sword and the Shield, about the radical lives of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, I think there's going to be a little bit of parallels in terms of, like, you know, how that book went as we went through it and how this book is going to go through it. Right, Pat?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I
But I think that might be a, you know, I think that might be a tale of all people, you know.
Right.
I think, like, more so than just pertaining to Marx and Malcolm and Martin. You know what I mean? I think that it kind of puts forth the fallacious perspective that you can kind of like attribute a single unchanging like mode of thinking onto any individual, especially like intellectuals and public figures.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's the thing is that, you know, like Malcolm X, like Martin Luther King Jr., we put, like, a lot of stock into, not a lot of stock, but we kind of, like, reduce them down to, like, you know, what we believe them to have thought based purely on what they said or what, you know, for Marx, what they wrote, you know, and they kind of become this sort of two-dimensional character, right, that had like the same views, right, the entire time, right, and there's not as much like, you know, kind of thought put onto the fact that like, nope, like any other human being, his perspective and his views changed with time, you know.
Right. And I think also with someone like Marx and also with someone like Martin Luther King, they may have like a single notable achievement that most people know, and then they are locked, like chained to that, almost like a ball and chain for the rest of their legacy.
Right.
With Martin Luther King, that was with the "I Have a Dream" speech, which is a singular moment that is very different than other moments throughout Martin's life, but it seems to cast a shadow over everything else that he said and did. And
Right.
for Marx, I believe that also comes into with the Communist Manifesto,
Definitely.
where like, you know, unless you're like some type of like a Marxist, you know, historian or, you know, an avid studier of Marx, you know, most people, you know, consider that almost the only thing of note that he's written. You know, it's the thing that he's constantly associated with, even though it's not even like one of his more, it's not even like necessarily a rigorously intellectual work of Marx.
Right. I would say it's even one of his earlier works, you know, where he's not done cooking yet. You know what I mean?
Right, and you know, this is the Peterson fallacy, as we may refer to it as, where Jordan Peterson seemed to, the dazzling intellectual Jordan Peterson, you know, seemed to, you know, in his height of intellectualism in academia, seemed to not think that one of the greatest thinkers of human history offered more than a shallow pamphlet that was meant to like, I think like.
I think it was meant for like,
promote a union meeting or something, like some kind of a union gathering or something, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Plus, I think it was like one of the earliest works that him and Engels worked together on.
Right.
You know, whereas like
that's what will be tackled here in this chapter quite a bit is a progression that Marx has from the manifesto to later portions of his writing.
Right. And, you know, again, you know, I still think and hold to the fact that Capital is probably his, like, magnum opus just because of, like, the length of time he spent writing it, right? It should not be overlooked in terms of, like, the importance of, like, understanding, like, what his legacy was criticizing capitalism, you know. But without further ado, right, we are Subversive History. We are a multimedia community project seeking to bring attention to the revolutionary struggles of the world's often unsung and frequently misunderstood sectors. These are the stories of the demonized, vilified, whitewashed, or otherwise forgotten campaigns against imperialism, colonialism, capitalist exploitation, and racial apartheid. The orthodoxy of Western hegemony has often labeled these dissidents, and boy howdy have they labeled these dissidents, as subversive. And these are the struggles that we aim to illuminate.
Yeah. And one thing, a quick disclaimer that I want to put out on this, you know, this is a highly academic work. It is very philosophical at times. It explores very niche writings of Marx, even among like Marxist, you know, readings, or those that consider themselves well read on Marx that normally go through an extremely economic point of view. Also, you know, I want to put it out there that I'm not an expert on Marx. Marx's writings, his theories. Also, this book, we're going to be going into some very niche histories that, like, where I might be able to talk very confidently about a lot of things that have happened throughout the 20th century. We're going back into situations that happened in China and Indonesia and India in the mid 19th century, which is, I haven't read many books on these specific things, so we're all going to be kind of learning here together. And I've done my best to comprehend this chapter enough that I can kind of speak on it a little bit. But we are all still, learning together in this one. And I'm not like some kind of like a professor of this knowledge as something that I've mastered or anything like that. So I want to put it out there that we're all just kind of walking through these texts. And if you have anything that you can add that maybe I overlooked or misunderstood, or maybe you have read a book about, the Riyadh relationship in India or something like that. And if you have, please let us know, because there's a lot of things in here that I'm not an expert on by any means.
And I would say that's like part of the wonderful thing about like what this Twitch stream is that we're all learning together. I don't think at any point I would say are experts, right? As much of a cold warrior as we are, right? I still think that like I wouldn't call us experts, and that like a lot of times we're relying on like the research that's done in these books, right?
Well, I mean, I think I've read more on certain subjects than a lot of people have. Like, if you want to talk about specifically Guatemalan history or Korean history, I would, I would put myself into a higher level of conversation about that.
Right. But, and this is going to be new, we're going to be learning together, man. All of us. Me, you, chat. It's going to be great.
You want to pull this up real quick? I thought this might
Sure.
I didn't think on doing this, but this is the author, and it might be cool to like learn who we're like reading from real quick. I just sent it to you.
Yeah. Let me throw this up there real quick. All right, Kevin B. Anderson is an American sociologist, Marxist, humanist, author, and professor. Anderson is professor of sociology, political science, and feminist studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara. He was previously professor of sociology at Northern Illinois University in DeKalb, and professor of political science, sociology, and women's studies at Purdue University. Tenafly School in Tenafly, New Jersey.
New Jersey. His dissertation was on Lenin's reception of Hegel's dialectics and was later published as Lenin, Hegel, and Western Marxism from the University of Illinois.
God damn. All right, so this dude knows a lot.
Yeah, he was involved in the international project of the complete works of Marx and Engels, which is Marx, Engels, Gossam Toscabe, and working especially on volume IV 27, which contains a significant amount of the late Marxist notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, which is essentially the basis for this book that we're reading now.
Oh, damn.
What is it?
He has also written widely on Marxist theory, Michel Foucault, the Frankfurt School, and contemporary developments in the U.S. and Europe. Anderson obtained American Council of Learned Societies Fellowship and International Erich Fromm Prize in 1996 and 2000, respectively, and National Endowment for the Humanities Collaborative Research Grant in 2001. He again received an American Council of Learned Societies Fellowship in 2019.
More recently, his book Marx at the Margins won Paul Sweezy Book Award from the Marxist section of the American Sociological Association. If you know who Paul Sweezy is, he's a really, really important writer in terms of like feudalism into capitalism from a Marxist perspective.
Did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and is a member of the W.E.B. Du Bois Career of Distinguished Scholarship Award Selection Committee.
Yeah, overall, the guy sounds pretty based.
Yeah. Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. All right, cool. So just to familiarize yourself with where this information is coming from, now that we have that, what do you say we get into it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So the first thing we're going to talk about here is the introduction, which I think is important so that we all understand kind of what the thesis here and what sources he's going to be drawing from. So without further ado, in 1849, Marx was forced to move to London, where he where he was to dwell as a political exile until his death in 1883. Having experienced the defeat of the 1848 revolutions on the continent, he sensed that a period of retrogression was at hand. This was confirmed by the December 1851 Bonapartist coup in France, which signaled the end of the revolutionary wave of 48-49. If these political setbacks narrowed his horizon somewhat, his relocation to London widened them in other ways. It placed Marx at the center of the world's only truly industrial capitalist economy as he labored in the British Museum on what was to become his masterwork, Capital. The move to London also put him at the center of the world's largest empire, which led him to take greater account of non-Western societies and colonialism. It's interesting.
Very. Especially because, like, you know, there's a lot going on at this time in terms of, like, English colonialism, you know, the U.S.
Like the height well, maybe not the height of the British Empire, because they already lost the colonies. So this might have been the dying throes of the British Empire might actually be the more accurate way of putting it. I'm not sure. What would you, that's an interesting, do you think, what would you refer to this as? Because the thing is now they're going to be going into the Opium Wars, which we're going to read about later. So, like, what do you think was a more significant era of British Empire? Was it,
I think,
was it post-USA or pre-USA?
I think the most significant blow to, you know, the British Empire, right, or whatever the hell you want to call it, I think that World War I, World War II specifically, like that period is like, that's where it's like, it's really dying, you know?
Yeah, 'cause India didn't even become independent into 1947.
Right.
And as we were reading about last time, I mean, what was it in the 1920s when Egypt became officially, a British mandate? Palestine was a British mandate.
Yep.
So yeah, maybe I'm not thinking about how much of that actually held over into the 20th century. It seems like it would have fizzled. Like I'm talking about the 1800s here as if it would have fizzled out already by then. But now thinking about it, well into the 20th century, there were so many British colonial subjects.
Yeah. England was still pretty much at the top of its game at this point. The U.S., right? We're talking about in Marx's lifetime, right? He only lived another, 20, 30 years after the end of the Civil War, right? For the U.S., right? So this is all while U.S. slavery is alive and well and happening inside the U.S. is an interesting way for me to, like, you know, put it in perspective in my head, right? In terms of, like, dates and things.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? Well, the British Empire dominance was its undoing. Its principal opponents, Germany and the U.S. Well, I mean, like, that's the other thing is that, like, that the U.S. doesn't ultimately overtake the British Empire for nearly another century.
Right.
So,
all right.
The deconstructionist philosopher Jacques Derrida captures well Marx's marginality as a political refugee in Victorian London, linking it to his equally marginal position within the Western intellectual tradition. Quote, Marx remains an immigrant among us, a glorious, sacred, accursed, but still clandestine immigrant, as he was all his life. In Britain, one of his main sources of income was his work as the chief European correspondent of the New York Tribune. Another was the financial support he received from his friend Friedrich Engels, which, you know, we should all, you know, pretty much be aware of. Also a veteran of 1848 who became a partner in his family's very successful manufacturing firm in Manchester. Frequently writing in English and French, as well as his native German, Marx was a trilingual, cosmopolitan intellectual.
I think it's an interesting perspective. I don't think maybe that mindset is brought up enough. Him as like an exile / immigrant living in England, where he was kind of like, you know, a castaway of sorts, like a political kind of like, I guess you could refer to him as like a refugee in a way, and how that may have influenced his writings.
So Pate King just redeemed the Johnny Throat Sings thing. I'm just going to do this real quick, you know. right, that's it. All right, so moving on. I'm probably gonna take that away at some point. I feel like I regret putting that down as like a fucking thing to be redeemed. But like, you know, yeah. So like Engels, right? You know, correct me if I'm mistaken, chat. But like Engels, you know, his family owned like, you know, a textile, like, you know, manufacturing business, right? Had a lot of money. And he actually promoted his workers to unionize, like, you know, within the factory. So he wasn't just like saying one thing and doing another, you know, but him having that access to that, like, kind of funding is what allowed him to be able to fund his good friend Marx. And we have numerous letters where, you know, Engels is writing like 2.5 pages of like, I love you dearly, you know, my beloved, you know, Biffle Carl. And Marx just responds with like less than 2 sentences, and the ending is just like, by the way, can you send me like, you know, 100 Deutsche Marks?
Yeah.
You know, send me a quick hundo.
Yeah, a pretty well-known thing. Like, we're not breaking any ground here that
Right.
Engels was part of a rich family that owned factories and
Right.
that he supplemented Marx to a substantial degree.
Right.
What might be a little bit more groundbreaking, honestly, is that Marx was actually formally employed by the New York Tribune, because there's a very common trope that he never worked a day in his life, so on and so forth, completely neglecting any kind of like intellectual labor, or the labor of writing books and selling books, or writing for places like the New York Tribune, which is much of a profession as any.
Right. I also wasn't aware that he spoke English, but I guess, like, thinking about it, if he's going to be living in London, you know, for that, like, long of a period of time, I assumed that, like, I should have assumed that, like, yeah, he probably picked up English. What do you think he sounded like?
He probably sounded like Grom.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding. I just know I'm just thinking of a European that knows how to speak English.
Well, I mean, like, in my head canon, he sounds like Larry David.
Okay.
From Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I wasn't thinking is Larry David from New York? He is from New York, right?
He's got to be from New York.
Yeah. I was gonna say I didn't think New York Jew as Marx's speaking voice, but maybe.
Yeah, I like to think that, like, you know, it was just one of those things that, like, was just sort of like inescapable for him, you know, because, like, do you know the backstory of Marx's family?
No, if you want to go into it.
Just real quick. So a lot of people aren't aware of this, right? But like Marx actually comes, you know, from this very specific part of Germany where, like, you know, all of the rabbis, right, of this small area of like what was once Prussia, right, come from this one family. It's almost like a thing. Like, you know, you come from that family, you become the town rabbi, right? Marx is from that family. So like his dad, his uncle, well, I mean, like, not his dad went on to become a lawyer and then renounced Judaism in order to be able to be a practicing lawyer because of like the insane amounts of anti-Semitism that was very prevalent at this time, and likely would have still even been present even outside of Germany and into, like, you know, England at this time, which is why I think it's very apt to say that, you know, he remains an immigrant among us, a glorious, sacred, accursed, but still clandestine immigrant all his life, because, you know, anti-Semitism was very prevalent at this time, and it would have been, like, you know, something that people would not have liked about him.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's why I think Marx sounded like Larry David.
Okay, I'll take it. So, the book that we're currently reading brings together 2 sets of writings from Marx's vast corpus, almost all of them written in London. Number 1, it examines his theorization of a number of non-Western societies of his day, from India to Russia and from Algeria to China, and their relation to capitalism and colonialism. It also takes up his writings on movements for national emancipation, especially in Poland and Ireland, and their relation to the democratic and socialist movements of the time. Connected to the latter was his theorization of race and ethnicity in relation to class, with respect to both black labor in America during the Civil War and Irish labor in Britain. So these are kind of like where we're going to be drawing our information from. Well, I don't want to get too far ahead of the intro because it's going to be going into these things, but there's a lot of lesser examined writings of Marx that do talk about many other countries and do concern colonialism as it relates to capitalism, which I think is the lesser, well, like I said, lesser studied writings of Marx.
Right. I mean, it's often assumed that, like, you know, Lenin took a lot of the writings of Marx, right, and began writing about imperialism, right, and the nature of colonialism, right, you know, but it kind of looks like there's an overlooked assessment of colonialism by Marx himself that isn't necessarily always, you know, acknowledged by a lot of contemporary thinkers, right, or just, you know, people with hot takes on Twitter. So, you know, this is going to get into that, and yeah. I think, like, some people do mention, though, the fact that, like, oh, Marx was in correspondence with, like, Abraham Lincoln and stuff like that during the Civil War.
That, yeah.
You know,
but, you know, was Abraham Lincoln anti-colonial?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like,
yeah.
You could just say that that's another European, you know, Eurocentric Euro take on emancipation, and there's plenty of things you can criticize Lincoln for. So I think the detractors of Marx, especially like the like detractors of Marx that say things like he was just another European white guy, you know what I mean? That was like blah blah blah. Like, there's this common criticism of Marx. And then with that, along with that, comes a lot of criticisms of some of the antiquated language that Marx would employ to describe global South nations and societies and things like that. And there's merit to all of that. There's merit to all of that. None of that is necessarily fabricated, but we're talking about an extremely complex individual with an extremely complex set of writings and ideas that, as we said at the beginning, evolve over time and over study. And, you know, the caveat deserves a caveat, and, you know, the nuance deserves the nuance for us to really understand what we're talking about here and what this extremely profound person thought about these less developed areas.
Right. And hey, what's going on, Hash Kush?
Yeah, what's up, Hash Kush? Glad you're here.
The present study concentrates on Marx's writings on societies that were, for the most part, peripheral to capitalism during his lifetime. In particular, I will take up lesser-known Marx writings, like his journalism for the New York Tribune. I will also examine his extensive but little-known 1879 to 1882 notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, some of which are yet to be published in any language, but will be made available in the coming years through the Marx Engels Gesamtgeschichte, hereafter referred to as Mega 2, and discussed in the appendix. Yes, I did not listen to enough Rammstein in high school to be able to pronounce that fucking thing.
It's not a great band. Not a particularly good band.
Really?
Yeah, pretty much just restating what I said. I kind of got out in front of it a little bit there. This study, meaning the book that we're reading, concentrates on Marx's writings on societies that were for the most part peripheral to capitalism. So he would take up the lesser-known Marx writings, like journalism for the New York Tribune. Marx's journalism is not frequently talked about. We talk about capitalism. We talk about wage theory and labor. We talk about things like this. We talk about the manifesto. We talk about the Gotha Project and things like that. You know what I mean? There's some very, very, very well-known writings of Marx. And then there's, you know, journalism contributions that he made, which I don't think I even knew about until I read this book.
Yeah. I mean, like, there's, like, a handful of things that I, like, sort of know about, but I know, like, basically nothing about. And that is, like, you know, early Marx's, like, philosophy shtick that he had for a hot minute.
As a young Hegelian.
Yeah, as a young Hegelian, you know, but he kind of, like, moved away from that as he got older, right?
Right.
There was Marx as a union organizer, which, like, I've heard about but know very little about. And then there's, like, you know, Marx's involvement with, like, the International. And that's, yeah, I know that it's a thing, but I know very little about it. So we're going to be learning a lot here. Marx
right, and we're all, like I said again, we're all kind of learning together here as well, because I'm not an expert on any of these things. I mean, as much as I like to read about history, every book I spend reading about history is a book that I'm not reading about Marx.
Right.
You know, I've done very little like study into like the life of Marx. So this is an interesting look into this person who's influenced so many of the cultural movements that I've decided to read about in my prior studies.
Right. I think like this is going to be kind of interesting because I mean, most of the people that we read are heavily influenced by Marx, right? And appreciate like his work. So, you know, I think this is going to be like a good kind of cool examination, and not even just like a cool examination. This is going to be a lot of stuff that even most of the people that like we like, that we read, that we admire the works of, probably haven't read most of like what he is going to be citing. So this is going to be like, this is going to be like a real assessment.
I'll tell you what I've read of Marx. I read the manifesto. I've read a pamphlet on wage theory and labor. I believe that's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
Wage theory and labor. I read that. It's actually a combination. It's wage theory, wages. Oh my God.
It's like the shorthand version of
labor and capital is what it's called. It's a combination of that and value, price, and profit. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's a double book. I've read that. I own a copy of Capital, which I was a couple years ago. I was like, I'm gonna read it.
Yeah.
Might have gotten like 40 pages. Fuck this. I was like, I'm just not doing it.
What about a candle and a?
It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Like
yard of linen. What?
Exactly. And I do have David Harvey's companion book that I was going to read them both, and I just kind of fizzled out on it.
Yeah.
And that's my extent of actually reading Marx.
Yeah, I've read the manifesto once in high school, and then another time when I was a Trotskyist, and then like, you know, I haven't reread it since. I like started Capital. I think I got like, you know, less than a quarter of the way through, like, you know, the fucking first chapter, and then like
I was gonna say a quarter of the way
no, that's like 500 pages.
Entire book. Yeah, exactly. It's like a whole book in and of itself. I was about to say, goddamn.
No, I'm not that good. But I did start listening because I had a job where I was driving a lot. I started listening to like the David Harvey lectures on it. And like my attention span is fucking shot at this point. So like, you know, I didn't get that far. For your age, you two are very advanced. Oh, thanks.
Well, thank you very much.
You know, thank you for thinking I'm still young.
Sorry, I totally forgot about this. You know, I know how we all like to get here, and we like to read books, and we have the luxury of reading books. It's a very fun activity. It's fun to get together, read books, talk about books. Yeah. There's a certain class of individuals that don't have the same privilege of getting together and getting books and reading books, and those are incarcerated individuals, some of the most marginalized individuals in the United States. If you would like to help those individuals engage in some of this great recreational learning that we are in right now, consider throwing $1 into that donate to charity link that you see down there, so that you can donate to the nonprofit volunteer organization Books Through Bars, which is an organization that I volunteer with, and I'm trying to raise a little money for. You know, if you have a couple little coins of internet currency laying around and you would put it into that little donate to charity button, it does not go to our pockets. It goes directly to the volunteer organization. And I can tell you from reading the letters from these individuals that are requesting these books, they're very, very much needed, and they're very appreciated. So if you would, from the kindness of your heart, contribute a little bit, not only would I be very appreciative of it, but I can tell you that those that are currently incarcerated would be very appreciative of it. So
as somebody that works with the prison population, the conditions within those facilities are horrendous. And I think that, like, you know, at least having like a book that, like, you know, they can request, and Pat does his best, you know, as a person that helps organize with like this organization. Well, what am I talking? Organize with this organization. As somebody that works with them, he does his very best to give them the best books that he can, you know, for their interest, whether that be books about history, questions and answers, or you know, erotica.
All right. Yeah, sorry. Just wanted to get that out of the way. All right. So a number of these non-Western pre-capitalist societies Marx studied, like India, Indonesia, and Algeria, had been partially incorporated into capitalist modernity via colonization. Others, like Poland, Russia, and China, still stood largely outside the global capitalist system. still others, like the United States and Ireland, were part of global capitalism, albeit at its perimeters, with Ireland relegated mainly to agriculture. Whether within the globalized capitalism of the 19th century, but at its far edge, Ireland, the United States, or partly incorporated within global capitalism, India, Algeria, Indonesia, or just beyond it, Russia, China, and Poland, all of these societies were in one way or another at the margins. Hence the title, Marx at the Margins.
He did like a little thing there,
Get it,
you know?
everybody? Get it, everybody?
You get it?
Everybody in chat, get it?
You get it?
All right.
He explained it. He explained why he called it Marx at the
title.
Margins.
He
Said the thing.
What's up, Wilco? Thanks for being here.
Wilco?
He said it.
He said it. He explained the joke. You get it? All
I
right.
feel bad for you if you weren't here for that.
The two major themes mentioned above stood out within Marx's writings on the above societies. One, he emphasized that those like Russia, India, China, Algeria, and Indonesia possessed social structures markedly different from those of Western Europe. Really? Throughout his writings, he grappled with the question of the future development of these non-Western societies. More specifically, he examined their prospects for revolution and as sites for resistance to capital. Over the years, I will argue, his perspectives on these societies evolved, like any normal person. In the 1840s, he held to an implicitly unilinear perspective, sometimes tinged with ethnocentrism, according to which non-Western societies would necessarily be absorbed into capitalism and then modernized via colonialism and the world market.
This is very important.
Yeah.
This is very important for this entire book that we're going to be reading, I imagine. I've only read this first chapter, but I can tell you from this first chapter that this is very important. That a younger Marx was extremely chauvinistic in the way that he viewed the development of the world. It was Eurocentric, it was Euro supremacist, it was degrading to non-Western cultures, and it frequently inferiorized non-Western cultures, referred to them as barbarians, referred to them as backwards.
Yep.
We're going to be getting into this. This we will not be pulling any punches from the L's of Marx. But we will be showing a little bit of a change in Marx as well as he progresses. So whenever you hear maybe like an anarchist or something like that say these things about Marx, that he had these kind of like very Eurocentric views, and why are we listening to another European white guy and this and that, just know that that is true. There's a significant amount of truth to that, but it does not necessarily tell the whole story of Marx.
Okay. Also, Mr. I or whatever, you're wrong. It literally took like just a simple Google search. You don't know what you're talking about. Please stop, or I'm gonna time you out. Okay.
Is it veering on anti-Semitism? Like, what's going on at this point?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's getting close to there. But like, you know, the whole like a true son of Abraham, or saying that like his dad literally like denounced Judaism and like converted to Christianity in order to practice law to become a lawyer. Marx's father wanted Marx to become a lawyer, right? In Prussia. So stop. Okay? Oh, is that what it is?
What?
Oh, the homie's name is Mr. Ye, as in Kanye. Oh, all right. Well, bye.
Yeah. We're doing our best. We do our best here.
What, Dylan Burns TV has him banned? Whoa, wait, hang on a second. Don't ban him yet. Yes. His uncle was a rabbi, not his dad.
Wait, go back to that Google you just had up. Marx's father was the rabbi of Trier.
Heinrich Marx's.
Oh, that's okay.
Heinrich Marx.
That's not Karl Marx.
No, that's not Karl. Which, by the way, Marx isn't even their original last name. Changed his name, converted to Christianity in order to practice law. All right, moving on.
Let's think about this.
Let's think about this.
Hold on, wait. We might have been crazy.
Wait, he was banned in Dylan Burns. Fuck. All right.
Yeah, when it first popped up, the Basada bot first popped up, it said, "Oh, this person's been banned in multiple channels." I didn't recognize two, but I saw Dylan Burns, and I was like,
"Wait a minute."
Like, I don't know. Let's not jump to conclusions. Yeah, we don't have. Well, hold on. Let's.
Well, hang on. I think we're being a little rash here. Yeah,
right.
yeah. Let's let him cook. Moving on. Oh, that's. But you know what? He does bring up like an excellent point, right? Like a lot of like, there's one particular early work of young Hegelian Marx, right, that talks about Judaism, right? And I feel like, you know, there's this sort of like young 20s rebellious, fuck you, dad, I'm not going to become a lawyer, I'm going to be a philosopher, I'm going to be a philosophy major, you know, even though you've paid for all of this, I'm going to get drunk with my friend Friedrich and like, you know, throw bricks at like lampposts and shit. That was very how should I phrase this? Rebellious against Judaism and against like, you know, the history of his family, which led to a lot of hot takes that a lot of people have used. And like I'm gonna quote like my friend that like is Jewish, right? And has, you know, talked about this like on his own show. Maybe at some point we could bring Yakov on here, but he does, you know, say that like, yeah, it's kind of anti-Semitic, you know, not gonna lie, you know, yes, he was never a practicing Jew as far as we know, but he does come from a Jewish family.
So like, and I'm saying this as someone who's not like, does somebody who comes from that background like have a position to criticize Judaism in a way that isn't the same as like someone who doesn't have that familial background
right.
and upbringing? Like, I don't think you can necessarily hold them in the same ranks of anti-Semitism. Like, sure, if within the Jewish community, if there's criticism of it, then who am I to say that it is or isn't anti-Semitic at all? But like, it's the same thing where it's like, you know, if a black individual comes up and maybe has some criticisms of like black culture that they want to put out that like I would never make because that's not my culture to be levying criticisms against. And it would be like abhorrently racist if I were to be doing that.
Right.
But if a black person so chooses to like take a critique of like the culture that they exist in, then that's like, those aren't the same thing.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Like
yes.
Me doing that and a black person doing that is.
There's a difference between Norman Finkelstein and
exactly.
Ben Shapiro.
Exactly. That's the point that I'm making. So like, I don't know if
No, Mr. Ye, I do not want quotes from Marx on Judaism and Jews at all. So you can keep them to yourself. You're still in chat, all right? Nothing's happened to you yet, so just keep them there. But yeah, there's like a difference between like, you know, somebody that was actually like raised within that culture and is familiar with it, right, versus somebody that is not from it at all, you know, commenting on it and making like, you know, some kind of fucking hot take about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, why did you get banned for Jewish stuff about Marx? Oh, well, Chase, you know, he had some hot takes when he was younger, and he grew as a person. And Patay King, I would actually argue that he didn't. It's not that he didn't have a high opinion about Judaism, right? Much less religion as a whole, right? Because the entirety of the quote is actually like, how can you blame people that are impoverished? To how can you blame them from to turn to faith, right, as they are pushed to the margins? You read on the Jewish question, you can really capture that he just views it as any other religion and calls it idiotic to treat it as anything else. He doesn't really seem to have anything about the culture as opposed to the religion. If you know the Abrahamic faith,
he does say that Jews love money. He is on record saying
he has some hot takes. He's a young man, you know. But, it's a different time.
You know, but also, I do think that, and I'm not really trying to engage in apologia on that because I don't know it enough. But one thing is that, like I said, even if he maybe renounced it as a faith, This is still someone who grew up in a Jewish family that had a grandfather as a rabbi and shit like that. Like
uncle is a rabbi, debating Talmud with his dad.
I think that he has like a stake in that culture where if he wants to levy criticisms at it, I won't immediately like just write that off as anti-Semitism, but also I'm not going to read that and make my own conclusions about it and use Marx as some token as being like, see, Marx said this about Jews, so that means that it's the same thing as I wouldn't do that for a black person who says something about black culture. Then I'm like, oh, well, Kanye West said this about fucking black culture, so now this means that I can say whatever the fuck I want, and now I have a tokenized black person that can just corroborate all of my aborted views.
I'm not going to quote Fred Hampton on his views of LGBTQIA people.
Right.
Sorry, folks. Oh, wait, no. Oh, that's another thing that, like, I wanted to bring up real quick. The last one on this slide, right, was that, like, you know how we've talked about, especially when we go over, like, you know, Marxists in Indonesia and other places from, like, the 1950s, and how they weren't even necessarily, like, anti-capitalist to begin with. They wanted to actually have, like, markets and stuff like that, sort of how, like, you know, Kwame Nkrumah wanted to, like, make capitalism work for Ghana, right? Mm-hmm. This is kind of where, like, a lot of that comes from, like, not from, you know, his works from, like, the New York Tribune or his articles talking about colonialism or anything, but mostly, like, you know, this idea that, like, you know, that's presented in the manifesto and other works that, like, you need, you know, capitalism to be present in order to turn it into socialism, or to build socialism out from the skeleton of colonialism and capitalism.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until now that concept of development was really challenged.
Right.
Okay. So, but over time, his perspective evolved towards one that was more multilinear, leaving the future development of these societies as an open question. By 81, 82, he was envisioning the possibility that Russia could modernize in a progressive, non-capitalist manner. Interesting foreshadowing there. If its peasant-based revolutionary movement could link up with the working class movements of Western Europe. I traced the evolution in his thought on this theme mainly in chapters 1, 6, and parts of 5. In a partially chronological framework, I take up the implicit unilinearism of the Communist Manifesto in 1848 and the tribute writings of the early 1850s. The multilinear theory of history carved out in the Grundrisse 57 to 58 and the French edition of Capital, which is 72 to 75, and finally through the multilinear late writings of 79 to 82 on non-Western societies, among them Russia, India, and Latin America.
My egotism. My ego. I don't need to work on shit. My ego's doing great.
This is kind of links out what we're going to be going on. So we're going to be covering the very, very problematic parts of Marx, and not in a strictly apologetic way.
Right.
We're going to be highlighting them, and we're going to say Marx at this time absolutely was tainted with like racist, Eurocentric, and like you could even just call it white supremacist. Honestly,
yes.
It's really not that different from just your garden variety. You know, we can spice it up and call it Eurocentrism or something like that, but it is a white supremacist outlook. It is the through line of white supremacist logic that still exists today that Marx was caught up in just as much as anyone else.
Right.
But it does seem that as his studies progress, so does his ideas. So, and that's what we're going to be reading about today.
Right. You know, because, you know, Pat hit it perfect. I don't need to comment on anything. Marx's writings on oppressed nationalities and ethnic groups, Poland, Ireland, Irish workers in Britain, and blacks in the United States, and the relationship to the democratic and labor movements in the major capitalist countries, are the second major focus of this book. Marx discussed these issues in the Tribune and other newspapers, in the debates within the International Working Men's Association of the 1860s, and in Capital. From the 1840s onward, he consistently supported movements for the independence of Poland and Ireland, as well as the anti-slavery cause in the United States. But by the 1860s, with the emergence of the Civil War in America, the 1863 Polish Uprising, and the Fenian movement in Ireland, his treatment of these issues took on a new urgency and underwent some alterations. Well, because, like we said earlier in regards to like Malcolm X, right, and his views around like international events, right, and what those did to his perspective on the world, right, and how they informed how he would look at domestic relationships between different communities within America, right. These international things, the second that he begins to research them, right, it's not as if he has explicitly. It's kind of like that Louis C.K. bit where there's like malignant racism versus benign racism. Kind of like there's it's cancer. It's still bad for you. But there's like benign kind of like racism that like Marx kind of expressed, where it wasn't like overt, like based purely on their skin color, that like he thought they were not like fit for living, or a subhuman, kind of like way.
I put it like this, right? So in my own racism, and I'm a racist person, and I don't mean that in a way that's like maliciously racist, or that I'm part of a white supremacist organization or a neo-Nazi organization. But there's a lot of people that aren't that will swear up and down, there's not a racist bone in my body. I'm not racist at all. I think everybody, whether they're blue, black, purple, they have some very deeply held subconscious racist issues that anyone, white people in places like the United States, there's a subconscious indelible effect that is patriarchal and racist that needs to be like worked through. And like there was a time 10 years ago where I would have told you directly to your fucking face, I'm not fucking racist at all. Like, how dare you even call me racist? And then 10 years later, I'm like, I was kind of racist back then in a lot of different weird ways. That wasn't like burning a fucking cross or like being or sig heiling, or like I would say I hate those motherfuckers. I hate those motherfuckers with a passion, but still there's still things that are like less obviously racist to the average American. Like the thing where like I loved hip hop music. So if I went up to a black guy, one of the first things that I'd say was like, do you listen to rap? And it's like, I have to like impress him with my knowledge. Like, you know what I mean? Like that level of like weird.
Do you like old school hip hop?
Yeah, exactly. Like that I had to.
You like Cool Keith, right?
Like I had to like go impress some black guy because I listened to all this hip hop or something like that.
Fuck.
Like that's a weird thing that I needed to work through and get a little bit older and more mature to be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. No, I look, chat. The streamers before you have a history, all right? We weren't always the people that stand before you today that obviously have
like history too. And if they don't act like that, like if you're a white person in the United States and you act like you didn't have to go through that, and you were just born like you grew up in a patriarchal white supremacist society, and you just happen to fucking completely just negate all the effects that has on you, you're fucking lying. And it's something that I'm still dealing with to this day.
Oh my God. I mean? Yeah. I mean, like, we kind of joke about it a lot, but like we're two white dudes from New Jersey. It's not as if like the fishbowl we were born into was great to begin with, So we're working from like dog shit up, all right? And like that's not to say that like, the things that we said or did, at that time in our lives isn't like, incredibly horrendous, regrettable, right? And things that like, we should atone for. And that's like kind of like why we do what we do and why we talk about the things that we talk about in the way that we do, right? That's a dangerous thing to reveal. Fucking like
I don't know what I'm sorry. I don't know what I revealed. I don't know.
Oh no, because Wilco loves to clip shit out of context and stuff and like accuse everybody of like racism.
I didn't say like I'm racist. I think I just said like I'm a racist person.
Right. So like we talk about these things because like we used to be dumb kids. Yeah. Dumb. Yeah, you're done, kid.
Who else was Marx?
Yeah. Marx was a dumb, stupid kid. All right, like a lot of us are. We don't live in a society that like creates, not even just creates, but doesn't really reward like behaviors that like is beneficial to being like a good person. Like. Trying to figure out like a way to say it, like edgy humor for a while, especially in like the early 2000s. Like, go back and watch any comedy stand-up and what made people laugh. It is all horrendous. You drank that Ron Paul Kool-Aid. Dude, I remember being on the fucking train in New York and like a group of like, white dudes just chanting Ron Paul, Ron Paul, Ron Paul.
Drawn together. I remember that.
Wait, hold on. I think I'm older than you, which makes you dumb kids. Well, yeah. We still are for the most part like dumb kids, I guess. We're millennials, so we're gonna just continuously be like infantilized into our 40s and unable to afford, a fucking or not even unable to afford a mortgage, but just unable to be trusted to get a mortgage. Even though it's like less than the rent we pay on average. I don't know has a new bookshelf because neither me nor Pat are indigenous. So we're not gonna speak on that. No shame, Wilco, la 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 me is my jam. I don't even know what's going on there, man.
We're talking about Drawn Together.
Oh fuck.
So, that comedy
Yeah. With Adam Carolla playing what is it, Spanky the Pig or something?
I don't know if what I said was problematic or not, but I feel like being real about that is less problematic than just like having your like shutters off to like your own internalized issue or subconscious issues with like racism that comes a part of it being like in a white supremacist society.
Yeah.
And in a white supremacist world order. We're like, what was I just thinking about in the sense where it's like there's so many people that just implicitly like think that the Congo deserves its immiseration or something like that,
Wilco's like, oh, it is, and you should be ashamed of it forever. You should never try to.
Sure that you're reminded of that shame on a bi-weekly basis for the rest of your life on the internet.
There is never any atonement for the things you have said or done, and you will die ashamed.
All right, we went way off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot of
shit there just to be like.
Just think about the cringe you were.
Like the physical cringing that I go to when I think about how I was in my early 20s and late teens. I'm like, what the fuck?
Dog. I think about just how I was acting like 6 years ago. 6 years ago is not that long ago. And I'm just like, holy fuck. Jesus Christ. And you want me to think any further than 6 years ago, right? I don't even have drugs to fall back on. I was
like a colorblind guy, like 15 years ago, or like 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago. I was like a colorblind guy.
Dude.
And that's kind of what I'm saying is like, I believed into every fiber of my body that I was like the epitome of non-racism. You know what I mean? Because like everything's just colorblind, bro. I don't look at anybody's race. You know what I mean? Like that's everything. And like, I had to read Michelle Alexander and stuff like that to be like, oh, I'm a fucking idiot. And that's why even now, like, I won't be like, that's why whenever I hear a white person be like, I'm absolutely not racist.
I don't perceive race.
Racist thought that entered my body. It's like, all right, dude, like, shut the fuck up.
It's like, oh, God damn it. All right. So moving on, right? Dude, this is going to be a long one today. I will argue.
I don't see race, brother. You can be purple.
You can be purple, brown, yellow. Fuck Uncle Ruckus. I will argue further that these two themes, which are at the center of this study, were not incidental to Marx's theorization of capitalism, but are part of a complex analysis of the global social order of his time. Marx's proletariat was not only white and European, but also encompassed black labor in America, as well as the Irish, not considered white at the time either by the dominant cultures of Britain and North America. Moreover, as capitalist modernity, wow, chat's going wild right now, as capitalist modernity penetrated into Russia and Asia, undermining the pre-capitalist orders of these societies, new possibilities for revolutionary change would, he held, emerge from these new locations. Here, his hopes centered on the communal social forms of the villages of India and Russia, which he saw as possible new loci of resistance to capital. Whether it concerned the Indian peasant or the Russian villager, the Irish tenant farmer or immigrant worker in Britain, or the black former slave in the southern United States, Marx kept searching for new allies of the Western working class in its struggle against capital. All right, what did I miss? I'm not racist. I'm emotionally capable of handling a conversation on race. They're critical.
Yeah, exactly. Or like I'm incapable of confronting my own like internalized issues that take more than just changing like a cognitive thought. Like, you have to unlearn behaviors that are not only instilled in you by maybe your family, but just by society.
Dog. I can't go into specifics because I know that like family watch, this fucking shit sometimes, but like the conversations I had at Easter, right? Remember how I told you that like here I am burning bridges on Easter, right?
Yeah.
They were wild, and they were of relation to race, right? And the oppression of black people in America. And it's just like, what? There was a lot going on that day. So like, fucking, I get it. I've heard the arguments.
You're not racist because you stood up to your family on Easter.
No, I'm not, dude.
Kidding.
No,
We all know, dude. You don't gotta.
We all know you. You overshare. We get it. I'm not gonna say which family member. I'm just gonna state that like I had an in-law that like said that black people aren't oppressed in America because of anecdotal evidence, and I was just kind of like that's not how that works at all. And I don't know. I was just trying to keep the peace. I was not trying to start anything. I wasn't trying to, but
He's lying.
I can't help it. I'm like that, like the way I am on Twitch. This is just me 24/7. Pat, when's the last time you heard me have like a normal conversation about some like mundane nonsense bullshit?
Maybe when we were in rehab together.
I don't even think then. I think we were talking about
Probably
religion
not.
shit. No, dude, yeah. You've known me for 10 fucking years, and it's like I've never not been like this. It's insufferable. I don't know how my wife puts up with it, right? I would imagine
64 people in here right now. Shout out to everybody. This is the second time that we've breached the 60s. Welcome. Oh, I bet the person brought up Obama as proof. Exactly. Yeah. For the president. President of the United States.
I would have voted for him twice.
Also, it is funny because Obama is as much white as he is black.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, like, was he even like raised with his dad? I think he was just raised with his mom, right?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't want to talk about his like cultural identity.
His mom was like a Fed and shit.
In terms like of his. Yeah.
I would have voted for him a third time. You've seen Get Out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the dad. He's like, I would have voted for him.
I saw Get Out in the theaters. I'm very not racist. Okay.
Yo, did you see Nope yet?
No, I'm racist.
Dog, it's so good.
I failed my anti-racism, but I haven't seen that one yet. I'm sorry.
All right, yeah, we read this one. All right.
Marx's positionality takes on some importance in yet another respect. While he was in a certain sense marginalized in Britain, from the beginning he refused to isolate himself within the German exile community. Instead, Marx became part of British society, keeping in contact with Chartists and other labor activists. He not only wrote in English for the Tribune, but was also the author of a number of manifestos and addresses on the part of the International by the 1860s. Marx's life exemplified his ideal of internationalism, for by the end he was neither German nor British, but a European or even a global intellectual. It was from cosmopolitan London, the center of industry and empire, that he forged his mature critique of capital. To be sure, Marx's lifelong intellectual projects centered on the critique of political economy, on the elaboration of a model of the structure of modern capitalist society, and of the potential for its positive transformation through the movement for self-emancipation of the modern working class. In this book, however, I will be arguing that his writings on nationalism, ethnicity, and non-Western societies constituted an important, albeit neglected, part of the effort.
This is what a Chartist is, by the way.
Yeah, I was actually curious about that. What is
a chartist is a trader who employs technical analyses in their trading and research by examining price charts and graphs. Chartists look for price patterns and trends based on historical performance to identify signals based on market sentiment and psychology. So basically, this dude is just like hanging out with like English fucking stock traders or whatever. It's no wonder that he had like racism. It's like, who else is going to be like more racist than like, you know, basically a stockbroker in England in like, you know, the 1830s? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
And even I think that probably if you asked Marx in his own mind, he would probably say at that time, you're like, yeah, I'm not racist, dude. I'm not racist. It's just that Europe has to civilize these places.
Yeah. Just like Larry David, you know, just think of it like Larry David answering that question. You're like, come on, what have I done that sounds racist? not going out there being like, oh, you know, they need to. Oh wait, he kind of was. Yeah. Never mind. All right. So in 1848, Marx and Engels refer briefly to colonialism in the Communist Manifesto, pointing to the rise of the capitalist world market that draws all, even the most barbarian nations, into civilization. Further,
this is actually the intro to the first chapter, though. We finished the introduction that kind of lays out what everything's going to be in this book, and now we're actually into the first chapter. So this is the opening of the first chapter. I'm sorry.
It goes says, I mean, white dude writing manifestos, not a good sign.
It's kind of sketch. I'm just sus. It's a little sus. I'm just going to take that out.
Spends all his time indoors, doesn't really do anything outside, you know? They literally traded stocks on the chattel slave trade as an so then, yeah, no, it's, there's no question in my mind that, like, the people he was hanging out with definitely informed a lot of his opinions about things.
Not only that, academia in general, this was the default. Like, this was not some, like, unenlightened specific sector of European society. This was the dominant, the default view of the world in European society. Anyone that departed from that Eurocentric white supremacist worldview was radical. This was what was taught in schools. This is what was taught in academia. This was the predominant view of the world. So it's not even like just this one problematic sector. It was all of it. All of Western European society was like this.
Well, I really hate this. The Irish weren't considered white intellectuals and really exposed to the ignorance of racism when it comes to race. Well, I mean, Baldwin, there really actually was a time where the Irish weren't considered, you know, white. You can even read Gerald Horne, you know, the counter-revolution of 1776. He discusses it at length, where it's just like they weren't considered, you know, English. They weren't considered, you know, whiteness was still like a thing being constructed. I think at some point we should definitely probably check out this book. It's a little bit off from like what we normally talk about. I mean, you want to talk about something that's going to be like, it's only like 400 something pages. This book, The Invention of Race in the European Middle Ages, goes into that like pretty hard. Not white is not a cat. Look, here's the thing, and I've talked about this before, and I'm going to leave it at this, and then we're going to, you know, read the rest of this slide. Whiteness, right? Race is a social construct, right? Right. So constructs, social constructs, they're not like real per se, right? Right. But the effects of those social constructs, right, are real.
Are we frozen on Twitch?
I don't know. Are we?
Is that just me?
I don't have Twitch open.
Can you guys?
Looks fine on OBS. All right, are we good?
All right.
Okay, all right. So, like, while race may not be real, you know, racism is real, right? And whiteness, right, at the top of this racism pyramid, right, is one of the only social constructs that is able to ebb and flow like a tide, right? That there are people, right? Oh, wait, am I like losing chat? You were frozen for a sec?
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? I think, is it because I slammed the book down on my desk?
Little left, but we're all
okay,
good. We're good.
Right, we're all good now. Okay. So whiteness is able to ebb and flow like a tide, right? That there are some people, right, like Italians that were once not white, right, but are now considered white. Even, Jewish people, especially from Eastern Europe, were at one point not considered white, but, largely are now, right? Slavic people were once considered white, but now are not, depending on like which kind of, area of like the Slavic community you're from. It's not like, a permanent thing. You know what I mean? Am I making sense, Pat?
You are, but also Baldwin Ghost said that this isn't remotely my point, but go on.
But my point is that, like, the Irish, like, not being white at one point, like, is fairly accurate in the construction of race in America.
I'm gonna tattle on myself right now because I've already been tattling on myself quite a bit.
Okay.
Sam said that infamous sign that said "No dogs, no blacks, no Irish." It's like from the early 1900s. Right. That used to be my cover photo on my Facebook.
Christ. All right. So the bourgeoisie, by the rapid improvement of all instruments of production.
And this is Marx here. This is from the Communist Manifesto.
Yes.
This is a quote from the Communist Manifesto that we're reading.
Yes. This is a quote from the Communist Manifesto. The bourgeoisie, by the rapid improvement of all instruments of production, by the immensely facilitated means of communication, draws all, even the most barbarian nations, into civilization. The cheap prices of its commodities are the heavy artillery with which it batters down all Chinese walls, with which it forces the barbarians' intensely obstinate hatred of the foreigners to capitulate. It compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, i.e., to become bourgeois themselves. In one word, it creates a world after its own image.
So, a lot of problematic descriptions here.
Tons, man. Even when I was a Trotskyist reading this shit for the first time in like a reading group, I was like, yo, what the fuck is he talking about?
So I would say that there's actually a lot of things that I would probably agree with here, just kind of like that, like the way that it compels nations through like hegemony, through the pain of extinction to adopt the bourgeois, like it forces this on them and it creates a world of its own image. Like that's good. But what's the problem is to just throwing around this thing like the most barbarian of, you know what I mean? Like
battering down the Chinese walls.
Yeah, exactly. Which forces the barbarians' intensely obstinate hatred of foragers. You know what I mean? Like these are like the fucking very like. There's a way to talk about this dynamic of capitalism, the capitalist mode of production,
right?
Just exerting itself throughout the globe and demanding a world in its own image, and doing so chauvinistically at the expense of these other cultures. There's definitely a very unproblematic way to talk about that, but Marx does not take that route here.
No, not at all. He not explicitly, but it's the implication that like the superiority, right, of the bourgeois mode of production, right, is superior to, right, these other nations, these barbarians with, implied like, primitiveness.
Yeah, primitive-y. I don't know.
It's tongue-in-cheek, but you still are right. It wouldn't fly. Absolutely not. Like, but there are still people that talk like this.
Mm-hmm. Well, even if they don't say barbarian or something like that, there is a Anglo-centric white supremacist view of the world, and even though you don't call them barbarians or something like that, there is like a paternalistic view when anyone from like the imperial core, when people in the material core discuss the global south.
I'll give you the perfect example, okay? Syria, which is literally in the Mediterranean, Syria, right? It was like one of like the areas of like the cradle of civilization, right? Has been bombed, has been embargoed, has been sanctioned, has had its cities torn asunder, right? Are not considered white, and in the popular imagination are considered Middle Eastern, Arab, not white, right? Yeah. Even though like there is culturally little difference between like, even
Italian or a Greek and a Syrian.
Turkish or even is another example. Meanwhile, like, when the war broke out in the Ukraine, right? We had a number of newscasters, Yeah, the Ukraine. Talking about how, like, you know, oh, this kind of thing doesn't happen here. You know, it's the implication that, like, you know,
These are white people.
Yeah, they have blonde hair and blue eyes. This doesn't
Yemen
happen here. Yeah,
is barely a footnote.
Right.
Yemen.
Right.
We don't shed a tear for Yemen in the U.S. media.
no.
Ukraine,
We get angry over peace talks with Yemen.
Now white people are now. Oh, it's come to the doorstep of white people. It's like the
Right.
the opioid epidemic and shit like that.
Right. Or like January 6th, where, like, you know, people were like, this kind of thing happens, you know, in South America or Central America. This kind of thing doesn't happen here.
Yeah. Plans. Unfortunately, they didn't have Edward Said back then. We'll be getting into Edward Said in just a couple pages here. We will be talking about Mr. Said and his contribution to colonial theory.
Wait, Plants is in chat?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, shit.
You've read their comments.
Have I? Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Damn. Oh, yeah. No, half the time I'm, like, barely reading the names. Don't blame me.
There's also plenty of people calling Ukrainians almost white.
Not the English, though.
Yeah.
I gotta use the bathroom real quick if you want to read the slide.
All right, I'm just going to read. Do you want me to read this or wait?
Yeah, just read.
Okay. So I'm going to read this while Johnny goes to the bathroom real quick. Except for the qualifier, what it calls before the word civilization, the above discussion, a reference to the East before moving back to European developments, seems, one, to view Western colonial incursions into Asia, including England's notorious First Opium War against China of 1839 to 1842, as on the whole progressive and beneficial. And two, to assume that the rest of the world would sooner or later follow in the footsteps of the more industrially advanced Western European nations. So at this point, during this writing, which is the Communist Manifesto, which is the most widely regarded work of Marx, almost erroneously in the way that it's exalted and associated with Marx, as we'll learn later as this chapter progresses. But during this time, he is fixated on the idea that as capitalism has progressed in Western Europe, that this is the destiny of the rest of the world. And there will be something more positive on the other end of capitalism, but everywhere in the world needs to get to this level of industrialization before that can be reached. So there can be a positive, a silver lining to these colonial expansions. Like, yes, they're doing these things in India and China and the Opium War, but, you know, this will show these barbarian, backward societies how to industrialize. And then once that happens, then they can have a proletariat, then they can have a revolution. This is hinged upon by Marx at this time strictly and with no deviation. Now, this is the qualifier that they're talking, what it calls civilization, lends a little bit of credence that he's not saying that they needed civilization, that they're saying that this juggernaut of European colonialism, of what it purports to be civilization, but that does not, like, you know, wipe clean the slate of all the barbarism and things like that he was alleging.
Right. And Baldwin's Ghost, I know what you're getting at, right? And we kind of covered that when we were doing Gerald Horne's book. You know, the one of the chapters talked about, like, the racial construction of America and its differences to the Spanish construction of race in their colony in Florida, right? And how, like, the Irish, right, they were only considered white here, right? But in England they were not.
Right. But I would say even a white person, an Irish person's plight in Britain was in no way ever at any point worse than a black person's plight in the pre-colonial, colonial, post-colonial United States.
Right. Or
it is because of that visible difference of being black.
Right. And not the, like, invisible one of, like, being Catholic or
exactly.
You know, or the linguistic one of just having, like, you know,
a either slightly different accent
or language for that matter.
Right. So yeah,
the bourgeoisie.
I agree with both sides, actually.
Yeah. No, I see what like Baldwin's getting at. Is it like
absolutely.
to say that there was no like what's the word, animosity towards the Irish like at any point is like a little
course,
it's a little.
And those signs were real, where it said no Irish, no blacks, no dogs. And a young person like me, when I was 19 years old, desperately wanting to marginalize myself, even though I was extremely privileged, would be like, see, look, this is my Facebook cover photo now, because like, you know what I mean? Like, I am from some kind of marginalized class also. Maybe I didn't put it forward that extremely, but that's the underlying motivation for doing something like that. And that's the underlying motivation of why people bring that up so often, is because there's people of privilege that desperately want to marginalize themselves.
Right. And there's a lot of people that mistake what that privilege actually is, and it's not like the absence of struggle. It's the absence of extra struggle.
We had roots. You had
fuck.
Fuck.
Oh, Bernadette Devlin, hell yeah. The bourgeoisie has not only uprooted the pre-modern order, however, it has also built a new society in its place. It has been the first to show what the activity of human beings can bring about. It has accomplished wonders far surpassing Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals. Further, it has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together. As is well known, these opening paragraphs of the manifesto are followed by a far less flattering portrait of capitalism, one in which its inner contradictions pull it apart. First, by way of economic crises, which Marx and Engels viewed as endemic to this particular social system, and second, from the revolt of labor against the alienating and exploitative conditions of modern production.
So 2 things here that I want to say. This language pretty much being like this project of capitalism, this shift into capitalism, has done more good has accomplished more for America, or I almost said America. Oh my God! See, that's my American exceptionalism that is just burrowed into my brain. That that has given the world greater accomplishments than Egypt and Romans and the Gothic cathedrals, and that it has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together. The second portion of that is true. Productive forces, yes, but I think you could maybe argue about the what great things human beings can be about and how you value things. But regardless, this is why Marx is saying that this is the greatest shit. Like, it's flawed and it's going to fall apart, and that we're going to have this thing on the other side of it. But this is why this is so important. These productive capacities need to be realized across the globe. Then we can move forward. So this is how he justifies, like, yeah, man, they're going to be beating down the walls of the Chinese, but they're barbarians, and this progressivism will be great. And is there another quote in there? No. Okay. And then secondly, the other thing I want to bring about is that not to eviscerate all the problematic undertones of that entire frame of thinking, but it is also to consider that you're writing a book. You may be trying to be a little bit rhetorical, in the sense that you're doing this thing where you're really priming everybody. You're really building everyone up and being like, wow, capitalism, it's the greatest fucking thing. Look at all this fucking stuff it done, right before you tear it the fuck down. Like, could it be that was maybe embellished a little bit as a rhetorical strategy for like unloading the actual communist part of it? Perhaps. I don't know. I wouldn't, say that necessarily excuses any of the language, but there is a chance that could be as a rhetorical strategy. I think you're muted.
Who is he writing the Communist Manifesto for? You know what I mean? Like, he's not writing it for people that, like, are exactly the most enlightened people, right? He's writing it to kind of tug at the heartstrings of people that, like, have probably a very narrow conception of the world and a narrow conception of, like, what development is.
In 1850, he's probably trying to get this in the hands of factory workers, and he's lucky if they can read.
Yeah, right. like not even just like the like you said, the fact that they are illiterate, but like, the fact that they would be educated on like Roman aqueducts, Gothic cathedrals, and like where the fuck Egypt is on a map, right? Let alone what he's talking about when he says like the pyramids, unless like, there's like a children's story about like, the Roman, or not Roman, the Egyptian pharaohs or something.
Eurocentrism. Yes. You mean the Romans? What I'm thinking of a civilization that did something great.
My
the Romans,
point.
that's the Romans.
But like, not just the fact that like who is he writing this to, but like just the conception of like, what he is going to see as development, right? Like what like people existing within this European quote unquote like worldview are going to see as development. They're going to see like building, towering buildings as development. They're going to see factories and like the mass production of textiles as development. They're going to see all of these things, right, that aren't necessarily, they're like outside of like societal development, right, for any kind of good or common good. They are development for the sake of accumulating capital, right? And I think that we're going to see that, kind of light bulb go off in his head, as we get further into this chapter.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if it's necessarily a light bulb moment as much as it's kind of like there's what he says in the manifesto and then things that he says that are markedly different. That either signifies a progression or just like a difference in rhetoric.
Right. This is you, right?
Yeah. So, therefore, Marx and Engels' praises for Western colonialism's conquest in Asia in the manifesto can be seen as part of their overall sketch of the achievements of capitalism in Western Europe and North America, a sketch that is followed by a withering critique. However, while they revisit these capitalistic achievements inside Western Europe and North America, showing their contradictions, they do not do so with regard to Western colonialism in Asia. This suggests at this time, Marx held to an implicitly unilinear model of development according to which non-Western societies would, as they were swept into the world capitalist system, soon develop similar contradiction to those of the already industrializing countries. This model was only implicit because he gave little specific attention to non-Western societies in this period. So this is just showing more of the Eurocentric worldview, that this is, one of the greatest achievements and productive forces in the world, and it's all happening in Western Europe. So, this is what maybe even chauvinistically must be thrust upon the global South through colonialism. Like as a means to an end, almost like accelerationist in a way.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry to hear that, Lennon. I hope your power comes back on soon. I don't know how the hell. Oh, it's Iowa. Never mind. But I hope you stay safe, and hope your power isn't out for long. Plan says this is actually a wrong prediction Marx made, where he thought Europe would have the first socialist revolutions. We know now the Europeans are the worst at Marxism. So it's interesting that you say that, Plants, because this book has some. I don't know. You've probably already read it, so you already know that, like, he actually later in life, I think through his writings at the New York Tribune, right, talks about that prediction specifically. I'm not going to spoil it. You're going to have to stick around and find out, chat.
Yeah, but I mean, we all know that there was like a time. So there's an interesting IQ I squared debate where they talk about, was Marx right? And they talk about that, like, capitalism as Marx saw it in that day did die. They didn't think that there were, at that time, there wasn't the existence of these like appendages, or not the appendages, like bandages that would be placed upon capitalism further and further, and the exploit and the exportation of all of the woes of Western capitalism being kind of transported into the third world in the way that it was. So I don't know. I don't want to retake that. I would have to read more about that, but
right. I mean, like, you're not wrong. Like, I don't think Marx could have seen anything like Keynesianism,
Exactly.
come to pass.
Capitalism, as Marx saw it in the 1850s, died.
Right.
It was unsustainable.
Right.
And I don't think he thought that they could or would make the concessions that they did to keep it alive as long as they have. But it did not stay alive in the form that he knew it as.
Right. I don't think Marx really could imagine the dark heart of man to keep, or at least like a small minority of people willing to keep a thing like capitalism alive and feasting.
Yes.
So, after Marx's move to London in 1849, this gap in his worldview would begin to disappear, and from 1853 onwards, he would devote a considerable amount of his intellectual efforts to the study of such major non-Western societies as India, Indonesia, China, and Russia, while also taking up revolutionary nationalism in Ireland and Poland, as well as the dialectics of race and class in the United States. In this chapter, I will examine his writings in the 1850s on India, Indonesia, and China. Here and elsewhere, I will point to changes and developments in Marx's thinking. In so doing, I will be challenging interpretations such as those of Shlomo Avineri, who writes in the introduction to his edition of Marx's writings on colonialism, the general tone of Marx's views on the non-European world is set in the Communist Manifesto. And like we said earlier, the Communist Manifesto is one of his earliest works with Engels. I think it was his first work that he did with Engels, if I'm not mistaken. And also, it's a pamphlet written for, like, a union meeting of, like, factory workers and stuff. So it's just, like, I wouldn't exactly want to use, like, my first year essay, at public university for me to, yeah, that's the work I'm going to stand by, and that's the work that's going to be my fucking legacy for, the next 30 to 40 years of my life.
Right. And I mean, that last line is like what a lot of this chapter is hinged on, that there is so Marx is inextricably chained to the manifesto. Even the most illiterate, politically illiterate individuals will have a unceasing relation between Marx and the Communist Manifesto. But if you talk to many Marxists, I would assume if you went up to a lot of sincere Marxists and were like, hey, I'm interested in Marx, what should I read? I don't think many of them would even say the Communist Manifesto. I mean, right. I don't think that it's necessarily even required reading for a Marxist, in my opinion.
Same, honestly.
But and this is the tone of many intellectuals and academics also, is that many of Marx's views start and stop with the Communist Manifesto. And that is kind of what we're combating here, is that Marx's view of the non-European world, which we already have discussed was abhorrent at this time, right, is set in the Communist Manifesto. And that's what we're going to disprove at this point by going into some of his later works.
I do not put it first because, as an intro, I would say maybe what the hell is it? The principles of communism or something, but that's not even Marx. That's Engels. Yeah. I would say that is actually a better intro than the manifesto even.
But also, I would even say that I would assume most people read it already. It's so common for somebody to leaf through the Communist Manifesto at some point in their life that it's not even like something that, like, if someone's coming and asking for a suggestion, you assume they already know about that. It's not some like dusty tome that they've never heard about. Like what? Like the Communist Manifesto is so mainstream in maybe not in its actual interpretation, but at least just in the knowledge of it existing.
Right.
So it's like, if you ask me for a suggestion, I wouldn't even think that surface level because I assume you've already heard about that.
Right. So Baldwin's Ghost, it's interesting that you say that. That was my treadmill, not me. It's interesting that you say that because the Irish, for example, while being colonized by the British in Ireland in the British Caribbean colonies, they could own plantations and slaves. We discussed through Gerald Horne's work, The Counter-Revolution of 1776, that they had a number of slave revolts within the Caribbean and even within the U.S. colonies, right? Because the slave population outnumbered vastly the population of non-slaves, right? And the only way to make it attractive, right, for more white people to come to these Caribbean colonies or the U.S. colonies was to, grant them some kind of societal leg up, right, and some kind of societal reward for coming to these colonies.
Yeah, like you're always going to be a second-class citizen if you stay in England, but you can own a goddamn plantation. You can be you can be a first-class citizen, and you can oppress other people. We'll give you some land in Jamaica if you want to head down there. And it's like, all right.
Right, exactly. So which are you going to take? Are you going to take being starved to death, and having most of your food actually exported, to England from the countries that you're living in? Or are you going to take up the offer?
You want to be the oppressor.
Yeah, exactly. And, sadly, most people are willing to make the latter decision. Mm-hmm. So let's move on.
Okay, yeah. I think this is me now.
Yep.
So now we're moving into his writings on India. That was like the chapter intro that was kind of talking about what this chapter is going to be about. Now we're getting into one of the sub-chapters, which is his 1853 writings on India. And I know we said that his views are going to evolve, but hold your horses because they're not great yet. So Marx's first substantial publication on a non-Western society, The British Rule in India, appeared in the Tribune on June 25th, 1953. In it, he compares India's divisions along geographic lines to those of Italy and its victimization by British conquerors to that of Ireland. Referring to the many invasions of India, he concludes, there cannot, however, remain any doubt but that the misery inflicted by the British on Hindustan is of essentially different and infinitely more intensive kind than all Hindustan had to suffer before. Citing Raffles on Java, Marx argues that the latter's devastating description of the greed and exploitativeness of the Dutch East India Company could also be applied to what happened in India under the British East India Company.
Right.
There's going to be more on all that later.
Right.
This too, actually, Hindustan, I think, is actually the main thing that even today that many people in India refer to what the Indian subcontinent is.
Really?
Hindustan. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. But yeah, go forward because I think they really have to
Yeah, we're slacking.
I probably could have cut that slide.
Don't worry about it. It's too late. Unlike previous conquerors, who were soon absorbed by Indian civilization, Marx writes that the British were for the first time going below its surface, for England has broken down the entire framework of Indian society. Before the British conquest, India's overall social structure remained unaltered since its remotest antiquity. Britain destroyed the traditional Indian economy and social structure mainly by the working of English steam and English free trade, which displaced the traditional textile industry and inundated the very mother country of cotton with cottons. The British have thus produced the greatest and, to speak the truth, the only social revolution ever heard of in Asia. The Indian historian Bipin Chandra suggests that in 1853, Marx was working with the theoretical assumptions that capitalism would create a mirror image in the colony, a position he later abandoned.
One great thing in this book is that for a lot of these takes, it seems that Kevin Anderson has utilized historians of the perspective of the specific regions that are being discussed, who are not only historians in the region, but also Marxists or Marx historians, which is really interesting because then he can kind of throw in here, in Indian historians' perspective, that does state here that, Marx believed that through capitalism, European nations would colonize and create a mirror image, as opposed to a private fiefdom which they could exploit relentlessly, immiserate to the point of extinction, or all the things that we know now comes from these forms of capitalist colonization. He maybe had a more rosy idea of colonization at that time, that this would be some type of a advancing project that would lead to a European style society in India, which we know is certainly not the case.
Right.
But he also went as far to say that this was the greatest and truthfully the only social revolution ever heard of in Asia, which on its face sounds ridiculous, and I believe it is.
Yes.
I'm trying, I'm sure there's some examples I could rattle off. Yeah, Baldwin's goes free trade, huh? It's like you could take this quote and put it in a libertarian group, and they would, and put. I
like this Marx guy.
Exactly. Yeah. But this is the Marx that we're working with at this time.
Right.
In 1853, this is the ideas that Marx had. Now, even this Indian historian ends it by saying, oh, no, never mind. He didn't say that. The author added that. Kevin Anderson added a position he later abandoned. So that is foreshadowing to what we were talking about, that just because Marx purports this at this time, it is not the end of Marx's view of India or other non-Western.
It's not the last of his racisms. Which, by the way, you know, you gotta also remember, like, there's a real, like, huge gap in, like, where is he even going to be getting, like, you know, a thorough history of India or Indonesia or China.
That's kind of what I was putting out, was that, you know, in European society in the 1850s, white supremacism and Eurocentrism were the dominant, like, to anything that was not part of that, it was severely fringe. So if you walk into the fucking library, what you're getting is absolutely that. Almost every text, if you go to a higher learning institution, this was the language of the academics at the time. This was not like some kind of like racist fringe of society or something like that, as it kind of is today in a way, where outspoken racism and white supremacy exists kind of in a fringe. This was just the dominant mode of thinking at the time that Marx was a part of.
Yeah, today we try to keep that shit cloaked, or just so many layers
We
of
keep it
research.
implicit. There's a lot of plausible deniability with our white supremacism today, okay?
Yeah. It is in this article that Marx also begins to sketch a concept of Oriental despotism, which he applies to a broad range of societies, among them China, ancient Egypt, Persia, and Mesopotamia. There have been in Asia generally from immemorial times but three departments of government: that of finance, or the plunder of the interior; that of war, or the plunder of the exterior; and finally, the Department of Public Works. I guess there's no Department of Private Works to follow that up with. The economic basis of this despotism was the need for large-scale irrigation works. He adds that the British, however, unlike previous conquerors of India, have neglected entirely the responsibility to construct public works, resulting in the deterioration of an agriculture which is not capable of being conducted on the British principle of free competition.
This is another glaring racism of Marx, is this concept of Oriental despotism. Like the people of, quote unquote, the Orient are, like, you know, inclined towards despotism in this way. So yeah, this is another example of Marx's very problematic view on non-Western civilizations. So besides public works, the second economic foundation of this pre-British Oriental despotism, with its strong centralized state, was to be found in the social structures of the Indian village. We must not forget that these idyllic village communities, inoffensive as they may be, kind of this like noble savage type of thing, like, you know, they're so primitive and quaint in a way, they're so inoffensive as though they may appear, had always been the solid foundation of Oriental despotism. Again, using material provided by Raffles, who we'll get into more later, Marx argues that the economically self-sufficient Indian village system had from remotest times continued basically unaltered in the face of numerous conquests and changes of rulers at the top. This resulted in a stagnatory and vegetative life. As Averini notes, stagnation in this context is for Marx not a mere economic and technological designation, but an anthropological determination, which is worse. In case anybody was curious about that, that is a lot worse. If man's creative ability is his distinctive trait, then stagnation is the worst adjective that may be attributed to any society. Despite their many beautiful features, again, noble, savage, quaint primitivism, Marx adds, these little communities were contaminated by distinctions of caste and by slavery. So there's just so much, like...
There's a lot to unpack here. Just
belittling of non-Western societies in here. It's absolutely paternalistic. It's rife with, like, noble, savage fallacies. It's just like, you know, these calling the people themselves stagnatory, not their economic system, because we can talk about economic stagnation. Everybody goes through economic stagnation and stagflation and all that stuff. But calling a people, like the ingenuitive drive of people, as stagnant is incredibly racist, especially in a place like India. Actually, I can't say especially, because that means that there's other places where it would be more apt, and that's not the case. But I'm saying India was a powerhouse at this time. It's very strange that he would say this about India.
I forget where I read this, but like the colonization of India is like the largest like thieving of wealth, right? In history, in like human history.
Yeah, read Thashi Tharoor's how Inglorious Empire, what the British did to what Britain did to India. Jesus. Plants. The British changed India's traditional agriculture to cater to their consumer markets. As I remember, they made a lot of India grow tea for export. Yeah, it's a funny thing is that tea is something that was brought. That was really, there is some tea that grows in India, but at the time it wasn't even discovered. Right. This had a lot to do with the relationship between India and China. They wanted the tea from China, and India is one of the largest tea drinking nations in the world right now, and it's not even indigenous there. So they were growing opium in India to sell to China so that they could get tea from China, and bring it to England, but also to India.
Right. Are we on this one or the next one?
No, this is the one that I just read. Okay. But we're just beating Marx down at this point.
Yeah,
I didn't pull a single punch. Any one of these passages that has Marx being racist, I kept it all in there.
Good.
Like I pulled no punches to make Marx look good.
Don't. Instead of elevating man and developing a humanist perspective, he writes that in the traditional Indian village system, they transformed a self-developing social state into never-changing natural destiny, and thus brought about a brutalizing worship of nature, exhibiting its degradation in the fact that man, the sovereign of nature, fell down on his knees in adoration of Hanuman, the monkey, and Sabala, the cow. Marx concludes that in his article by quoting a stanza from Goethe's West Eastern Diwan, a long poem in the Turkic conqueror Timur, had carried out an infamous massacre of the population of Delhi in 1398. Should this torture then torment us, since it brings us greater pleasure? Were not through the rule of Timur, souls devoured without measure? I completely fucked up that entire stanza, but it's interesting that, like, you know, he has this idea of like a stagnant culture, right, or a stagnant people. But it's like, dog, India is like one of like the 5 cradles of civilization. This is like some of like the oldest fucking society like in the world.
Yeah, but this is what he's saying, and I'm sorry, I know you just read it, but I just want to put it all home.
No, go for it.
They transformed a self-developing social state into a never-changing natural destiny, and thus brought about a brutalizing worship of nature, exhibiting its degradation in the fact that man, the sovereign of nature, fell down on his knees in adoration of Hanuman the monkey and Sabala the cow. Now, this is, in my opinion, when I read Marx extolling man as the sovereign of nature, I see someone that is like hashing out this concept of materialism very, very strictly in his mind. And he is at this point just like such an ardent materialist with probably a lot of cognitive dissonance in this new thing that he is like materialism, that when he sees a culture that is like more like idealistic with nature and things like that, he looks at that as an affront to his materialist view of the world and how his materialist advancement of civilization. So, you know, while it might not just be like these, no, it absolutely is that, but this is like more, I think this is very much influenced by his materialist outlook. So also it's just important to say as well, he put a quote from Goethe. It's like Goethe is actually how they say it. Goethe or something like that.
Dog, I don't give a shit, man. It's Goethe.
Yeah, Goethe, you know, in this poem by a Turkic conqueror,
right?
Timur, who actually massacred the population of Delhi in 1398, which goes, should this torture then torment us, since it brings us greater pleasure? We're not through the rule of Timur souls devoured without measure. So go forward. I think we have a little.
Oh,
This
that's
is
it.
this is Goethe. He was a German poet, playwright, novelist, scientist, statesman, theater director, and critic. His works include plays, poetry, literature, and aesthetic criticism, as well as treatises on botany, anatomy, and color. He is widely regarded as the greatest and most influential writer in the German language. His work having a profound and wide-ranging influence on Western literacy, literary, political, and philosophical thought from the late 18th century to the present day. So,
Are
it
plants
is not-
fighting with colors and they need a treaty signed to like have peace between them or something?
What?
It says treaties on botany, anatomy, and color. They're like plants fighting with like, body parts and colors.
Oh, I'm not sure. I think it's like he wrote about those things.
All right, whatever.
So it's not very surprising that this person would be influential in Marx during this period. He was extremely
Oh.
they're different. They're like essays. So can you read the next one real quick? I'm just gonna go grab something.
Yeah, I can read it. With a mouthful of burrito. Give me one second. I promise. Marx's article, The British Rule in India, especially the notion on the concluding stanza from Goethe of suffering in India, bringing in the end greater pleasure, that his progress has sparked some scathing criticisms, most notably in Edward Said's classic Orientalism. Though Marx's humanity, his sympathy for the misery of the people, are clearly engaged, as he describes the destructiveness of British colonialism, Said holds, in the end, it is the romantic Orientalist vision that wins out. Moreover, writes Said, Marx puts forward the ideal of regenerating a fundamentally lifeless Asia by way of British colonialism.
So, in my opinion, this is like required reading. Edward Said's Orientalism. Edward Said is not a Marxist. He has scathing critiques of Marx as someone who puts forth this Orientalist way of thinking. We're gonna watch a video in a second on Orientalism because I don't think I'm great at explaining it, but in a nutshell, what Orientalism is this way of thinking that kind of like stands as like a parody of Oriental culture, which the Orient in and of itself is a little bit of a erroneous way to view a certain culture because there's many cultures within it. But as people wrote about the Orient and this way of thinking and the way that culture was there, this started to exist as a parody. And this parody influenced the minds of people in Europe so that they believed that this parody of Middle Eastern and Asian culture was the actual culture that they had. And it was this frame of thinking that has influenced European academics into this very day. This very parodized view of...
It's like... It's like when people think in the popular imagination, right, of the Middle East that, like, it's all sepia-toned deserts, camels, and, like, goat herders and shit. When it's like, no, dude, they got, like, cities as modern as Denver, Colorado, right in the mountains, dog.
So, and Goethe is one of the main targets of Said for putting forth this Orientalist narrative, one that has influenced Marx, as Said puts it out there. So if you go forward, I believe that we will... there's a quick video that I wanted to watch on Said just so we know who he is because I think he's so important.
This lecture is about Edward Said and his book, Orientalism. I'm D. Elizabeth Glasgow, and I'm your lecturer for this series. So first, let's talk a little bit about who was Edward Said. Edward Said was one of the most important cultural critics of the late 20th century. He was a Palestinian American academic and political activist, and he really pioneered the study of how empires, groups of countries that are ruled over by one state, how they developed and functioned. Said's work was so important that he is widely considered to have founded the area of study called post-colonial theory. Post-colonial studies tries to understand how and why colonized countries developed the way they did in a post-colonial era. Said was born in 1935 in the British Mandate of Palestine. His mother was Palestinian and his father was Palestinian American. Said grew up in Jerusalem and then Cairo, where his family headed in the aftermath of the 1948 Arab Israeli War. Said was educated mainly
The
at top
Arab-Israeli
British and
War.
American schools, but things didn't go smoothly. After he was expelled from Egypt's Victoria College in 1951, Said was sent to an elite boarding school in Massachusetts in the United States. Despite being very unhappy there, Said's intelligence was very prominent and he moved on to study at prestigious Princeton University before gaining his PhD in English
Very good.
literature from Harvard University in 1964. By that time, he was already starting as an academic at Columbia University in the Department of English and Comparative Literature. So Said's Middle Eastern background and status as an exile really set him apart from his colleagues. Western universities at that time were not multicultural, and Said stood out for being both Arab and foreign. His elite U.S. private education meant, however, that he was both an outsider and an insider, which gave him a different intellectual perspective from his colleagues. While he clearly had a great respect for books he studied, even when he was criticizing them, Said was able to look at Western literature and its links to imperial, political, and economic realities with a different eye. Said spent his entire career at Columbia University from 1963 until he died in 2003. His main achievement was promoting and establishing colonialism as an area of study in the humanities. His book, published in 1978, Orientalism, explores the impact of colonialism and Western perceptions of countries that have been colonized. Said explored similar themes in later books, like Culture and Imperialism and Covering Islam. Said became professor of English and comparative literature in 1991, and he played a very big part in shaping post colonial scholarship at Columbia University. That university is still home today to a large number of post colonial academics.
Well,
So, what does Orientalism say?
until they terminated Cornell West
Oh
for
shit.
speaking of the plight of Palestinians. But do go on.
Said's book, Orientalism, is a critique of modern European colonialism. The book argues that colonialism was not only a system of political rule, but also was an all around worldview that simply believed the West was superior to the East. Said examined scholarly debates about Near Eastern cultures, especially those that were mainly Muslim. He then challenged common Western assumptions about these colonized societies. Because he was looking at academic debates, Said's work in Orientalism was designed to show that the academic world was closely connected to the system of political power. Said was seeking to prove that academics had, in effect, collaborated in the West's domination of the East.
I think that we've done a pretty good job covering that over the last couple months.
Yeah.
Said argued that European colonialism was really about taking advantage of colonized people's labor and their resources, while at the same time claiming that the Western colonial power was a savior, helping these societies to become more modern, like Europe. This was easier for the colonial power to do because it consistently categorized the Orient through the use of degrading stereotypes. This was Said's main argument. Said wrote that this colonialist thinking did not go away when colonial rule ended in the early 20th century, but that it continued in different forms. Now, this was made easier when the United States emerged as a huge global power and according to Said, showed a clearly Orientalist view of the world. Said wanted academics and society to admit that racist, colonialist ideas had been supported by Western academic thinking
No, I
and
won't
that
admit
the
it.
one depended on the other.
Well,
We won't do it.
we used to feel that way.
We won't admit that.
What's that? The bit from fucking I Think You Should Leave. Like, I used to be a piece of shit,
Yeah.
not anymore.
His ideas
you
were
just admit it?"
controversial for sure.
Can you just admit it? And they're like, no.
That hair slicks back real nice.
But there is no doubt that these ideas have helped to change the way colonialism is understood now. So, why does Orientalism matter? Orientalism is a very important book that has had a wide influence, both in the university and in politics. It is a key text in postcolonial studies and was considered revolutionary when it first appeared in 1978. Said showed how academic writing can be deeply connected to the politics and workings of colonialism, and how the one fed the other in order to justify the West's self imposed status as a superior culture. According to Said, colonialism wasn't just the act of colonizing a particular place, it was an all encompassing way of understanding the world. Orientalism laid out its arguments in an interdisciplinary way, breaking down boundaries between academic disciplines. In setting out his arguments, Said covered everything from painting and literature to travel and politics. In this way, the book influenced many areas of study across the humanities and social sciences. As
That kind of reminds me of Michael Parenti in Inventing Reality, talking about how capitalism isn't just like, stop at like a factory or a job or, at like the stock market or the economy, and that it creates a culture and that it is recreated within like, institutions and like,
Yeah.
the academy and everything else.
And then next thing you know, I'm 20 years old being like, I'm colorblind, man.
I don't see color,
Yeah,
bro.
bro, I'm not racist at all. How dare you say I'm racist?
I
You're the
don't-
real racist because I'm white and you're
I
saying
don't
that
care if
I
you're
have privilege.
I don't care if you're purple or green.
Real racism is you telling me I have white privilege. That's the real racism here.
Oh my god.
well as bringing a brand new perspective to studies
Oh,
of colonialism.
Yeah. And don't let me bring up that I've been to jail. You know what I mean? Because it's like,
Dude,
oh, is that my white privilege?
dude, the amount of people that I've met in recovery that are like,
I know.
you can't tell me I've been to prison.
I've made a lot of very poor decisions in my life that have nothing to do with my marginalized position in society. Thus, everything.
Dude, I've literally heard people say like, what they did to me in prison made me racist. Fuck.
You're black or Chinese, just as long as you're not Muslim. That's like the 2023 evolution of, or maybe like 2023 is like, no, it's not 2023 because now as long as you're like anti-gay, anti-trans,
Yeah.
you can be Muslim now.
Oh, yeah.
Like Muslim, yeah, like white people converting to Islam is now in vogue. Maybe like 2014, it was more like, you know what? We've come to terms that we'll accept black people, but we're just not into Muslims. Like it took getting through the 90s for like that to happen. I'm blacker than some of them.
I grew up poor. All right.
Said's book also challenged academics to look at their own ways of working. For these important reasons, Orientalism is still an extremely relevant book, and it continues to influence and direct scholarly work that looks to understand society and culture. I'm D. Elizabeth Glasgow. Thanks for watching.
This Wayne
like
Brady
it.
guy's all right.
That's Wade Brady. Oh man. Right. Well, and then you have something like Chappelle happening. where,
Oh
like,
my
now
God.
Dave Chappelle's comedy can be my guiding light towards race issues now. I don't have to read a book. I don't need to listen to anyone else. Dave Chappelle said this is okay. That's it.
I used to be like this, where like I thought George Carlin was like a philosopher, like a modern day philosopher that like I can examine the world like through his like fucking tight five. And like people that like want to think of like Dave Chappelle or like, you know, Tom Segura, right? Or Joe Rogan. As like, you know, nah, man, these are like modern day philosophers. They see the world for how it really is. It's like, no, you dumb, dense fuck. He's a fucking comedian. He's a millionaire, billionaire, whatever the fuck amount of money he has. He has more money than you will ever see in your entire life. And does not see the world like you do because you're a fucking idiot and you're poor. You're a brokey. Oh my God, same. I watched Jon Stewart like every fucking day throughout the Bush presidency, and my time would have been better spent staring at like a fucking wall being painted.
Orientalism, it's not the easiest book to read.
No.
I'll tell you that. It's not the easiest book to read, but I still think you should read it. Now, I am a advocate of Edward Said and his life's purpose and the things he stood for. But you know, this book will go on to kind of maybe not dispel the notion of Marx being Orientalist, because Marx certainly gave Said the ammunition for which to put him in that category. But maybe there was like a couple things that he did later in life that kind of brought him out of that category which he once inhabited.
Thank God.
Thank God Tim Dillon's out there putting his life on live and joining.
So, Pat has a new bookshelf, wants to know, does it cover the Balkans?
Orientalism? No.
Yeah. I'm sure you could apply it, you know? Like, I'm sure like we have this like pan-Slavic...
Yeah, I think you could apply the concept of Orientalism to a lot of different cultures that might not fall under the Orient, where whatever like the hegemonic power in the world that kind of like dictates culture will almost inevitably satirize, that's the word that I've been looking for, satirize certain distant cultures that aren't part of the hegemon, and then like perpetuate gross misinterpretations of them to the point where they're like commonly believed facts. And then that they will continue to be purported at like the highest level of academia, like the most esteemed intellectuals, not just like layman's individuals that don't know what they're talking about, but like people like Jordan Peterson or something like that. Someone that people look at as like, see, this is like the smartest guy in the world, I guess.
I promise you, I've never read a single Guattari or Deleuze book in my life. It's going to be easier to read than the anti-Oedipus. All right. I'm telling you right now because I cannot fucking stand postmodernism. But like, I think that like Edward Said is like a good, nice little slice of, you know, what do you call it? Like postmodern thought, but with like, you know, a lot more meat of anti-colonialism in it.
There's a lot of materialism in his text also. So let's continue into Mr. Said in this book. At first, Said continues, Marx will still be able to identify even a little with poor Asia. But after he was dispatched to Goethe as a source of wisdom on the Orient, the Orientalist labels took over, and a wash of sentiment therefore disappeared as it encountered the unshakable definitions built up by Orientalist science, supported by Oriental lore. An example, the Goethe Diwan poem that he put in. Said Avers, I don't know why that's not capitalized, in article for article, he returned with increasing conviction to the idea that even in destroying Asia, Britain was making possible there a real social revolution. Emphasis added. Similar to Averini, Said is arguing that Marx's perspectives on non-Western societies remained basically unchanged after this early period. So he's not saying that the author of this book is not saying that Marx never was in that compartment of Orientalist thinking. He was. He's making the claim that it did not remain unchanged from that point.
Well, and I think it's something to be said that, like, look at what his fucking sources for, you know, India. Gotha? He's
I don't think that's not his source on
no.
India. He quoted a poem.
Right, he quoted a poem by him, but all I'm trying to say is that, like, he's not quoting, like, an Indian poet. He's not quoting anything out of, like, that culture that from, like, a first-hand account or anything like that. He's quoting something that, like, probably has never been to India.
Right.
Certainly, Said is correct in pointing to elements of Eurocentrism in Marx's The British Rule in India. The renowned literary theorist is surely mistaken, however, when he has Marx relying on a poet, even one as brilliant as Goethe, as his source of wisdom on the Orient. So see, even I'm fucking mistaken, and I already read this. First, in Goethe's book-length poem, West Eastern Diwan, initially published in 1815, the figure of Timur is almost certainly linked closely to that of Napoleon, with the parallel between the two built in part on the fact that each met defeat in an ambitious military campaign in winter. Timur's into China and Napoleon's into Russia. The link to Napoleon also suggests that one to the French Revolution, whose combination of creativity and destruction so inspired the intellectuals of Goethe's generation. It's kind of like how MASH was inspired by Vietnam, even though it's technically actually about the Korean. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't know a lot about MASH.
That's okay. That's fine.
So what the author's trying to put forth here is that just because Marx quoted Goethe, who was like an Orientalist poet, and the quote that he chose was kind of problematically about a guy who massacred Delhi. I think what they're trying to say is that there may have been a more complex interpretation than just being like, this is based, like this Orientalist destruction of Delhi is based.
Good.
I believe what he's saying is that there is a deeper, more nuanced equation happening here, one that is contradictory in nature of this pursuit of progress at what cost.
Right.
It's kind of like the underlying point here. Like, like comparing it to Napoleon, and also obviously Marx is very influenced by the French Revolution, that like maybe this Timur excursion into India at what cost, what cost of the French Revolution, and is this progress worth the destruction?
I kind of wish we got like more concise, like how old was Marx when he's saying this? Because I want to like wrap my head around like what was like the mental maturity that we're. It was
only about 30 years before he died, so he was pretty old.
How old was Marx when he died? "64 years old," so he's like
34.
Yeah, he's probably just being an edgy piece of shit. Honestly.
Well, I mean, that's completely different than what the author and what I'm trying to say is that it wasn't just like edginess. It was like he's making like a grander appeal to this equation of progress versus destruction.
Right. I mean, like, look, whichever way.
Go to the next slide. We're going to go deeper into this exact quote.
All right.
So, second, and more importantly, Marx continued to cite that exact Goethe stanza on numerous occasions, but in different contexts than India. That of the dehumanization of the industrial worker. In his definitive study, Karl Marx and World Literature, Brouwer, who is the intellectual who they're quoting, refers to one such occasion, Marx's January 1855 New Oder Zeitung article on the economic crisis in England. The German critical theorist Irene Flescher mentions another place where Marx subsequently quoted the Goethe stanza, again on the suffering of factory workers. So if he only used that specific quote when talking about India, it seems as though he's using that quote, which has a reference to a Turkish conqueror destroying Delhi, is that he's using it specifically to accentuate this situation of India being colonized. But he uses it multiple times, which means that it has a much deeper meaning to him.
Kind of seems like he just likes the poem.
Well, or it has an extremely prescient relation to this kind of like violent progression of society.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that it can't have that deeper meaning. I just like that deeper meaning to him seems to be something that he favors, and if he's using it more than once, and especially more than one context, you know what I mean?
Well, it's not more than one context. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, not more than one
context between all of these things that relates the situation of India to that of the French Revolution and to that of the industrial worker. Like he's making a similar comparison between the people of India and the industrial workers of Europe.
I misspoke. I didn't mean like different context. I meant like different people. Right, same context, different people.
Okay, gotcha.
Same situation, so to speak.
Yeah. Is this one me or you?
I think it was me.
Okay.
Central to Marx's overall argument above is capitalism's destruction of the bodies and minds of the workers, its cramping of their individual development. Over time, however, this process creates general men who come to constitute a revolutionary subject. The recreation of these human beings as revolutionary proletarians is a prelude to the overcoming of capitalism and the socialist constitution of mankind. The increase in our pleasure that this would entail comes at a great price, where souls are devoured without measure, no less so than in Timur's massacre at Delhi in 1398. Nor, as in 1855, is it suggested that the increase in pleasure would be solely that of the capitalist. Obviously, there is nothing specifically Orientalist at work here in Marx's discussion of English workers, in which he does not mention any society outside capitalist England. In addition, as against the opening paragraphs of the Communist Manifesto, there is no longer an enthusiastic evocation of capitalist progress.
So what the author's stating here is that, well, if Marx uses this exclusively in something that he's writing about the or European factory worker,
right,
there can be nothing Orientalist at work here.
Right.
Meaning that there is a chance, and we don't know for sure, we can only speculate this. The author only can, Said only can, and we only can, is to potentially speculate that that specific quotation of Goethe might have had nothing to do with the interpretation that Said had of it. That it could be a larger perspective of this progression of society that devours the souls. It comes at the price of the proletariat that is being torn asunder by its progression. And the increase in our pleasure, meaning the material gains of society, comes at this price. So, there's actually considerable evidence that this means something far deeper than just being like, LOL, Indians got owned in Delhi.
Well, I think like this is for Marx at this time, kind of like what's that Malcolm X quote where it's just like, liberation can only come from like the barrel of a gun, right? Or is it even Malcolm X that like said that quote? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Not entirely sure what you're saying.
Fucking. All right, just I'll go to the next one and then I'll come back to this, I guess.
Did you? I mean, regardless of the quote, do you have like a?
For Marx at this time, there's not a whole lot of like liberatory kind of stock for him to pull from, right? And it's up to it's kind of on him to find things that at a surface level observation have very little, if anything, to do with like English society, right, or even Indian society, right, at that time. So I think that, like, given that he is using this in more, not in more than one context, but I guess in more than one situation where people's souls, right, across different civilizations, this seems to be just like a quote or a piece of literary poetry, whatever the hell you want to call it, is something that like he likes. It's just something that he likes. It's like
I'm not saying that he doesn't like it, but I'm saying that it's pertinent to Marx's overall field of study, where Marx committed his entire self to talking about this progression of economy, and that this is frequently relevant to that. This price of progression at the blood of the people.
Right. Well, that's why I'm saying that, like, he likes it because it speaks to his politics.
Sure. Yeah,
and that's why he's going to use it more than one time. It's kind of like how people use, Kwame Ture quotes or Malcolm X or, Uncle Ho, Mao, you name it. But Marx doesn't really have anybody like that to quote. That there's nobody that's going to, like, perfectly align with his politics.
Who came before Marx?
Right.
That was like the leading kind of, like you said, liberatory figure.
Right.
Adam Smith And Marx,
He quotes him
to a
too.
degree, Adam Smith, maybe, you know what I mean? Like who Marx quoted extensively.
Right. So, that's what I'm getting at is that
Who thought landlords were parasites.
did. Well, that's HTA brings up an excellent point. Marx, Lenin, a lot of these guys, they will quote stuff without really telling you that they're quoting stuff, or they'll make a pointed comment in reference to somebody from their time in which they're writing this, right? And unless for a lot of cases of that, we have no fucking idea who they're talking about. Like in Capital, he calls somebody a spineless fish man. We have no idea who the fuck he's talking about.
Only he and that person.
Right, exactly.
Okay. This is me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thus, Contra Said. I said Contra said when I was reading this like 6 times when I was reading over it. Thus, Contra Said, Marx's use of Goethe's stanza on Timor in 1853 in The British Rule in India and elsewhere is far from transparent. Again, we have to speculate a little bit, where it's not transparent how exactly it was being used. Was he, in Said's way of thinking, not able to identify with the suffering of these European workers either? Hardly. I would argue that is at issue in 1853. It's kind of weird. In 1848, in the Communist Manifesto, and then in the 1860s and after, is Marx's shifting perspective on the progressiveness of capitalism, and of its short and long-term benefits to human emancipation. In the manifesto, Marx greeted capitalist modernization enthusiastically. In The British Rule in India, his first major article on that country, he viewed more closely capitalism's effects on India. At that time, he still held that the social revolution the British were bringing out of India was necessary and would be ultimately beneficial despite its horrific destructiveness. So this is what Marx is essentially trying to put forth, maybe by using this poem excerpt, which says, like, what is the price of progress, or what is the prices of our pleasure at the expense of these souls that are devoured by it? So, was he being like, LOL, Delhi got owned,
right,
or was he saying something deeper about all of capitalist production? And now at this time, he still thinks that this is necessary and that it would be ultimately beneficial despite its horrific destructiveness, which he's now kind of like, before he was like, fully on the train, like, yep, gotta happen. Now he's kind of like, well, it's necessary and ultimately beneficial, but man, this is fucking a lot of shit up.
And
so sorry.
Yep, no, you're done.
I was just gonna say, we see the crack in the wall.
Yeah,
here. It's beginning to come down.
I just want to say that, like, if you look through, like, probably like my old Facebook posts, if that count even still existed, you'd probably see the slow evolution of, like, Obama, like, is great to he's not great, fuck this.
The war criminals string him up in the town.
That doesn't come till way later. First there's Bernie, then there's, like, okay, maybe Bernie should have, kept running, and then not. Like, this is the same kind of shit, where it's just like, it's just a slow ideological growth, but this man is documenting his thoughts, like, and proliferating them. And Plants, talking about, like, this is why I have been all about Dr. Lashuba lately. He goes through pretty much the entire epistemology of European thought from the medieval era, from the Enlightenment period to Marx. I would love to read some of his stuff. No, because Plants has been talking about him for like about a month now. It's really cool stuff. Like, back to this, like,
might have to get Plants to come on and talk to us about it one of these days.
Yeah, maybe after this coming Friday we can have Plants come on, talk to us about Dr. Lashaba. No, Johnny's FE is basically not his Das Kapital.
Okay. So we're starting to see a little bit of progress.
Right.
But we're still seeing a lot of problems. And I don't think we're ever going to stop seeing problems. I'm not to say that Marx
Right.
reached his final form and is just free of all the conditionings of the racist world that he lived in.
Dude, I mean, like, look, it's like saying that, like, me or you, right, are in, like, our final form. We're like, I'm about to be 34, right?
Completely enlightened.
I am not completely enlightened. I am dumb as fuck. This is me or you?
This is you.
Said's critique has generated considerable discussion. The Indian Marxist sociologist Ijaz Ahmad wrote a spirited response that highlighted Said's postmodern kind of anti-colonialism. Fucking Taco Bell. This type of anti-colonialism, Ahmad holds, ignores issues like caste oppression and the needed transformation within Asian societies that Marx and progressive Indians have long supported. While not responding directly to Said, the political theorist Erica Benner has pointed to an absence of a non-traditionalist and progressive nationalist movement in India in 1853. Since Marx had little sympathy for a separatist politics of identity, this left him with limited political alternatives in these India writings, she concludes.
So I think I thought this was so important is that here also we have a quote of an Indian and Marxist sociologist who's saying like we did have a backward society. You know what I mean? And that maybe that, you know, that type of thinking shouldn't be necessarily just completely written off the way that Said kind of says that it is. And maybe that's not discounting like progressive elements in India that were like in favor of doing away with that more traditional culture.
The one thing that literally jumped out off the page for me was since Marx had little sympathy for a separatist politics of identity, like I could see somebody with a very what's the word I am looking for here, opportunistic history of cherry picking quotes out of context with little nuance to form an argument around the dehumanization of marginalized communities, right? At the margins of American society, and you know, using this as like an excuse to be like, see, Marx would not have supported a movement like Black Lives Matter or like, you know, the oppression, marginalization, and violence against trans people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And like, I really want that whole quote. I need to see the context of that quote.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, just look it up.
Maybe later.
Okay. All right. So there remain two problematically Eurocentric notions at work in the 1853 India articles. However, first, Marx suggests that all societies, including India, are destined to tread the same pathway as was the West, that of capitalist development. It is virtually a grand narrative at this point in Marx's work. Secondly, he repeatedly extols the beneficial effects of Britain's higher civilization on India's lower one. These problems need to be acknowledged. At the same time, I will show that both of these elements in Marx's thought, rather than persisting and even intensifying, as Said and Aveniri would have it, are in fact developed quite differently as his perspectives on India evolve. So we have the author here pointing out that this is absolutely still an extremely Eurocentric and problematic way of thinking in this 1853 article on India. He still pretty much looks at Europeans as the higher civilization who are bringing a progressive effect to Indian lower civilization. But it is the view of the author that he will provide evidence of how he progressed past this more Eurocentric line of thinking.
A week after writing The British Rule in India, Marx took up several periods in the history of British penetration into India. In another substantial article entitled The East India Company, Its History and Results, he concluded that by 1853, the rising dominance of the manufacturing class at home had resulted in a push for direct British rule over India. This would mean the final eclipse of the East India Company, which had so impoverished the Indian people that the power of consuming English manufactured goods was contracted in India to the lowest possible point. In yet another article written in this period, Marx refers in passing to the legal suppression of the sati, the ancient Hindu practice of coercing widows to commit suicide upon the death of their husbands, as well as the emancipation of the East India Press. But he makes clear that these reforms, which he evidently applauds, were in fact nearly blocked at the upper levels of colonial administration, having been enacted by individual governors who had acted on their own responsibility. So he's talking about another article that he's writing for like the New York Tribune.
Correct.
Here's the issue, right? Said and Avenari, are they reading these New York Tribune articles, or are they just reading, like, you know, more widely published works of Marx and Engels, like Capital or any of the other pamphlets that they wrote?
Or the Communist Manifesto.
Or the Communist Manifesto, for
there's
that
a lot of problematic issues with it.
Right.
So he refers to the suppression of the sati, which is the Hindu practice of coercing widows to commit suicide upon the death of their husbands, and as well as the emancipation of the East India Press. But he does make clear that these reforms, which he evidently applauds, were in fact nearly blocked at the upper levels of colonial administration. So he does have like a, kind of a both sides view of this in terms of the progression that colonialism is bringing to India.
It's a, it's a 3 steps forward, 2 steps back kind of thing, you know?
Right.
It's like,
exactly. So elsewhere during these same weeks in the summer of 1853, Marx touched on the super exploitation of the Indian peasant, or ryot, under the British created system of land ownership and tenancy, superimposed on the ancient system of zemindars and ryots. Formerly, the zemindars, a semi-hereditary class of local officials, had merely collected revenue for the state from the ryots, keeping a portion for themselves. Under the final settlement of 1793, enacted by Lord Charles Cornwallis in Bengal, at the behest of the British Prime Minister William Pitt, the zemindars gained Western-style private ownership, with the right to evict ryots from the land that their ancestors had cultivated for centuries and over which they had exercised possessory rights. Henceforth, there was no limit to how much the ryot could be squeezed from above, since a whole system of reciprocal rights and duties had been destroyed at a single stroke by the British. So if you go forward, I think I have a quick little Wikipedia excerpt. Oh. Yeah, so just so in case you didn't know, like this is, we're getting into really niche Indian history, at least as far as I'm concerned. So a ryot was a general economic term used throughout India for peasant cultivators with the variations in different provinces. While zamindars were landlords, ryots were tenants and cultivators and served as hired labor. A ryot was defined as someone who has acquired a right to hold land for the purpose of cultivating it, whether alone or by members of his family, hired servants, or partners. It also referred to succession rights. So this is essentially zamindar is the landlord, the ryot is the serf.
Right.
Yeah.
They can be hired, fired, traded, dismissed.
Well, and just like if you read when we read the Counter-Revolution of 1776, the Glorious Revolution kind of broke down this serf-landlord dynamic. There was a lot of people that this was actually catastrophic for. And you might think that moving from serfdom to private ownership was a wholly progressive move. It was not. It came at immense destruction of people because there was certain rights to being a serf, in the sense that like you had land to work and things like that. Whereas now you could be evicted, which is something that didn't happen as much under a feudal system.
The commons, you had like the enclosure of the commons, where it's just like,
this
was land held in common that everybody could of cultivate and have some measure of like surplus to make. Yeah.
I'm so happy you brought that up more than I did, because I forgot those details. Thank you.
No, you're good, man. Yeah. Resistance and regeneration. Marx describes the lot of the ryot. The ryot is subject, like the French peasant, to the extortion of the private usurer, but he has no hereditary, no permanent title in his land, like the French peasant. Like the serf, he is forced to cultivation, but he is not secured against want like the serf. The maître, sharecropper, he has to divide his produce with the state, but the state is not obliged with regard to him. to advance the funds and the stock, as it is obliged to do with regard to the meurtrières, the riots, and I'm probably mispronouncing the shit out of that, and they they form 11/12. Just say like 90% of the whole Indian population have been wretchedly pauperized.
So here's Marx. You remember this guy who, in the beginning of the Communist Manifesto, was saying like, "This is the greatest force that has ever existed. It has created more than the pyramids and shit like that."
Yeah.
He's like, wow, the Riots, who actually had somewhat of a stable, although fucking impoverished life, are now being fucking immiserated and pauperized wretchedly.
Right. They had something, like it wasn't great, but
how can those two perspectives inhabit the same brain at the same time?
Right.
They can't. You can't simultaneously look at capitalism as this amazing, productive mode that just showers, productive forces all over, and then being like, hold on a second, in India, that is not what's happening. People are getting fucked over and immiserated and pauperized at an alarming rate.
Right. And if we look here at the I think this is the collected works of Marx and Engels, right? Which was published, I think he said not 2000, it was 1985 or something like that.
I think he published it. Jesus Christ, I'm so tired. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I think he published it after this book came out.
Really?
I think he alludes to it as something that's coming out in this book, but I believe it's out now.
Right. So this is a collected works, and this is evidence that in Said's lifetime, he would have never seen, as it was completely unpublished.
Right. Exactly.
Along with Avenary. So I think that this is part of a materialist understanding of things. This is why I think that sometimes what's referred to as revisionist, right, history of things, of historical figures, of moments in history, right. I personally enjoy looking at the most recent evidence that we have, right, because a lot of things like this understanding of Marx as this Eurocentric, or not to say that he wasn't, but to say that he remained Eurocentric throughout his lifetime, right?
Yeah.
And never had any sort of shift to, or what's the word I'm looking for? Sympathy for the colonized, right? Or any kind of dwelling on the plight of the colonized people is incorrect. We have evidence to point towards this. And just because those works aren't nearly as proliferated, as, let's say the Communist Manifesto, this is kind of ahistorical at that point.
Correct. All right. Okay, got it. So in this article, Marx also refers to cholera epidemics in India, which he sees as resulting from extreme pauperization. He calls their spread abroad India's revenge upon the Western world. And Ever the Revolutionary Humanist adds that this development is a striking and severe example of solidarity with human woes and wrongs. Marx's last major article on India in this period is called The Future Results of British Rule in India. Was published on August 8th, 1853. He begins by arguing that India was the predestined prey of conquest because it was so disunited. India was not only divided between Muslims and Hindu people, but between, I don't know what kind of words they were using back then, but this is back when they're like the muscle men.
The muscle men.
You've seen that, right?
No.
Oh, okay. But between tribe and tribe, between caste and caste. Therefore, India's history is the history of the successive conquests she has undergone. Then, with some strong Eurocentric overtones, Marx adds that Indian society has no history at all, at least no known history, calling it an unresisting and unchanging society. This phrase is possibly one of the keys to Marx's condescension towards India in this period. As he saw in 1853, the Indians, unlike the Chinese, had allowed their great and ancient civilization to be conquered by the British in an unresisting manner.
Jesus Christ. Also, thank you so much, Ghost, for the $25 donation to Books Through Bars.
Yes, thank you so much. It's been like an hour or so since I made this. Please check it out. We have a donation link down there for Books Through Bars. It's a nonprofit volunteer organization that helps get books in the hands of incarcerated individuals. We're all having a great time here, studying and reading and, going through the recreational education that I know that I deeply love doing. And if somebody doesn't have the opportunity to do that because they're incarcerated, you can help get that book in their hands by throwing $1 or so in that donate to charity button. So please consider it. Also, wow, thank you so much, Maverick, for gifting them tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for contributing that.
God damn. I love our community.
Yeah, god damn it, I love our community.
God damn, I love our chat.
Best goddamn chat. But sorry, we kind of blew past that because I was so elated by the $25 contribution that is going to so much help the plight of an incarcerated individual. I almost forgot about how problematic Karl Marx is. Pretty much saying that India's society has no history at all, at least no known history, which is just like so rich coming from a European. It was so rich coming from a fucking European to say that about India or anywhere, really. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It's like you were shitting in a pot how long ago?
Yeah.
Like your childhood?
Resisting and unchanging and being like, you just acquiesced to the British and things like that. I mean, like, he's just kind of a fucking nerd at this point. Yeah. So it's gonna progress, but I want to keep pointing it out here where Marx's issue are, because I'm not an apologist for Marx, and I'm not somebody that can't handle criticism of Marx as someone who considers themselves a Marxist.
Right. If you really support the guy, you'll be able to stomach this, right? And still see the little nuggets of good stuff.
Well, and not only that, if you hover around in these communities and you want to have some kind of like a public image in politics, not even yourself, but just in chats or things like that, you're going to hear somebody throw around these things about Marx being this way. And you're going to have to understand them and then understand what maybe had changed if you ever want to have that conversation.
Right. In the next few paragraphs, Marx discusses in glowing terms what he considers to be the modernizing effects of British colonialism on Indian society. England has to fulfill a double mission in India, one destructive, the other regenerating. The annihilation of the old Asiatic society and the laying the material foundations of Western society in Asia. Lapsing into ethnocentrism, he writes that unlike previous conquerors of India, who were themselves conquered by the superior civilization of their subjects, the British were the first conquerors superior and therefore inaccessible to Hindu civilization. Moreover, this was due to an eternal law of history. This is the wildest take, probably like the wildest take. Yeah, other than the one on the previous page. That one was also like pretty fucking like, goddamn, dude, chill.
What happened?
The previous page.
Oh, what he said.
Yeah. Like what he said on the previous page was like, Jesus Christ, dude, chill.
Yeah.
Like,
well, and this makes sense though, because this last one, the eternal law of history. This is what Marx's unrelenting materialist view is, that there's a linear march forward of civilization that goes from feudalism, feudal order of society into capitalist, and then we will have like some kind of socialism or communism. Right. And he does not waver from that at this point. So he looks at it like, you know what, the British are going to come in and they're going to fucking infect this area with this type of progression, and then we can finally have the revolution. But it's just so tainted with Eurocentrism that it's ruined.
And like, this isn't a defense, right? But this is merely just like, if you want to make sense of this, it's bad data. Bad data is going to give you bad answers. It's going to give you bad conclusions. And at this time, he's got nothing good. There is no good source for him to turn to that isn't some dude with a pair of fucking calipers in his bag, right? That like is going to be able to tell him about the fucking history of anywhere outside of Europe. In fact, even in fucking Europe, like it's going to be some dude with a pair of calipers in his bag.
Right. And also plans for on. India had the most developed economy, trading on the Silk Road, while Europeans were subsisting on cabbage and beets.
Right.
I believe that between China and India, it was like 2/3 prior to like the Industrial Revolution. India and China accounted for like 2/3 of international trade. All these spices that everybody's talking about and shit like that, where do you think they came from? This is like the most intensely lucrative trading market in all the world. The silks, the textiles, the spices all came from this region. The teas, the opiums, all that good shit. What the fuck do you got? Do you remember? And if you remember, we read this a while ago.
It's my favorite.
There's this letter from a king in China that just absolutely fucking, I wish I could find it. I don't know. I don't remember the name of the king, but like England came over there to trade, and he was like, you can still keep coming out here, with your silver and shit like that, but do not bring the rags that you brought over here. Like, I don't understand what you think this is, but we produce the finest fucking textiles, and you bring these rags to it. Like, he had to send a letter over there to be like, keep that.
You keep your rags. You can come back with silver or gold, right?
Yeah.
And then, the English as a whole, like, they took that personally. They really fucking did, because you said that China and India made up 2/3 of like the world economy. I would argue that last third is probably Africa, right? I would say that like before the rise of English colonialism or Spanish, Portuguese colonialism, right?
Well, Spain was engaging in colonialism like 300 years before the Industrial Revolution really took hold. So there was probably a lot of stuff coming out of South America that was colonized by Spain.
Right. So, I mean, like...
China had silk, India had cashmere, right? Okay, right. Absolutely.
So we could even argue that, like, the whole peninsula, the whole Western Asian peninsula, so-called Europe, had very little, if anything, without the plundering and without like the rise of like the Columbian period of plundering.
It wasn't until industry that part of the world really had like a great gift for society.
Right. And Radhika Desai, I think it is, or is it Patniak that like, writes a lot about that, where it's just like without that Gulf Stream being able to like take boats from the Iberian Peninsula to the American Caribbean and like, like southeastern coast, it would have never happened. That would have remained a backwater fucking, rural,
old,
shitty peninsula.
Like dog-shit agriculture.
Just small little, societies. There's no real connection to like the larger world, but whatever. Let's move on. We did this last one.
Wait, go back. Yeah, we just did this one.
The
correct,
Hindu civilization.
Yeah. The British brought the telegraph, the free press, introduced for the first time into Asiatic society, private property and land, modern scientific education, steam power, direct and rapid communication with the West, and railroads. Marx predicts that the railroad will become the forerunner of modern industry, which would dissolve the hereditary divisions of labor upon which rest the Indian castes. Those decisive impediments to Indian progress and Indian power. Marx also cites East India Company official who acknowledges that the Indian people were remarkable for mathematical clearness of head and a talent for figures and exact sciences.
Like, dude, fucking people were reading the Mahabharata like fucking what is it? It's like 3,000 years older than the Bible, right? So it's just like people were like reading, right, the printed word, right, while your fucking people were still like using like runes and fucking animal bones, right, to figure out who to throw into the bog. Like, what are you talking about?
And as Plants brings up in chat too, you know what I mean? Like, agrarian society came from Asia and North Africa. Europe didn't even cultivate grains until Eastern people showed them how.
Right.
And this is also where numbers come from.
Right.
Reading Yanis Varoufakis' book, you learn that it was Mesopotamia who was first engaging in agriculture to such a successive degree that they were able to have surplus. And surplus means that you have to store. When you have to store, it means that you have to keep a record of what you're storing. And thus, you had the birth of numbers and counting and math came from agricultural surplus.
Right.
In Mesopotamia.
But they were remarkable for mathematical clearness. Like, how racist is this? This literally sounds like some modern day, like, oh, you're fucking Indian or Asian or whatever. You're good
Or
at the
it's
maths and sciences, right? You're like a
Or it's
STEM
like,
kid.
oh, he's black. He's so well spoken.
He's so well
You know that?
spoken.
Yeah.
Jesus H. Christ, man. Fuck, Marx. Coral, what the fuck are you doing?
One of the good ones, yeah. Is this me?
Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom real quick, though.
All right. So, here in the future results of British rule in India, which concludes his 1853 series of articles on India, the structure and tone of Marx's arguments shift subtly, becoming more dialectical. He begins for the first time to refer to the need for social revolution in Britain to change colonial policy. More strikingly, he also points to the possibility of an Indian national liberation movement. So this is Marx's words here. The Indians will not reap the fruits of the new elements of society scattered among them by the British bourgeoisie. Till in Great Britain itself, the now ruling classes shall have been supplanted by the industrial proletariat, or till the Hindus themselves shall have grown strong enough to throw off the English yoke altogether. At all events, we may safely expect to see at a more or less remote period the regeneration of that great and interesting country, whose gentle natives have astonished the British officers by their bravery, whose country has been a source of our languages, our religions, and who represent the type of ancient German in the Jat and the type of ancient Greek in the Brahmin. The well-spoken one, yeah. In research in West Africa by a woman when Oxford was a tiny village. Yes, absolutely. Also, you had, Greeks going to Africa to, you know what I mean? Like study at their esteemed, learning academies and things like that. That like even Plato pointed out the intellectual capacity of the African nations. But yeah, so, here we see like the author said, a subtle shift. Now they're saying that the Indians will not reap the fruits of the new elements of society scattered among them by the British bourgeoisie unless Britain starts being ruled by the industrial proletariat or the Hindus themselves have grown strong enough to throw over the yoke of English altogether. Also, there's a little bit, he keeps saying the Hindus as Indians. As you should know, and as I know, India is not a wholly Hindu country. There is many Muslims, there are Christians, there's a very diverse culture in the Indian subcontinent. You can't just really call them the Hindus.
Well, I mean, so, this is before the partition, so this isn't even just like what in our current mind we think of as India. This is Bangladesh. This is Nepal. This is Pakistan. This is it's like Kashmir. This is all of it, man.
But now he's saying something more. He's not speaking in this very linear way of that capitalism equals progress, equals more productive mode, equals industrialization, equals proletariat, equals revolution. He's going like, well, I don't know. They're not seeing the fruits, but so now they need a national liberation movement, or there needs to be a revolution in England. Then they will have the fruits of the capitalism.
It's coming.
And he refers to they could throw off the English yoke altogether. So he's acknowledging that this is a constricting and oppressive force that is happening here. This is not just a unimpeded line of progress, as he kind of suggested in the manifesto.
Well, that's the thing. Like, plants, would the Romans even remember their own history of like being taught agriculture by fucking brown people? Like, because I think like, at that time they did occupy like northern Africa, but it's like a whole other fucking conversation about like, the concept of like race and whiteness within ancient Rome, where it's just like, would a Roman citizen in North Africa be considered white or African or black or what? Did they even have black? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
This is literally an entire pillar of Indian civilization, the religious diversity. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Actually, the Sikh religion only started like 200 years or something before this. It's like a religion.
Sure.
It's a relatively recent religion. Like, that's how recent I'm talking. So, then he refers to the inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization, almost reversing the ethnocentric distinction between superior and inferior civilizations with which he began the article. This is the first sign of a shift from the position of the Communist Manifesto. The British historian Victor Kiernan writes that the lengthy passage cited above shows that if Marx felt little respect for Indian society, he had no contempt for Indians, believing them perfectly capable to learn to run their own country. Habib goes further in 1853 to set colonial emancipation, not just colonial reform, as an objective of the European socialist movement, and still more, to look forward to a national liberation movement throwing off the English yoke attained through their struggle by the Indian people as an event that might even precede the emancipation of the European working class. Such insight and vision could belong to Marx alone.
So now we see even more of like maybe that little progression a little bit more. So now instead of like the Chinese being this barbaric culture, now he's looking at England and being like, the bourgeois are barbarians. So that might either signify one of two things. Either a progression of Marx in his idea of like barbarism, or maybe that he throws around the word barbarism in a non-ethnic way sometimes. Like maybe he just looks at a certain thing and throws like not like necessarily in like the Roman sense where the lesser cultures are barbarians, but maybe he throws it around a little bit less like ethnically.
I mean, like,
but who knows? One way or the other.
There's a couple different arguments that you could make. The fact that he's trilingual, the fact that he's still like learning the English language. Is this translated from another language into English by someone else, by him, by Engels, right? You know, and he's just like, you know, this is like the best word that fits to my knowledge, right, of the English language, my command of the language. Or is it that, like, you know, he's shifting his perspective of, like, you know, what he believes of civilization or these people? Or, like, the author is stating that, like, you know, it's just starting to come around to the idea that, like, they're not quite as barbaric.
Well, and his suggestion of a national liberation movement does lend credence that he does see the Indian people as perfectly capable to learn and run their own country, or else he would not have suggested that there needs to be a national liberation movement to harness the fruits of the capitalist development that the English brought.
Let alone one that would precede a revolution before the English.
Right.
Also, what's going on? It's Kamakani.
Oh, hey, what's up? Thank you for being here. Okay, so in the 1853 India articles, Marx predicted that British capitalism would also face a twin challenge: the rise of the British working classes, the internal crisis, and the rise of an Indian national liberation movement, an external crisis. However, while the structure of the argument is similar to that of the manifesto concerning capital and labor, its content is quite different. By 1853, Marx has begun to overcome the one-sidedness of the treatment of non-Western societies in the manifesto. Although Chinese and Indian walls continue to be battered down by Marx, still evidently considered to be the progressive effects of world trade and even colonial conquest, people from within non-Western societies are now credited with the potential of throwing off the English yoke altogether and self-starting the regeneration of their societies and cultures. This regeneration would not, however, any more than the struggle of the Western working classes, be aimed to at a return to the pre-capitalist past. It would retain the achievements of the capitalist modernity. Right. So what he's saying is that he's still being Eurocentric and infantilizing in the pre-capitalist society. He's like, we ain't going back to that, but you can harness this and move forward. Like biologically, you're capable of that, but you were like culturally defunct before. Is kind of like the way that he's being fucking is the way that his racism is being applied at the moment.
Right. That, like, you know, we gave you the villain that you needed in order for you to progress into this, like, you know, new age of development.
Yeah.
In 1853, Marx made some 50 pages of handwritten notes on India, as well as 5 pages on Indonesia. Among them, the 5 pages of notes on Indonesia contain excerpts from and occasional summaries in German of Thomas Stamford Raffles' classic 2-volume study, The History of Java, originally published in 1817. First, I should mention the high quality and enduring reputation of Raffles' pioneering study. It has been termed one of the classics of Southeast Asian historiography by the British historian John Baston in his introduction to a 1965 reprint, and a brilliant work by the Javanese Dutch historian and Marx scholar Fritjof Tikkelman.
So this is another instance. Like, he does this a lot through this book, which is really awesome. Is he talks about Marx, and then he'll quote like a Marxist scholar of that ethnic persuasion also, which is interesting.
Magoki, probably mispronouncing that. I don't believe this is his version of "kill the Indians, save the man." Yeah, Tickleman. I believe that this is more like, you know, you are still an Indian man, but like your pre-colonial culture had to die in order for you to experience the, you know, progress of socialist development. Which, again, remember, there has yet to be any socialist construction in any state at this time.
Exactly. A little quick on this Raffles character.
This Raffles. Now I'm about to find out how his name is actually pronounced.
My name is Kenny. I love museums and I love history.
Me too, Kenny.
And I'm very, very lucky to be working in the museums here in
I think we're
Singapore.
going to have a great first date.
This is a portrait of Sir Thomas Stamford Raffles. And for those visitors who come in, they would think it commemorates Raffles' association with Singapore. But that is actually not the case. This is revealed in one very key detail. There is a stone relief of a Buddhist or Hindu deity, and there is a small statue of a Buddha or a Bodhisattva. And these are actually references to Java. You see, before Raffles came to Singapore, he actually spent a period of his life as the Lieutenant Governor of Java. And in these very short 4 years, he was the first person to systematically catalogue and document the ancient monuments of Java. He also wrote this immense monumental book called The History of Java. The British also imported in a different kind of fashion, a different kind of aesthetic style and architecture that would remain in Java. The original portrait was actually made in 1817, and it hangs today in the galleries of the National Portrait Gallery in London. 1817 fell squarely into a period known as the Regency. This was a period when the ruling king, King George III, had been declared mad. And so his son ruled England and the empire as the Prince Regent. The Prince Regent was not allowed actually to get involved in politics. And so basically he spent the treasury money on supporting the arts and culture. And in the context of this flourishing of the arts, one particular art form became very popular, and that was portraiture. They usually were done to commission something great. It was in 1817, and he was knighted by the Prince Regent himself. And because of his achievements in Java, all around him are references to Java, but nothing in here actually refers to Singapore at all. At that point in time, in 1817, he would not have known that he would forever have his name associated with and immortalized by this port city.
Now, maybe that video, listen, good luck finding a video on Waffles that's less than 3 minutes long that you can insert into this that mentions Java and the history of Java that we're going to be talking about. Okay? I dare you. Sure, did it talk about Singapore a little bit? Did it talk about a regency and things like that that has nothing to do with what we're talking about? Yes. But I challenge you to find a more concise video that refers to this man, that refers to the history of Java that we're going to be going over.
You can post it in our video channel in the Discord if you really want, but we challenge you. Do you accept?
All right. Yeah. So this is the individual that Marx was reading, that kind of he gathered all of his or most of his views on Java and Indonesia.
He seems to be kind of like, do you know that figure they always bring up whenever Christopher Columbus Day comes around, and they're like, oh, there's this other guy, like, he was like a priest that, you know, actually sympathized with like the indigenous, like, you know, Taino and Arawak people that were like being like murdered by Columbus.
Did he write a book?
I think so.
Is his diary or memoirs something that's frequently cited?
Yeah. Like Howard Zinn uses it a lot, I think, in History of a Nation or whatever the fuck it's called. Bartholomew or something like that.
Yeah, I've heard of this.
This guy kind of, to me, kind of comes across as something like that, where he's kind of like almost sympathetic to the people that are being colonized as, Bartholomew de las Casas. Like, this guy kind of comes across as that in this reading. I don't know if that's actually the case, but that's just the impression that I get.
Raffles, the colonial governor during Britain's brief rule over Indonesia, during the Napoleonic Wars, after which the colony was returned to Dutch rule, was a man of immense intellectual curiosity, as well as sympathy for the indigenous population. His position as an outsider freed him to critique what he saw as some extremely oppressive aspects of Dutch rule. Second, Marx's notes on Raffles stressed those parts of the latter's work that drew comparisons to India. Looking at them will therefore deepen our understanding of his India writings. Third, these 1853 notes constitute Marx's most sustained study of what is today Indonesia until the last years of his life, where he again returned to the subject.
Man, if only like Marx got like another 20 years. Like, he only died at like 65. If we just got like an 80-year-old Marx, right? I feel like we could have gotten like
paragon of
yeah. You know where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
Marx begins his notes not with the main text of Raffles' book, which is devoted to Indonesia's most populous island, Java, but with an appendix on the economically and politically less developed island of Bali. As Tickleman suggests, in Marx's eyes, Indonesian conditions seem to correspond to the relationship between the Riot, landowning taxable farmer/peasant, and the Zamindar in Bengal before the introduction of the permanent land revenue settlement by Cornwallis in the 1790s. Marx begins his notes by incorporating material pointing to Bali's isolation from the large-scale ocean trade due to its lack of good harbors. The next passage he takes into his notebook describes the inhabitants of Bali who, while adhering to a form of Hinduism and suffering under the despotism of their village chiefs, nonetheless still possess much of the original boldness and self-willed hardihood of the savage state. Hardihood.
Yep.
Okay.
That old hardihood.
You know, it's like, what are the things the Boy Scouts of America teaches you? Truthiness, hardihood, thriftiness.
Is that what they teach you?
I don't fucking remember.
Were you a Boy Scout?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we're talking about the native population of Java, where Marx points out certain things, where he's still kind of like putting in this like Oriental despotism thing, but also giving maybe like a little bit more props to these for the way that they organize their economy and property?
He's learning. He's still a racist, but like, it's a journey.
Yeah, he does say that they're savage state, So Tickleman, thank goodness we have Tickleman to rely on.
Yeah.
Here. Tickleman sums up
Tickleman.
precisely the variations in the above arrangements, which Marx follows closely in this section of his excerpt. Notes, Marx's attention was primarily drawn to Javanese village relations and land tenure, including the differences between the three regions. One, the mountainous Priangan lands in the west, a relatively prosperous, not too densely populated zone with frontier features, with strong village autonomy, more or less private landlordship and collective village claims on non-cultivated wasteland. Number two, the coastal area north of the Priangan, Cheribon or Cirebon, where the native chiefs claimed property rights to the land and where much land was farmed out to the Chinese entrepreneurs for sugar cultivation in particular. Number three, the northeast coast, also commercialized area with a pre-colonial background of inter-Asian commerce and shipping, with no direct claims on property or land to the detriment of the cultivator. So these are Marx's main field of study here, were these couple separate communities with varying degrees of economic progression.
Right. And it just goes to show that even on this tiny island, right, that he is reading about, that like there is no what's the word, like monolith of life. You know what I'm talking about? Like what do they always try and say that Japan is? It's like a monocultural sort of place or something. Homogeneity. There's like very different ways of living even on this tiny island,
Yes, absolutely.
So, the overarching ruler was, of course, the Dutch East India Company, which Raffles felt free to condemn. In the following paragraph, which Marx incorporates, Raffles attacks the overall oppression of the people of Java as worse than slavery. The Dutch company, actuated solely by the spirit of gain and viewing their Javan subjects with less regard or consideration than a West India planter formerly viewed the gang upon his estate, because the latter had paid the purchase money of human property, which the other had not, employed all the pre-existing machinery of despotism to squeeze from the people their utmost might of contribution, the last dregs of their labor, and thus aggravated the evils of a capricious and semi-barbarous government, by working it with all the practiced ingenuity of politicians and all the monopolizing selfishness of traders. So, the Dutch East Company is fucking evil and vile and...
Go for it. I have a little video about the Dutch East Company.
Like, who knew?
Murder.
Yeah, all right. So this is where, social democracy comes from. Keep that in mind, the next time you're watching a video about not just bikes. Oh, TED Talk? Fuck!
Not at all.
During the 17th century, the three letters VOC formed the world's most recognizable logo. These initials belonged to the Verenigde Oost-Indische Compagnie, or the Dutch East India Company, widely considered the most profitable corporation ever created. Starting in 1602, it cornered the booming spice market and pioneered trade routes between Asia and Europe. But such success came with an overwhelming cost in human life. When the Dutch state created the company, it granted the organization the power to wage war, conduct diplomacy, and seize colonies throughout Asia. The Dutch East India Company was intended to make money and battle competing European empires. The Asian market was the largest at the time, and spices were in great demand throughout Europe. Nutmeg was among the most precious, but it was only cultivated on Indonesia's Banda Islands. If Dutch officials could seize exclusive control over nutmeg, they'd make their investors rich, ensure the company's long-term survival, and deprive their adversaries of the same gains. However, their plan hinged on the submission of the Bandanese people. This was something company officials like the ruthless Jan Pieterszoon Koen were willing to go to great lengths to ensure. Home to around 15,000 people, the Banda Islands were composed of village confederations controlled by rich men called orang kaya, who were expert traders. They'd retained their virtual monopoly over nutmeg for centuries, selling at the highest price to Asian and European merchants. When the Dutch East India Company arrived in the early 1600s, its officials persuaded a group of orang kaya to sign a treaty. It guaranteed protection in exchange for monopoly rights to their nutmeg. Bandanese leaders had made similar agreements before, but were able to break them without serious consequences. The Dutch represented a new threat. They attempted to build forts to control trade and stop smuggling, and insisted that all nutmeg be sold to them at deflated prices. Many Bandanese refused, and relations continued to deteriorate. In 1609, a group of villagers ambushed and killed a Dutch admiral and 40 of his men.
Good for them.
Over the next decade, tensions escalated as treaties were broken and re-signed. The company and Jan Pieterszoon Koen, its governor general, began considering new strategies.
Peterson what?
The Bandanese, one official wrote, should be brought to reason or entirely exterminated. Koen himself believed that there could be no trade without war. In 1621, with the approval of his superiors, he staged a massive invasion and made Bandanese leaders sign another document. But this time, the terms didn't recognize the Bandanese as a sovereign people. They were the Dutch East India Company's colonial subjects.
Oh, fuck.
Soon, Dutch officials claimed they'd detected a conspiracy against them. Koen used this to eliminate further resistance. He ordered his soldiers to torture Bandanese leaders to extract confessions. Over the following months, company troops waged a brutal campaign that decimated the population. Many Bandanese people were starved to death or enslaved and sent to distant Dutch colonies. Others jumped from cliffs rather than surrender. Thousands fled, emptying out whole villages. Some survivors resettled on other islands, where they preserved remnants of Bandanese language and culture. When the company's violent campaign was over, the indigenous population had plummeted to less than 1,000, most of whom were enslaved. The Dutch East India Company sliced the islands into plantations and imported an enslaved workforce. It was, by many measures, an act of genocide.
Because it was.
By securing this global monopoly over nutmeg, the company supercharged its economic development, contributing to the Dutch Golden Age. Although Koen faced criticism, he was celebrated as a national hero well into the 20th century.
Of course he was.
400 years after the massacre on Banda, Koen's statue still stands in the city of Hoorn. Despite mounting pressure for its removal, Koen and the Dutch East India Company brought a prized commodity under their control, and profits soared. But they achieved this by violently tearing another society apart. Sadly, the Dutch East India Company wasn't the last corporation to use violence to protect profits.
Oh, really?
Learn about the dark history of bananas with this video.
Oh.
Listen, we've been
already. We've already been there, dog.
Yeah, but also Hash Coach, fuck the Dutch. Yeah, I think Dutch get to slither out of their colonial past easier than other European. Like I feel like colonial condemnation goes like English, Spanish, French, Portuguese.
And then the Dutch just kind of coast along on a little
Belgian,
bicycle.
Belgian, then the Belgian under that. Then I guess it's the Dutch, right? I'm trying to think. Is there anyone I'm forgetting?
They just kind of silently cycle past.
Yeah, they just penny farthing away from the issue. If anybody knows what a penny farthing is.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, how can I forget Germany? Germany had those immense colonial properties, and I would say Germany is above Belgium and Portugal. What do you think, Germany or Portugal?
I want to say Portugal was doing it way before Germany.
I know.
If I'm not mistaken.
I'm saying who gets recognized for it.
Who gets recognized? Germany. Germany's easy because World War II is more recent.
They don't talk about that like colonialism though.
I guess I feel like because of World War II they get to just kind of fucking.
Yeah, Leopold though. Yeah. But I feel like Leopold is relatively unknown.
Yeah.
I feel like most people don't even know about the Leopold's Congo.
Pat did it for an assignment in school.
I did a public speaking speech on it. Yeah, and plants. I said this last time, but I did a public speaking project where I talked about King Leopold, And in the beginning of the class, I was standing in front of the room. On a projector, I brought up a picture of Adolf Hitler, and I was like, "How many of you people know? How many people in this room know who this person is?" And obviously, everyone raised their hand. And then I put up a picture of King Leopold, and I was like, "How many people in this room know who this is?" And not a single person raised their hand. So, I mean, like, Leopold is like a relatively unknown historical figure, despite being like one of the most grisly monsters.
Pat, you should do a TED Talk. And just lead with that, like that. Just use that assignment. Just make that the TED with like the giant like projector projecting a picture of Hitler onto you.
Yeah.
With like his face over your face. But you want to know what some like when they were bringing up nutmeg? I'm just like, is Dutch food known for nutmeg?
I don't know.
Like
I'm trying to think of an example of a Dutch food. Dutch apple cake.
Fucking the only thing I could think the entire time is Grom describing, and I know he's Swedish, but like Grom describing like their version of like a crawfish boil, which is like they just put the sea bugs in the pot.
This is the second time that we've taken Grom's experience as a Swedish person and just laid it in front of any.
Thank you, Maverick. No, Sam. Sorry.
Thank you for giving Plans Bananas so much. But yeah, it's like this is the second time we're taking Grom's anecdotal experience as a person from Sweden and just inlaid it into either a German or a Dutch experience.
Whatever, it's all the same shit. So he's telling me about this, and it's like they just put the sea bugs in the water, and then they like the only spices they use are vodka, salt, and dill. And I'm just like, dog, your fucking countries,
you have so much money.
Right? Like,
you can have anything.
You could have any spice. You could have that shit imported from the American South, for God's sake. Why? Why do you people eat like this to this day? It's 2023. You're eating like a fucking peasant in the Middle Ages. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. Sandwich cake?
Sandwich cake?
This is what you've done with your privilege.
This is the pinnacle of your fucking culinary art.
Like, at least Germany has like some like food like things, like, you know, there's some sausages, I guess, that are like decent.
Blood sausage.
I hate that shit, dude. I was in Guatemala and all the Guatemalans houses were eating like these blood sausage tacos, and I was like,
nah, man. No, thank you. Only the rich have a refined palate to appreciate the natural flavors of water cockroaches.
Dude, I hate that shit, dude. I hate it.
I was told that the people were too poor to afford seasoning. I'm fucking dying.
I might be being a little bit too charitable to Alemania.
All right.
Okay. This is you or me?
I'll do it.
This is me. All
right, then you do it.
Unlike Raffles, however, Marx links these practices directly to those of the British in India. In fact, he quotes the entire above paragraph in his 1850 article, The British Rule in India, discussed above, where he refers to British colonial rule as only an imitation of the Dutch. Marx adds that to characterize the working of the British East India Company, it's sufficient to literally repeat what Sir Stamford Raffles, the English governor of Java, said to the old Dutch East India Company. Marx's notes on Indonesia allow us to glimpse the hard intellectual labor he put into his Tribune articles on India, which was surely not hack journalism, despite what he might have on occasion suggested in despairing moments in his private correspondences. Land tenure, village, self-government, and gender relations were the focus of the notes on Raffles. In looking at Java and Bali, Marx was evidently searching for data on the underlying social forms of India as well. He believed these still existed in something closer to the original version in Java, and especially Bali. At the time, Raffles studied them. Oh, jeez.
He's trying to get at, like, what did this society look like before Western intervention, right? Yeah. Which says a lot, you know, for a guy that is racist as fuck, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know, like, too many racists that are like, well, you know, that's not entirely true. But I don't know too many racists that are besides anthropologists that are willing to, you know, investigate an entire culture of people, right, and still maintain some kind of, like, you know, sort of denigrating view of them. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Let's go forward.
Okay.
Here.
Marx's first substantial reference to China.
Okay, wait.
Oh,
now we
oh,
are
oh,
moving
oh.
into the next session. We're done in the Indonesia section.
Okay.
Now we're moving on to the Taiping Rebellion and the Opium Wars.
No, I didn't say I don't know too many races. I said racists. Sebs, okay? Racists.
How many races are there really?
I don't want to answer that question. But the Taiping Rebellion and the Opium Wars. Marx's first substantial reference to China comes in 1850 in a brief discussion of the Taiping Rebellion, which forms part of a survey of world events he co-authored with Engels. The Taiping Rebellion, a peasant-based anti-royalist movement that lasted from 1850 to 1864, was gigantic in scope, with the ensuing repression, civil war, and famine resulting in more than 20 million deaths. The rebels propounded notions of equality, including gender equality, but their worldview also featured mystical and extremely authoritarian dimensions.
So go forward. I have a video on the Taiping Rebellion because this is something that I didn't feel comfortable just jumping into without some like extra learning going on. I wish I didn't make this so fucking long. It's already 9:23.
I know.
We're getting through it though, but
We'll make it. How much more you think we got to go?
well, there's this and then one last section.
Okay, I think we can.
So
do
we're
it.
like well over halfway through it, but you know,
We'll probably be done.
we're
you
probably
know,
like 3/4 of the way through.
yeah, probably like 10:30. I want to say.
I'm sorry, everybody. This was a combination of the intro and the
Yeah, I feel like
First
this
chapter,
book
so
we
it's a
can
little
do
longer.
one at a time from here on
Yeah.
out.
Mhm.
What
Sam
do
says
you do
he's
if you're
here
a
for it.
local
Thank you,
school
Sam.
teacher and you're frustrated over a repeated failure to pass a government civil service exam? If you answered, declare yourself the brother of Jesus and establish your own kingdom within the borders of
Love
China,
this guy.
then boy, do we have a story for you. Today, we're going to take a look at how one man's delirious vision led 500,000 Chinese to rebel against the Qing dynasty. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what other parts of Chinese history you
I'm
want
here
to
for
hear
it.
about. Now, let's go to China.
Let's go
Let's
to
go
China. China.
In 1837, Hong Xiuquan claimed that while convalescing after a nervous breakdown, he had been visited by a heavenly father who took him to heaven.
Hell yeah.
Hong was a humble schoolteacher from a small village in the Guangzhou province with lofty aspirations of being a bureaucrat. Getting that job required passing a civil service exam. However, Hong had some trouble with the test, by which we mean he failed it 4 times. He had worked so hard and put so much pressure on himself that in 1837 it was his third failure that
Hang on 1 second. 1 second. Okay. China has been a civilization for like 5,000 fucking years and has a civil service exam in order for you to just be like, you know, part of the fucking government.
Yeah.
America doesn't even fucking have that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Marx is like, these fucking people, man. I don't know what's going on.
What?
actually triggered the nervous breakdown which gave him his vision. In the vision, Hong claimed his heavenly father introduced him to his celestial family. He was then asked to slay some demons that were occupying heaven, a mission he saw himself accomplish with the help of his newfound family and a celestial army. The vision went on for 40 full days, and when Hong returned, or recovered from delirium if you prefer, he was a new, more spiritual man. In 1843, after failing the civil service exam for the 4th time, Hong's cousin urged him to read a Christian text called Liang Afa's Good Words to Admonish the Age. The text made quite an impression on Xiuquan, and he quickly decided it was the key to interpreting his previous visions. Hong reasoned that the heavenly father of his vision had been the Christian God, and his celestial brother had been Jesus.
Hell yeah.
Moreover, he came to believe that the demons God wanted him to drive out of heaven represented the Confucian and Buddhist idols worshipped throughout China.
Oh.
Xiuquan baptized himself and started presenting himself as the younger brother of Jesus.
I'm his younger
He claimed
brother.
it was his divine duty to bring down the Manchu-led Qing dynasty, which he saw as rife with sinful behavior. He began to preach, and And he must have been onto something because by 1850, he had attracted a large following known as the Society of God Worshippers, and even his own mobilized troops.
Dude,
Cool name.
what's that guy that runs the megachurch? What the hell's his name?
Joel.
Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen has
I almost
nothing.
said Joel's. I was a Joel's. And,
Joel Osteen has nothing on this guy so far.
In the earliest days of his ministry, when Xiu Chuen was first sharing his visions, developing his doctrine, and publicizing his mandate, he had two followers. The first was a cousin named Hong Rengan. Another distant cousin, Fang Yuanshang, was also an early convert. Like Hong Xiuquan, both men would baptize themselves and rid their surroundings of any Buddhist or Confucian idols, actions which at the time would have been understood as protests against the Confucian education system, the civil service exams, and the Qing dynasty. The three men then began preaching to their family and friends. As Xiuquan and his earliest followers spread his message, the leader decided to articulate his thoughts in a work called Exhortations to Worship the One True God. This text mashed up the Christian teachings of Liang Afa, which had prompted Hong's own conversion, with ideas that resembled early forms of communism.
Hell
For example,
yeah.
one passage in the exhortation states, "When people of this earth keep nothing for their private use, but give all things to God for all to use in common, then every place shall have equal shares.
Sounds
and
like
everyone
liberation
be
theology
clothed
to
in
me,
faith."
man.
Later, Chinese leaders and academics, including Mao Zedong, have seen Hong's views as a forerunner of the communism that eventually took hold of the nation.
God dang communism.
Xiuquan's teachings advocated the proto-communist idea of shared property. He also promised free land to his followers, which was especially popular after a series of famines struck China between 1847
sounds kinda
and
based to me.
1849. His following grew quickly, and by 1851, the government felt it had to respond. There were several skirmishes and even a full-scale battle with imperial troops. Then, on January 11, 1851, Hong founded the Heavenly Kingdom of Transcendent Peace, or the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Qing forces battled the god worshippers several times in 1851 and 1852, with both sides incurring heavy losses.
Both
In early
sides.
1853,
Both sides.
Taiping forces set out to take the city of Nanjing, where they already had roughly 2 million followers. By March 19th of that year, the operation was complete. Taiping forces captured Nanjing, and the god worshippers made the city their capital. After establishing their new capital, the Taiping forces split into three. One contingent went west, one stayed at Nanjing to defend their stronghold, and the third went north to confront the emperor at his own capital in Beijing.
Good to hear, Lennon.
That's ballsy.
Yeah, Roger, power's
Taking it
back.
to the man. The efforts to conquer Beijing were eventually abandoned, and Xiuquan turned to securing his own capital instead. Hong Xiuquan and his earliest followers, including Hong Rengan and Fang Yuanshan, were Hakka. Hakka were a subset of Chinese culture that spoke their own dialect and had a long history of separating themselves from mainstream Chinese society. They were mostly poor laborers, and Hakka women didn't bind their feet like other Chinese women. The Taiping Rebellion had a strong Hakka presence, where men and women were considered equally capable. However, they weren't considered equal citizens. Despite this, Hakka men and women fought shoulder to shoulder against the Qing throughout the rebellion. Surrounded mostly by servants and concubines, Xiuquan became increasingly isolated at Nanjing. The Manchu Qing dynasty focused all their efforts on Nanjing, and in 1864, they took it back. Hong Xiuquan is believed to have been killed in the siege, though the exact details of how he met his end are unknown. Some accounts hold that,
don't know.
sensing the end, Hong committed suicide. Others hold that he died of poisoning, which may have been an assassination, but could just have been food poisoning. While the true cause is lost to history, what we do know is that Xiuquan's body was found wrapped in a cloth in one of the city sewers. Hong's
Oh.
death marked the end of Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Those of his followers that escaped fled north and were eventually defeated in 1866.
See, I thought he ascended into heaven. That's where I thought it was
Before
going.
settling at Nanjing in 1852, the leadership of the Taiping Rebellion was based at Thistle Mountain. Whenever Hong Xiuquan was away,
Thistle,
most
huh?
of the duties and responsibilities of leadership fell to one person, Yang Xiuqing. Yang was a former coal miner who had worked his way to a high position in the Taiping leadership hierarchy, even being considered a vessel for the word of Christ. However, Xiaoqing began to
looks
behave
badass.
erratically and even arranged the overthrow of Fang Yuanshan. By 1856, his thirst for power had grown so out of control that he demanded to be made an equal to Hong Xiuquan, even implying that the Heavenly Father wanted Hong to resign in favor of himself. Concerned, Hong ordered Xiaoqing
cool.
to be banished and sent his most trusted commander to remove him. Xiaoqing refused to leave, and as a result, he would be killed, along with his family and supporters in September of 1856.
I am such a fucking fantasy nerd that like this shit to me is like, this looks so fucking cool. Like, what?
In addition to Hong Xiuquan, the rebellion assigned kings to each faction, west, east, south, and north. The kings were competitive and contentious, and Xiuquan's lack of ability to control them weakened the Taiping cause. After Yang Xiuqing, who was also known as the East King, was executed, Hong began a general purge of the Taiping leadership hierarchy that would last for nearly a decade. Rivalries over who held power and question about Hong Xiuquan's level
Hell
of
yeah, I saw that
authority
movie,
regularly
Sam.
caused civil unrest and undermined their entire effort. By the 1850s, the Society of the Worshippers of God were stockpiling large quantities of gunpowder, and by 1853 they had access to Western-style sidearms. The troops, however, didn't really take to them and rejected the idea of fighting with muskets. One commander reportedly said, "I am beginning to get old now, but give me a good spear, and I am still not afraid to meet any 10 of them." Despite the preferences of the soldiers, defeating the Qing dynasty would require the use of modern firearms. In 1853, the god worshippers would attack Huiqing, which was a Qing munitions hold. They were hoping to steal a large quantity of black powder before it could get to Qing forces. They were not successful. By the time the Taiping Rebellion was over, Hong Xiuquan and his followers had fought their way through 17 Chinese provinces, razing over 600 cities.
That's a lot of cities.
While both the god worshippers and the imperial forces would take massive casualties, they were far from the only ones to suffer. The efforts expended in the war caused millions to die from starvation and disease. Hong's rebellion promised agricultural success and prosperity, but it didn't deliver. According to one missionary who saw China in the 1860s, the country was a picture of the most lamentable desolation. Entire districts that were once covered in agriculture and studded with towns and villages were left deserted. The buildings were in ruins, and the fields had grown into wilds that were more suitable for occupation by wolves rather than people. Modern historians estimate the fighting, failed policies, and general devastation brought about by the Taiping Rebellion ultimately led to the demise of 20 million people.
Do you think that this at all played a part in like the century of humiliation, and that like, you know, they had this kind of almost civil war type thing and all of these like resources that were being kind of sucked away by this rebellion? They kind of made it easier for the West to just sort of like roll in and just be like, yeah, this is ours now.
Well, I think the century of humiliation has like more far-reaching implications than just the West coming in. I think it had to do with like internal and external forces. I think this all has to do like overall.
Right. But would you say that this like definitely had like a huge part to play in that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Of course.
Hong Tianguifu was appointed successor
also
to the throne
Japan,
of the
mostly
Taiping
Japan.
Heavenly Kingdom in 1853. He was only 15 when his father perished in 1864 and was cared for by Hong Rengen, who had been appointed the boy's regent. At the very end of his life, Tianguifu was staying at Nanjing with a Taiping commander named Li Xiaochong. The two were taken captive when the Qing recaptured the city, and both met their fate in the aftermath of the battle. Hong Rengen, who had hoped to save the Taiping efforts with Tianguifu's help, also died around the time of the siege. So what do you think? Did the Qing Dynasty Rebellion ever have a chance? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from our weird history.
Who was it that said something about like this video is like killing it with the 5 tones or something?
Oh.
I was trying to find that comment, but now I get what they were saying. Like, oh, this dude is murdering this language.
All right. So now we know a little bit more about the Taiping Rebellion. I don't know. I've heard of the Taiping Rebellion.
Same. I had no idea it had anything to do with this.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, this is something that I'm just getting a refresher on. If anybody else is more knowledgeable on it, please, point out if we have anything wrong on it. But this is something that I just kind of wanted to familiarize myself and maybe other people with before we got deeper into the whole situation here. So, now that we know about that, let's see what our friend Marx had to say about it. So, in their 1850 article, Marx and Engels described the crisis of the old social order in China. They brought about by the import of cheap European manufactured goods, something they had already emphasized in the Communist Manifesto. However, by now heard about the scope and depth of the Taiping Rebellion, Marx and Engels also discussed the rebels' challenge to the emperor and the mandarins. They note their communist leanings. Among the rebellious plebs, individuals appeared who pointed to the poverty of some and the wealth of others, and who demanded, and are still demanding, a different distribution of property and even the complete abolition of private property. Marx and Engels, who were referring to reports from the German missionary Karl Gutzlaff, one of the best informed Europeans of the time on China. Their apparent source on the rebellion, they waxed ironic over the fact that the pious missionary, upon his return home after 2 decades in China, was horrified to find the communist tendencies in Europe as well. Some guy came back from China, from the Taiping Rebellion. And was like,
Glad that's over.
Yeah. Oh, no.
No.
Oh,
no!
God.
You ruined it.
But this is an interesting thing, like, because before we were so sure of Marx's kind of like disbelief that any kind of like non-Western culture could have like communism, and now him and Engels are like, look at this Taiping thing. Look what they're saying about private property. Look what they're saying about wealth distribution. They compared it themselves to the old communismo.
Could happen any day, man.
Yeah. So this kind of adds a little bit to it as well. You know what I mean? Like, maybe there's a little bit starting to learn a little bit like, hey, maybe this could happen in a place that isn't Europe.
Just before his 1853 India articles discussed above, Marx's Revolution in China and Europe appeared in the Tribune on June 14th, 1853, for once the month before the day of the year. Thank you, author, I forget your name, focusing on the effects of the opium trade and the Taiping Rebellion. It begins with a veiled reference to Hegel's speculative philosophy in an effort to show that events in China were not entirely separate from what was going on in Europe, despite differences of geography, culture, and social system. A most profound yet fantastic speculator on the principles which govern the movements of humanity was wont to extol as one of the ruling secrets of nature what he called the law of the contact of extremes. The homely proverb that extremes meet was, in his view, a grand and potent truth in every sphere of life. Whether the contact of extremes be such a universal principle or not, a striking illustration of it may be seen in the effect the Chinese Revolution seems likely to exercise upon the civilized world. It may seem a very strange and a very paradoxical assertion that the next uprising of the people of Europe and their next movement for republican freedom and economy of government may depend more probably on what is now passing in the celestial empire, the very opposite of Europe, than on any other political cause that now exists. So basically what he's saying is that it's interesting that like what is happening in China, aka the celestial empire he refers to, will have more of an effect on like, the progress of, a socialist construction than anything going on in Europe.
Yep, exactly. So, moving the goalpost just a little bit from the more extreme views that we heard earlier.
Just a little bit. He's like, they're right, but they're doing it wrong.
So these twin disruptions from within and without, he argued, would soon plunge the Chinese economy into crisis, a crisis that would result in the collapse of the Chinese market for opium. The British had established a lucrative three-cornered trade by export opium to China from India, purchasing tea at a low price in China and then selling the tea at a higher price in Britain. As a result, China had become so tied to the world economy that an economic crisis there could touch off a European depression. This would be, according to Marx, the explosion of a long-prepared general crisis, which, spreading abroad, will be closely followed by political revolutions on the European continent. It would be a curious spectacle, that of China spreading disorder into the Western world, while the Western powers, by English, French, and American war steamers, are conveying order to Shanghai, Nanking, and the mouths of the Great Canal. So I think kind of what he's saying here is he's kind of pointing out how interesting it is that it might be this rebellion in China that's actually causing the changes in the West as opposed to vice versa.
Right. All because of some guy that failed the entrance exam to, like, you know, civic duty and then declared himself the brother of Christ will usher in this revolutionary new age in China. Fuck. Like, come on. You
can't make that up.
Dude, it's 2023 and that shit is like fucking what? Right? So imagine what it's like for Marx in 1853 being like, I'm sorry, he thinks he's what?
Someone who just renounced Judaism. You know what I mean? Like being like, what the... Yeah, a little quick video on the Opium Wars, just because it's important too. I know a little bit more about the Opium Wars than I did about the Taiping Rebellion, but regardless, I can still use a refresher.
Oh, we've even covered it previously.
Yeah, exactly.
In the late 18th century, Britain, one of the major powers of Europe, just walked out of the American Revolutionary War with the expensive cost of losing not only much of its national treasury, but also its 13 American colonies. The empire therefore seeks ways to find new sources of revenue, new trade opportunities, and then it finds one possible target: China. China, the Middle Kingdom as it called itself, has been one of the dominant actors in the world for more than 2 millennia. As Emperor Qianlong in the letter to King George III in 1793 wrote, "Our celestial empire possesses all things in prolific abundance, and lacks no product within its own borders." And then the wars...
that's the quote.
That's the letter.
That's the letter.
That's the letter that we referred to where the Emperor of China was like, don't come back here with your rags. You can come back with silver and gold.
You make the dopest shit in the world. Like, your shit, you this subpar bolt rags. He called them rags. Right. Don't bring this here.
Right. Adidas, Nike, Puma, that's all here already, dog. We don't need any of your fucking dog shit drip. Just bring silver or gold, all right?
It's like when you go to the trap house with like a watch that you found somewhere, and they're like, "Dog, get the fuck out of here unless you got money."
Right.
Like, I don't want the bullshit that you got. Like, either bring me money or get the fuck out.
I'm not bartering, dog. Gold or silver.
That was Britain going to the Chinese trap house, essentially, for like the better goods. They're like, well, we have these hats that we made.
We have these hats. We have these hats with a buckle on it.
And this Chinese emperor is like, if you don't get the fuck out of here, come back with some money. Like,
we have these frills we put around our neck.
We are dripped out over here already. Like,
you see my golden fucking gown, dog? Get the fuck out of here. Come back with some money.
China in the 1800s have changed many things and left indelible scars in China. These wars, as we all know, are the Opium Wars. The Opium Wars in the mid-19th century were 2 armed conflicts waged between the Qing, a dynasty noted for its initial prosperity and tumultuous in its final years, and Western countries, namely Britain. In the 18th century, China enjoyed a favorable trade balance with Great Britain, exporting porcelain, silk, and tea in exchange for silver. This trade, on the contrary, was not balanced on the side of Britain, as millions of pounds of silver were flowing out of the British Empire and into China, forcing it to seek ways to counter-trade, and then they did. Opium. In the late 18th century, the cultivation of opium and...
You're fucking up our economy, dog. So we got this other shit.
Yeah.
So, you ever heard of Milk of the Poppy Dog? First one's free.
First one through, yeah.
British territories in Bengal was expanded, and Britain started exporting opium from British-controlled India to China. By the early 19th century, the recreational use of opium skyrocketed, followed by an addiction crisis and serious social and economic disruption in China. A ban on both the production and the importation of opium was attempted, and in 1813 smoking opium was outlawed. However, these actions could not halt the opium trade. The Chinese government then implemented more serious measures. Opium dens were closed and many Chinese dealers were executed. A large amount of illegal opium seized from British traders were destroyed at Human under the aegis of Lin Sezhu, an imperial commissioner of Qing China. The tension increased after that. Some drunken British sailors brutally murdered a Chinese man, but were not sentenced under the Chinese extradition. In response to this reprehensible incident, Lin halted the British food supply and ordered the Portuguese to expel all British from Macau, forcing them to move to a barren island off the coast, present-day Hong Kong. Taken together, these actions escalated the standoff between two sides. And in November 1839, Chinese warships clashed with British merchantmen on the Pearl River estuary in Hong Kong, leading to the outbreak of the First Opium War.
God damn, the British are just like tripping over their own dick the entire fucking time.
Decided to use military force against the Chinese.
They just lost the
hostile
Americans,
action
dude.
was
They're
sending
like,
British
we gotta do
warships
something.
and merchantmen to Hong Kong, and then proceeding up the Pearl River estuary to Canton. Within the next year, the British forces, with its naval and gunnery power, inflicted a series of decisive defeats on the Chinese Empire. After months of negotiations and fighting, in late August 1942, the British managed to capture Nanking, putting an end to the war with the Treaty of Nanking.
1942.
The treaty forced China to cede Hong Kong to Britain, pay an indemnity of $21 million to Britain, and opened 5 treaty ports at Shanghai, Canton, Ningpo, Fuzhou, and Amoy to British merchants. The supplementary Treaty of the Bogue in 1843 gave most favored nation status to the British Empire, and added provisions for British extraterritoriality.
Of course.
The Second Opium War resulted from the failure of the Nanking Treaty to
Wait.
Yes.
Hang on, you'll see what I'm getting at.
Hang on.
The second
What is going on with this map, dog?
Is that?
That's India.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Well, maybe because wait, press play. Does it move?
Opium
No.
I don't know.
War resulted from the failure of the Nanking Treaty to satisfy British goals of improved trade and diplomatic relations. In October 1856, some Chinese Marines in Canton seized a British-operated cargo ship, Arrow, arresting several Chinese crew members. This incident gave the British the excuse they had been waiting for to use military forces against China once again. But this time, Britain had French support, as the murder of a French missionary in China forced France to side with the British. In early 1858, having already captured Canton, French-British forces headed to Tianjin. Once arriving at Tianjin, a treaty was once again proposed, and unsurprisingly for the Chinese, these treaties were even more unequal than the last one. The treaty included the opening of 10 more Chinese ports to foreign trade, permission for foreign legations in Beijing, and Christian missionary activity, and the legalization of the opium trade. Although the Chinese signed the treaties in 1858, it took 2 more years of fighting, which ended with the capture of Beijing before the Chinese government was disposed to ratify the treaty. That's when the Beijing Convention was reached, granting Britain and its allied countries even more rights and privileges. But on top of that, this gave the British what they had fought so hard for, the legal trade of opium with China.
That's what we need.
That's what we want.
The humiliating
Now it's gone.
defeat of the Qing army by a relatively small British-French military force was a shocking blow to the once powerful and prosperous Qing Empire. The Opium Wars not only provided convincing evidence of weakened China, but also made a further contribution to this weakening. And most importantly, the conflicts were believed to contribute to the ending of China's 5,000-year imperial dynastic system, and the beginning of what is now referred to in China as the Century of Humiliation.
Nah, okay.
Thanks for watching.
Oh, so they're saying
If you
that it
find this
began with the
information
Opium
useful,
Wars.
please give us a thumbs up and share it with your friends.
No.
No, you had India over. We saw that.
And you said 1946. I was like, what? The Treaty of Hong Kong happened in that's after World War II. What?
Oh, I'm not sure. Okay, back to the grind. Moreover, even in discussing the Taiping Rebellion as an internal awakening, there is an air of ethnocentric condescension. Here we go. Buckle up. Referring to the disruptions to the traditional social order resulting from the opium trade, he writes, "It would seem as though history had first to make his whole people drunk before it could rouse them out of their hereditary stupidity." The political theorist Ephraim Nimni terms the phrase hereditary stupidity as a sample of Marx's abusive language and intense hostility to many non-Western national communities. Marx's real target in this article was British imperialism and what he saw as its unconscionable opium trade, however. In this regard, as Marx editor James Ledbetter maintains, with the possible exception of human slavery, no topic raised Marx's ire as profoundly as the opium trade with China. Marx's language about hereditary stupidity, however troubling, should not be allowed to mask this fact, nor the fact that this focus of this passage is not Chinese backwardness, but Chinese national awakening. So some very, very, very
It's in the eye of the beholder.
cool way of saying things there.
You're concentrating on the wrong part.
Yeah. So it's like a real problematic way of putting that, but they're saying that the overall thing is like, while he did throw some ethnocentric jabs over there at the Chinese nationals, overall the vibe was that he was mad at Britain for engaging in this opium war.
Look,
he was a critic of it.
He may be racist, but he's not supporting the British in this endeavor.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for putting it in a way that was more eloquent than me.
It's not even that eloquent. In a Tribune article published on March 22nd, 1857, Marx again attempts to refute the government journals of England and a portion of the American press, which have been heaping wholesale denunciations upon the Chinese. The unoffending citizens and peaceful tradesmen of Canton have been slaughtered, their habitations battered to the ground, and the claims of humanity violated, on the flimsy pretense that English life and property are endangered by the aggressive acts of the Chinese. The British government and the British people, at least those who have been chosen to examine the question, know how false and hollow are such charges. These sweeping assertions are baseless. The Chinese have at least 99 injuries to complain of to one on the part of the English. How silent is the press of England upon the outrageous violations of the treaty daily practiced by foreigners living in China under British protection. We hear nothing of the illicit opium trade, which yearly feeds the British treasury at the expense of human life and morality. We hear nothing of the constant bribery of sub-officials, by means of which the Chinese government is defrauded of its rightful revenue on incoming and outgoing merchandise. We hear nothing of the wrongs inflicted, even unto death, upon misguided and bonded emigrants who sold to worse than slavery on the coast of Peru and into Cuban bondage. We hear nothing of the bullying spirit often exercised against the timid nature of the Chinese, or of the vice introduced by foreigners at the ports open to their trade.
All right, so
it's kind of going off,
hereditary
you know.
stupidity. Not going to apologize for that one. That
Nope.
was way, way, way out of line. But, now, this guy who was once like, the British pretty much have to, do this for the sake of progress is pretty much just lambasting British imperialism here. Pretty much being like, all of this is absolute bullshit.
Right.
This is an absolutely like abominable quest of conquest. Quest of conquest. That was so lame. He's being extremely critical of the British imperial project at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like, the one part that really stuck out to me was like, the Chinese have at least 99 injuries to complain of to one on the part of the English.
It reminds me of it reminds me of Israel. It reminds you of the United States in Iraq or Afghanistan. Like all of these kinds of like imperialist wars where they, out of the 100 injuries that they sustain one of them and they put it all over the news as if it's some kind of like, disgusting affront to humanity.
Right. It's like, fucking kind of like when a certain country invaded another recent history. And, it's just like America was like up in arms, like, how fucking could you? This is the worst humanitarian disaster of modern history. And it's like, how many countries have we invaded in the last, 20 years? It's like,
see a little bit more progress here at old Marx. I still have hope for him.
Right. I still think... I think he can come out the other side of this. You know what I mean?
So, this is me, right?
Yeah.
A year later, in September 1858, as the war in China reached a temporary lull, Marx published in the Tribune 2 articles titled History of the Opium Trade. In one of them, he concludes with a poetic evocation of the contradictory character of the type of modernization forced upon China by Britain's Opium Wars. That a giant empire containing almost 1/3 of the human race, vegetating to the teeth of time, insulated by the forced exclusion of general intercourse, and thus contriving to dupe itself with the delusions of celestial perfection, that such an empire should at least be overtaken by the fate on occasion of a deadly duel in which the representative of the antiquated world appears prompted by ethical motives, while the representatives... Oh, did we get rated? $27 just rated with a party of 102.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
Welcome, Raiders. Thank
Hey,
you, $27.
Wow. Shit. Thank you so much, $27. What is up, everybody? Welcome to Subversive History. We are currently reading Marx in the Margins by Kenneth B. Anderson. This is a book about Marx and his views on nationalism, ethnicity, and non-Western societies. We are learning that Marx was a little bit of a problematic boy in his early days, had some very, very Eurocentric views on non-Western societies, but he's learning. He has, he's made some progress, and we're studying that. Thank you so much for everybody being here. Johnny, you want to go through the old Subversive History introduction?
Yeah. Why not? I'll pull it up. So, we're a little bit less of a ordinary Twitch stream, and we're more of a some might call multimedia community project seeking to bring attention to the revolutionary struggles of the world's often unsung and frequently misunderstood sectors. These are the stories of the demonized, vilified, whitewashed, or otherwise forgotten campaigns against imperialism, colonialism, capitalist exploitation, and racial apartheid. The orthodoxy of Western hegemony has often labeled these dissidents as subversive, and these are the struggles that we aim to illuminate. So.
And also, we have a good fun time here reading books. We're a book-based stream. We choose books. We analyze books chapter by chapter.
Books.
And we have a lot of fun here reading books and recreational education. But there is a certain segment of society that does not have access to this fun recreational education that we're currently engaging in, and that would be incarcerated individuals all throughout the country. So, we do here have, if you look at the bottom right, a donate to charity button. If you are interested in assisting us get books into the hands of the most marginalized individuals in this nation, please consider tossing $1 into that charity button. It does not go into our pockets whatsoever. It completely bypasses us and goes to the Books Through Bars nonprofit volunteer organization, where I currently volunteer my time once a week to be able to assist a very, very worthwhile cause. So if you are able to, thank you for joining us. If not, just hang out and maybe you'll enjoy some of the content.
Yeah, we like to have a little bit of fun here. It's not just a completely dry reading of a PDF. We try to
pretty silly.
Yeah, we try to distill the book down to like the most important parts, right? And if you really want more, and you want like the PDF even of the book, well, we have a link to our Discord, and I won't say much further, but I'm sure you can navigate your way around that and find the book section. And be able to read along with us. And, maybe there's something that we didn't put in a slide. Maybe there's something that stood out to you that, you want to bring up. And it's kind of like a book club type environment. So just fire away and chat. Let us know, what you think about the book.
Yeah, so I was just going in here and I was reading a little bit of Marx's view on the Taiping Rebellion and the Opium Wars. Where a year later, in September 1858, as the war in China reached a temporary lull, Marx published in the Tribune 2 articles titled History of the Opium Trade. In one of them, he concludes with a poetic evocation of the contradictory character of the type of modernization forced upon China by Britain's opium wars. That a giant empire containing almost 1/3 of the human race, vegetating to the teeth of the time, insulated by the forced exclusion of general intercourse, and thus contriving to dupe itself with the delusions of celestial perfection, that such an empire should at last be overtaken by the fate on occasion of a deadly duel, in which the representative of the antiquated world would appear prompted by ethical motives, with the representative of overwhelming modern society fights for the privilege of buying in the cheapest and selling it to the dearest markets. This indeed is a sort of tragical couplet, stranger than any poet would have ever dared to fancy.
Any poet.
This is one of those paragraphs by Marx that's like, dude, could you just tone it down a little bit? Like, I get that you're a really good writer and everything like that, but this is, somewhat of a rebuke of Marx's earlier, Communist Manifesto era stating of how capitalism is this overall progressive force and necessary force and ultimately beneficial force. And he's beginning to question that narrative quite a bit with the situation in China.
And by the way, I tried to quietly Google what vegetating to the teeth of time, or what is it? Vegetating to the teeth of time. I got fucking nothing, dog. I have no fucking idea what the hell that means.
Well, you heard what he said before. He said about India that it was like a vegetative civilization. Right. I think he's saying that the older, more traditional civilization
stagnant,
is somewhat. I think he was being a little bit denigrating to the original Chinese civilization.
Which, chat, if you're unaware, India's civilization extends like millennia beyond Europe, right? And is literally considered one of the cradles of civilization. So that's just plain old ahistorical, but that's the kind of
Eurocentrism
that we're dealing with here.
Yep.
In September 1859, as the Second Opium War heated up again with the British, now joined by the French preparing to sack Beijing, Marx published several more articles on China in the Tribune. Chat, for those that are just coming in, he actually had a job at one point working for the New York Tribune, writing articles, and he would write about foreign goings-on in the world. He gleefully reports that the British and French aggressors had suffered nearly 500 casualties, also losing 3 ships in the entrance to the Peiho River as they attempted to sail towards Beijing. The jingoist Palmerstonian press was trumpeting these unpleasant tidings as it unanimously roared for wholesale revenge. Marx ridicules British editorialists for declaring themselves superior to the Chinese and for averring that the British ought to be their masters. He calls such expressions nothing but ravings of Palmerston's penmen. Palmerston and Bonaparte, as well, he writes, want another Chinese war to shore up their dwindling popularity at home. So not much has changed in 200 years.
Right. Well, so now we have Marx, just a few years prior to this, during the Communist Manifesto, just exalting capitalism as the greatest mode of production. It's done more than all society prior to it combined. It is absolutely unrivaled in its progress. And, you know, kind of engaging in a little bit of apologia for colonialism, and that it's like, you know, it sucks, but it just kind of has to happen to be able to bring them the productive forces so that they can have a proletariat, and thus they can eventually have a revolution. But now we have Marx being like, 500 dead British. Hell yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's just a cheerleader.
Kill them all. Let God sort them out.
Exactly. Like, at this point, he's just a cheerleader for Chinese resistance. So it's like, how can he have those two views at the same time? How can he, one, believe that capitalism has an ultimately beneficial, the transition from feudalism to capitalism, even if it's through colonialism, is an ultimately beneficial, positive impact, but also praising the Chinese for murdering the British as they try to do it. Right. It can't happen. There has to have been some amount of progression here.
Right. Imagine being like an American, like before the Civil War, like in New York or something, like reading this shit, and you're just kind of like half following it. You're just like, this Marx guy's fucking wild.
God damn.
The fuck?
Well, and you probably just are, you like this, the Civil War, you know, the Revolutionary War was like 60 years before, so you're probably like, oh, it's fucking based.
Yeah. Fuck the Brits.
Yeah. So in these articles on China published during 1857-59, Marx's thinking has begun to shift from the perspectives of the manifesto or the 1853 articles on India and China in two major respects. Most obviously, he no longer lauds the supposed progressive effects of colonialism. In fact, condemning British and French colonialism in the strongest terms. What could account for such a change? One factor is his growing disillusionment with capitalism, in the sense that he no longer held a strong belief in capitalism's progressive effects. This can be seen in his April 14th, 1858, that was 2 days ago, like 230 years ago or something, speech on the anniversary of the People's Paper, published a few days later in that Chartist organ. While Marx still proclaims that steam, electricity, and the self-acting mule were revolutionists, the tone in the 1856 is more somber, far less sanguine about capitalist progress than earlier. Just go forward, because I couldn't fit it all in one slide. So do you want to take up the mantle on this one?
Sure.
This is what Marx said about this situation now. So look for those key changes in him not saying about the progressiveness of capitalism or colonialism.
Remember, this is only 4 years after the release of the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah.
On the one hand, there have started into life industrial and scientific forces which no epoch of the former human history had ever suspected. On the other hand, there exist symptoms of decay, far surpassing the horrors recorded of the latter times of the Roman Empire. In our days, everything seems to be pregnant with its contrary. Machinery, gifted with the wonderful power of shortening and fructifying human labor, whatever the fuck that means, we behold starving and overworking it. The newfangled sources of wealth, by some strange, weird spell, are turned into sources of want. The victories of art seem bought by the loss of character. At the same pace that mankind masters nature, man seems to become enslaved to other men, or to his own infamy. Even the pure light of science seems unable to shine but on the dark background of ignorance. All our invention and progress seems to result in endowing material forces with intellectual life and stultifying human life into a material force. Now, if you just put some blast beats and just have a dude screaming this, right, with some like angular guitar, HM2 fuzz, right, you got like a sick fucking black metal track, or like, you know, depending on the level of talent, maybe even a good like, you know, kind of 90s, early 2000s screamo song, you know, like it's perfect.
Yeah, this is actually one of the most impressive Marx quotes that I've actually come across. I feel like it's one of the under-shared quotes of Marx, because it's really poetic and just really explains the evolution of things and the like you said, like he's not saying that everything's progressive anymore. He's pointing to some very, very like untenable contradictions of this progress.
Right. Yeah, you could even make a great hyperpop track out of this. Pure light of science, unable to shine, but on the dark background of ignorance is an Evanescence bar, I think. I mean, like, you know, because we are. It's almost like what's that Rosa quote? Socialism or barbarism or whatever. You know, like I feel like this is a far more like, obviously it's a much longer quote, but I just feel like it's so much more poetic and it's so much more like poignant, you know, especially for like, you know, the kind of what's the word that I'm looking for here? Kind of like when you're going through this like leftist development, right? You kind of have this existential break, you know, from things that you used to believe, and I feel like, you know, this is the break that he's having, right, of realizing that like the progressive, you know, things that he used to believe about capitalism, right, is that it's starting to be pulled, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and we're witnessing it in like the written word, you know, from like his mind, and it's a beautiful thing to read.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, so moving forward. In the Communist Manifesto, whole pages celebrated capitalist progress before Marx and Engels began to talk of contradictions. 8 years later, the notion of capitalism's destructiveness, of its alienation and exploitation, was interwoven into the discussion of scientific and technological progress. Second, and perhaps more importantly, it should be noted by 1859, Marx had finished writing the Grundrisse, where, as will be discussed in Chapter 5, he elaborated for the first time a more multilinear philosophy of history, wherein Asian societies had not followed the same stages from slave-based to feudal modes of production as had Western Europe. So there you go. A little bit more. Now it's not just so one-dimensional. It's not so unilinear in terms of, hey, this is the type of progress that we need. Colonialism is going to bring about that progress. They're fucking backwards kind of barbaric societies anyway. This is what they need. Now he's like, ugh, I don't know, man. This is destructive and alienated and exploitative. This is pretty fucked up.
Yeah, Wilco says, you're right. I think that he initially had a mild distaste for capitalism at the start, you know, and even that's arguable. Like, was it a mild distaste or was it outright, like, you know, hatred for it?
I think it was a more clinical, a more clinical development away from it, where it's everything is just kind of like acting in a way where it's like it's an inevitable march of history or a march of civilization where you will reach this point and then that point will be laden with contradictions and then you'll progress to the next. Now he's seeing that that's not just a unilinear development.
Right. That development will have a cost of blood and souls and whatnot. But Wilco continues to say that only seeing it as what he thought a necessary step to a revolution, now he sees it for the blight that it is on humanity. And I think that, yeah, that's absolutely accurate.
Yep.
Evidence of Marx's shift.
Okay, and now we are going into the last section here. It's a relatively short chapter also, so we're just about done. It's been a fucking long one with a lot of very, very hearty content, but bear with us. We're just about done. Now, this last section is called India is Now Our Best Ally. I wonder what that alludes to. Let's find out.
We're so close to the end, folks. Evidence of Marx's shift towards a more anti-colonialist position can also be found in his articles on the Great Indian Revolt of 1857-58, which broke out in the midst of the Second Opium War against China. The literary theorist Pranav Jani holds that in these later writings on India, Marx began to theorize the self-activity and struggle of colonized Indians. On May 10th, 1857, a group of Indian colonial soldiers, known as the Sepoys, revolted and killed their British officers. The immediate provocation was a rumor that the grease for the cartridge for their rifles contained fat from beef, anathema to Hindus, and from pork, anathema to Muslims. The rebellion developed a more political form when the rebellious soldiers seized Delhi and other large cities. They placed a descendant of the Mughal emperors, Badar Shah, in power once again. However, the rebellion did not develop coherent goals or even a unified form, and was in many respects a basically traditionalist, decentralized outbreak of anti-colonial hostility. It took the British 2 full years, despite their superior organization and weaponry, to suppress it. Incidents of massacre, torture, and rape of British civilians and soldiers, exaggerated and sensationalized in the Western press, became an excuse for even more horrific reprisals by the British Army.
So again, if you want to move forward, there's a short video about this rebellion, which I think is important because again, we're delving into very, very niche areas of history, which I know nothing about, and I don't know how much many of you do. So, quick little video.
Yeah, no, I think we've talked briefly about the Sepoys. If not, I think it may have been a Vijay Prashad talk about it.
Yeah,
I'm not 100%.
Yep. And wait, pause it real quick.
Yes.
Plants made a really good summary right here.
Yes.
He's starting to not believe his own March of History model. Dr. Lushaba calls it the modular European model of modernity and development. So yeah, he's starting to break from that strict adherence to that line of thinking.
Plants, you keep bringing them up. We're going to have you on, man.
Yeah, dude. About that.
How should we describe the events that occurred in India in 1857? William Dalrymple's view is that while the term mutiny is too narrow, War of Independence is also too wide. Most historians tend to agree that rebellion is suitable, but what actually happened? The British East India Company, formed in 1600, set up outposts in India to trade in textiles and spices for the home market. As their influence grew, they fought a number of battles with the Indians and the French to secure hegemonic power over the subcontinent. This culminated with a British victory at the Battle of Plassey in 1757, which secured the company's monopoly over India. Fast forward 100 years and discontent is growing. Taxes are rising and land rights are being denied to itinerant tribes who turn to banditry in protest. The word thug comes from the Indian Tughi, the name for these bandits, and the Hindi word for deceit. Also, land meant for mosques and temples was being taken for churches, and native peoples were concerned rightly that the British meant to convert them to Christianity. Interestingly, as British power increased, so did segregation between the British and the natives. Early on in the East India Company's history, British officers often became Indianized and were moved and influenced by Indian culture, such as the tolerant religious pluralism advocated by the great leader Akbar centuries before. But as the British began to dominate, all of this changed. In 1780, 1 in 3 East India employees married Indian women, while in 1820, this figure
Suddenly my heritage just got like a lot clearer.
dropped to 1 in 7. This growing oppression is the backdrop over which the events of 1857 began. This is the Enfield P53 rifle, and to load it, it required that the user bite the new paper cartridges to release the bullet and gunpowder. The problem was that these new cartridges were greased with beef and pork fat, which of course was hugely offensive to the Hindu and Muslim sepoys who were hired by and fought for the company. This discontent led to a young sepoy officer, Mangal Pandey, who is now a national hero, shooting at his officer and consequently being executed. Gradually, as this news and the discontent spread, sepoys mutinied in Cawnpore, Lucknow, Jhansi and Meerut, among others, with the sepoys of Meerut marching 40 miles to Delhi, the seat of the last Mughal emperor, the aging Bahadur Shah Zafar II. The revolt spread throughout the city, and Europeans and Christian Indians were slaughtered. The Shah, being emperor only in name, was reluctant at first, but accepted the sepoys' pleas for leadership, and Delhi was secured. Of course, the rebellion was short-lived, as British troops were brought in from the Crimean War and from China, slowly marching on Delhi, killing many along the way. They set up a base outside the city and besieged the city for almost 3 months, while much of that time being heavily on the defensive themselves. At times it seemed like the British might have to withdraw until reinforcements arrived from the Punjab, where Sikhs had no intention of supporting the Mughal emperor. The city was eventually recaptured along with Bahadur Shah, whose sons were immediately killed and himself sent into exile. Many were murdered in retaliation and many executed by cannon, as was Mughal tradition. Similar events occurred across the country. The rebellion lasted over 2 years in total, but reaction was swift, and the East India Company was dismantled by the British government, who took direct control over the subcontinent. And it wouldn't be until 1947, almost 200 years later, that India would finally see independence. If you like these videos and would like to support me making more, you can follow me.
Maybe.
So yeah, quick refresher there on this rebellion. So all right, just getting to the end here.
Yeah, by cannon. It looks like they strapped them literally to the muzzle of the cannon.
To the mouth of the cannon, yeah. So, as news of the revolt reached London, Marx began an extensive series of articles on it for the Tribune. These articles, published during the years 1857 and 1858, with 21 of them written by Marx and 10 at his invitation by Engels, comprise over 150 printed pages in volume 15 of the English edition of the collected works of Marx and Engels. Although they constitute one of the most sustained treatments of a non-European society by Marx anywhere in his writings, they have not drawn as much attention as his 1853 articles on India. Nonetheless, these articles show a major theoretical shift away from the qualified support for British colonialism in those from 1853. So we're seeing, 5-6 years here of difference between Marx writing the original articles about India and these later ones in the late 1850s, and we're going to see a very, very different style of a very different take from Marx.
Yes. I think maybe at some point he began to learn like what kind of horrific things were happening in India.
Yep.
In The Revolt in the Indian Army, published on July 15th, 1857, Marx begins by noting that, like the Romans before them, the British adopted a divide and rule form of domination in India, in which playing off the antagonism of the various races, tribes, castes, creeds, and sovereignties was the vital principle of British supremacy. And by the way, chat for that came in during the raid, MECW means the collected works of Marx and Engels. Mm-hmm. To rule over a population of 200 million, he notes, the British created a colonial army of 200,000 Indians, commanded by British officers, in addition to maintaining a British force of 40,000 men. Proceeding dialectically, Marx then points to the new contradictions and antagonisms brought about by British rule. In their colonial sepoy army, they unwittingly created for the first time a unified Indian national consciousness and organization. British rule organized the first general center of resistance which the Indian people was ever possessed of. How far that native army may be relied upon is clearly shown by its recent mutinies. In a letter to Engels of July 6, Marx gives his feelings greater vent, writing that the Indian affair is delicious. Would you like to know the taste of butter?
So now, not only is he not saying that, qualified support for colonialism, like it's brutal and it's detestable, but it is the march of history, and will come. The result of this will ultimately be progress.
They'll be better off, later on.
It's so delicious watching these Indians kill all their British colonists. Now he's relishing in the murder of British colonial officials.
Just twirling his bearded mustache. Kill them all. Let God sort them out. Let Kali Ma sort them out. Fuck. Oh, that's an awful joke.
No. Marx's The Indian Revolt, which appeared. Oh, I'm the one who hit it. I hit the Marx, The Indian Revolt.
What?
Which I hit the slide.
Well, you hit it?
I hit the trap card.
Oh shit! This is the one.
The Indian
Fuck.
Revolt.
All right. Well,
September 16th,
it was a good run while it lasted, man.
Take up the atrocities committed by the rebels, who he writes are only the reflex in concentrated form of England's own conduct in India. These cruelties are appalling, hideous, he adds, but they are characteristic of wars of attrition, of nationalities, of races, and above all, religion. The British press provided few details of atrocities by their own forces, but these oozed forth nonetheless in crudely racist sentences such as the following, which Marx quotes from a report in the London Times. We hold court-martials on horseback, and every N-word we meet with, we either string up or shoot. Marx contextualizes the sepoy atrocities against British civilians by noting similar examples from European history and from European actions in Asia. Did you find it surprising that they referred to Indians as N-words?
Not really, you know.
Yes, it makes sense. Like I don't expect like a British person to really like, you know.
Like we're talking about the English construction of race, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Where like, you know. I knew it.
Wilco. In the book, it's not censored like
it's
that.
Not.
I personally censored it to be that way, and I joked that whoever ended up on the slide was the one getting canceled.
Right. So, like, you know.
Yeah, Wilco. I'm not going to say it, but I think the sentiment that you just expressed right there was pretty much what the Indian people were. I mean, not the Indian, the English people were thinking of the Indian people at that time.
And I hate to keep hearkening back to Dr. Horn's, you know, good Dr. Horn's work, right? I don't know why I couldn't remember his fucking first name. Just now I'm having a brain fart, but we've been doing this for like 5 hours. Gerald Horn. Right, it talks about the construction of race in the Americas, right, and it's just pretty much like anything that isn't, you know, Irish and to a certain degree Irish. They mostly wanted Protestant Irish. They actually had quite a distaste for the Catholic Irish, the Welsh, the Scot, right, the English. If you weren't those things, right, they wanted fucking nothing to do with you, and we're talking like. The French, the Spanish, right? And, you know... Oh, shit. Thank you, Feminist Critique. Oh, my God. I don't know. This is like, maybe we need to stream for 5 hours more often, but we are Subversive History for previous raiders, you know. I guess, like, you know, use a bio break right now where, you know, grab something to drink. You know, we're almost done. I wish you guys had come in earlier, but hey, what can you do? We're Subversive History. We're a multimedia community project seeking to bring attention to the revolutionary struggles of the world's often unsung and frequently misunderstood sectors. These are the stories of the demonized, vilified, whitewashed, or otherwise forgotten campaigns against imperialism, colonialism, capitalist exploitation, and racial apartheid. The orthodoxy of Western hegemony has often labeled these dissidents as subversive, and these are the struggles that we aim to illuminate. So now
we are currently reading Marx at the Margins, which is a study of Karl Marx's views on national and ethnicity and non-Western societies. We are pretty much through the first chapter here. We're going to be wrapping up shortly, but there's some very, very concise summarizations that we'll be going through in this last little segment. So you can definitely glean quite a bit of the sentiment if you just hang out for the last little bit that we go through. But if not, if you're interested in this kind of content, we go through books painstakingly, but also with a lot of silliness. We get right down to the nitty gritty with lots of details and sources, but also we laugh a lot along the way.
And, you know, before we forget, we are also right now currently doing a donation drive for Books Through Bars, which Pat volunteers with, right? Because there is nothing more important as somebody that works with people that are incarcerated, right? There's nothing greater that you can give somebody in that position than, you know, a book. And Pat takes time out of his day to make sure that these people get the books that they request.
Yep. So if you're interested in contributing to that, you see that donate to charity link down at the bottom right. Feel free to kick $1 in there or so. It's going to go to a really good cause, I promise.
And
all right,
moving on.
So, okay, so we established that. Now let's go into actually what the what they said was, because this was just like the primer. Now let's go into actually what he said about this situation.
Right. So now we've got Marx, Parenti, and Chomsky saying the N-word.
Yeah. So he didn't say it. He was quoting.
He's right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. You're right. You're right. Technically, all three of them were quoting it.
True. But what he's
thank you, Tiny's Poop.
Thank you so much for the $5 donation. I promise this will go directly to helping a incarcerated individual get their hands on a book that they otherwise would not be able to get. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So then also, this is because the Sepoy Rebellion, there was a lot of atrocities, which you could consider atrocities, conducted by the mutiny, the rebelling Indians.
Both sides.
This was getting promoted at such a large extent in British news. Like, look at what they're doing to us. They're savages. They're barbarians. Look how they're killing us. This is Marx's response to that. So go ahead, Johnny.
The cutting of noses, breasts, and what's that last one? C?
I don't know. I guess, yeah.
I'm assuming some kind of genital. In one word, the horrid mutilations committed by the Sepoys are, of course, more revolting to European feeling than the throwing of red-hot shell on Canton dwellings by a secretary of the Manchester Peace Society, or the roasting of Arabs pent up in a cave by a French marshal, or the flaying alive of British soldiers by the Cat o' Nine Tails under drumhead court-martial, or any other of the philanthropical appliances used in British penitentiary colonies. Cruelty, like every other thing, has its fashion, changing according to time and place. Caesar, the accomplished scholar, candidly narrates how he ordered many thousand Gallic warriors to have their right hands cut off. Napoleon would have been ashamed to do this. He preferred dispatching his own French regiments suspected of republicanism to Saint Domingo, there to die of the blacks and the plague.
Go forward. There's one more. I think this continues, actually. I don't think it's over quite yet.
That was a quote, Wilco. It doesn't count.
Mutilations committed by the Sepoys remind one of the practices of the Christian Byzantine Empire, or the prescriptions of Charles V's criminal law, or the English punishment for high treason, as still recorded by Judge Blackstone. With Hindus, whom their religion has made virtuoso in the art of self-torturing, these tortures inflicted on the enemies of their race and creed appear quite natural, and must appear still more so to the English, who only some years since still used to draw revenues from the Juggernaut festivals, protesting and assisting the bloody rites of a religion of cruelty. Another article published the next day details common forms of torture long used or condoned by the British in India, and then asked whether a people are not justified in attempting to expel the foreign conquerors who have so abused their subjects. So, first of all, thank you so much, Maverick, for donating $5 to Books Through Bars. Your consistent support is so appreciated. It's such a pleasure having you in the chat, talking with us, and thank you so much for helping someone get a hold of a book in that position.
Constant and consistent support.
So this is pretty much Marx being like, oh yeah, you know what the Sepoys are doing are so terrible, and then just puts out like a laundry list of all the fucked up shit that the British and other enlightened Western European cultures do, pretty much being like, shut the fuck up.
Right. And you're gonna act as if like
no right to fucking talk.
This one time where they finally band together and revolt, right? Yeah. As opposed to what the last
clutch your pearls. You're gonna clutch your pearls over this.
Over the last 200 years of just brutal, fucking awful, inhuman torture and all kinds of fucked up things that they've been doing.
Exactly.
In the Indian Revolt of September 16th, 1857, Marx also makes an important dialectical point concerning the nature of the Indian resistance. He notes that it sprang from a part of society formed by the British, from a deep contradiction within the colonial apparatus itself. there is something in human history like retribution, and it is a rule of historical retribution that its instrument be forged not by the offended, but by the offender himself. The first blow dealt the French monarch proceeded from the nobility, not from the peasants. The Indian revolt does not commence with the Riots, tortured, dishonored, and stripped naked by the British, but by the sepoys, clad, fed, petted, fatted, and pampered by them. So
he's making an interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the Riot, for chatters that just came in during the raid, the Riot were the peasant, almost serf-like class within India prior to English colonialism that had like a certain amount of rights to the land, but not really. Like they kind of like they cultivated the land, they kind of came with the land, but they had like a certain amount of like autonomy over it, sort of like serfs did with like the commons, right? But then when English colonialism came through, got rid of fucking all of that.
Yeah. And he's saying it's curious that it's not from the lowest and most exploited form. It's coming from the pampered like colonial administrators, because even all colonial projects, even though, Britain might be the most oppressive force in India, they will have Indians working. They will incentivize, an Indian, a higher class of Indian to be able to perpetuate their higher class by carrying out the colonization and the oppression. And these are the ones that actually turned on them.
To answer HTA, they were subject to evictions, but like from the way, like, if you read the book, they make it seem like it's kind of like it was like a faux pas to do that. Like it was possible.
I could be wrong, but I thought it said that prior to the British coming in and wrenching it more into like the capitalist private property idea of things, that there was not as many evictions, and then now there is evictions, and like pretty much the abuses of the riots are like endless at this point because of this new social order.
Yeah, so like now that like the English are in charge, that there's like this incentive to evict them, right? At any hot drop of the hat, to kind of keep that surplus army of labor, right, to recreate that sort of surplus army of labor, like with the industrial sort of farming methods or just like work methods in general of labor in England, but in India. Not formally, but socially unacceptable. It's not it was sort of like socially unacceptable. Like you had to like really like fuck up, like kill the zamindar, whatever the name is for like the sort of landlord. You probably had to do something pretty fucking heinous for it to happen, but it's not like, you had a low crop yield, you're out. It wasn't like as what's the word? It wasn't happening. They make it seem like it didn't happen at like the drop of a hat.
Right. So okay. So in some respects, this echoed the language of the Communist Manifesto. The weapons with which the bourgeois felled feudalism to the ground are now turned against the bourgeois itself. But not only has the bourgeois forged the weapons that bring death to itself, it has also called into existence the men who are to wield those weapons, the modern working class, the proletarians. In proportion, ask the bourgeois, i.e. capital, is developed in the same proportion as the proletariat, the modern working class, developed. In the Sepoy Uprising, Marx was finding in colonial India something similar to capitalism forging of the working class. Thus, the very progress of colonialism was producing its gravediggers. Such a dialectical turn had been missing with respect to the Asia in the manifesto and in much of the 1850 writings on India. Right. So now you see him kind of like applying the same dialectical, like you're creating this progress, but in that progress, you are creating its own undoing because of its contradictions.
Right. And like that progress is like, kept up to snuff by like a very Eurocentric standard of progress. And with that progress came like the same kind of contradictions.
Yeah.
After Delhi finally fell in September 1857, Marx writes in an article published on November 14th that Britain's victory was aided by internal dissensions between Hindus and Muslims and between rebel soldiers and the upper class of Delhi. In a military analysis of the recapture of Delhi, Engels ridicules English claims of heroism, arguing that no people, not even the French, can equal the English in self-laudation, especially when bravery is the point in question. In a letter to Engels of January 16th, 1858, Marx declares tellingly with respect to the Sepoy uprisings, India is now our best ally. This letter also takes up the turn to the right of the Chartist leader Ernest Jones. And the Chartists, like we talked about earlier, new chatters, they're kind of like old-timey stockbrokers. They just watch the stock prices on stuff go up in the market. In this sense, the revolt in India was for Marx not in a totally separate sphere from the struggles of the European workers or from his work on the Grundrisse, or for that matter, Hegelian dialectics. Thus, during the conservative 1850s, he considered India's Sepoy fighters to be the best ally of the revolutionary movement in the West, at a time when the latter was exemplified by the fate of Jones. Was not moving forward.
So now we have Marx saying India is now our best ally. So think about what 6 or 8 years have done to this man's perception of anti-colonial movements. It went from one just saying it's a backwards fucking society, they're barbarians, they pretty much have no history, they worship bulls and monkeys and shit. We're material, just absolute condemnation, paternalistic Eurocentrist bullshit. The things that we criticize and hate as Marxists, which he definitely engaged in. Now, 6 to 8 years later, he's saying India, these anti-colonial rebels are best ally. Right. He's not talking about the English. He's not talking about the French. He's not talking about Western Europe, highly developed capitalists. He's talking about the Indian revolt that is killing British colonizers.
An Indian revolt that is literally being led by arguably the most religious people, because again, it started because
using pork and grease,
a beef and pork grease based or fat based grease for the bullets of the rifles, and shit. That's it, dog.
We fucking did it.
We did it. It only took us 5 hours, Look, it's only 10:43. I was only 15 minutes off,
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Tune in on. We're getting the fuck out of here because I have one more thing I have to do for school real quick before this clock strikes midnight. But if you like this, we are coming back on Wednesday, and we are going to be returning to the Killing Hope Chronicles, where we will be talking about. I believe that the next 3 that we're going to do is Indonesia, the first one of Indonesia, Western Europe, and British Guyana. So Indonesia, Western Europe, British Guyana. Tune in on Wednesday. We'll be talking about all 3 of those. It's about to turn into him. Thank you, Astros. Thank you, Sam. So we'll be doing those 3. So check it out. Also, stay tuned. Did you ever get confirmation from Rick for this Friday?
I believe we are still on for this Friday. Derek might want to definitely get in contact with him, as should Victor if they are listening. That is happening. We're doing basically like what they already did, but I guess with 2 extra white guys, So yeah, chatters. I'm real sorry for the Raiders that just came in. We're wrapping it up right now, and we're gonna be rating Lennon Smash, and he's a really good friend of the stream, a really great chatter, and he's playing Tropico 6, and I hope you enjoy. So please make sure, if you have the time, right, that you remember.
Yeah, I'm down.
Sick, awesome, can't wait to see you.
Perfect.
So we're going to have a great panel of guests, right, from the Decolonized Buffalo podcast, Rick and Plants Fanon. We will also be having Red Falcon FNI. I don't know if you've seen him in chat, but he's a great comrade. And we're going to be discussing whether Lenin and Stalin would support decolonization. And we're finally going to put the final nail in the Patsock fucking bullshit, put it to rest once and for all. I also hear that Rick might actually be debating Haas if he doesn't check it out. Have you heard about that?
No, I haven't heard about that. No.
Yeah. Haas said he'll debate him, so it's possible You know, that like Haas is finally gonna debate.
Rick wants to.
Yeah, Rick's been wanting to. Ah, damn. That would have been cool. Yeah. Midwestern. No, I doubt it. Fucking what's his Eddie would, not even know like where to fucking begin. How many holes? All right, we're gonna start with the raid, and thank you all so much.
Thanks everybody. This was an awesome day.
We start Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, 5:30 p.m. EST. Our faces come on the screen at 6 p.m. EST. Friday, Sunday, and Wednesday. Right? Friday, Sunday, Wednesday. Yeah.
Friday, Sunday, Wednesday. Yep. All right,
Losing my
everybody.
mind. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Enjoy. Al salam. Stay strong out there.